And we are live. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow, the session commences. So we're at it again, twice a day. Does this guy ever rest? So here we are, here I am. Where are you? The conversation has started and your input essential. So gather, come and give that input. The hyperlink to come and join me live on screen is already posted in the comment section, and it is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come on screen to engage the talking points of the day, then just click on this hyperlink that I'm just posting in the comment section again. And just as soon as I've recited the talking points, just as soon as I've read out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll sample your opinion. So that is how we do it, an interactive session, and your input, of course, a crucial component, because I am not a newscaster, so I'm not just here to read the news. So I need your input then for the session to complete. Unique and peculiar to this space, this is how we do it here. This is how we have innovated it, and this is how it flows. One man went to mow, the guy that sits in the middle just to keep things ticking over. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where is Sima? Water, 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 only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o, hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, chifu fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, the Kegites. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, as guys I bring you this. Kogi government forfeit 20 billion bailout funds in secret account to Central Bank of Nigeria. So the looted funds that Yaya Bello talked here cleverly tucked away somewhere has been unraveled, a bit similar to those dollars found in an Ikoyi apartment. So hands up and give it back. Kogi government forfeit 20 billion naira bailout funds in secret account to Central Bank of Nigeria. So there is a crime now, but will there be punishment is the question. So we find out in due course. Justin Sowore drags female police officer to court for shooting him. So a lot of you will recall, of course, that protest that took place some time ago when not Buhari, but Sowore was going to the police headquarters, puffing and preening and peacocking as he often does. And then, of course, he was weighed upon by the police officers. The first headline out of that was that he was shot, and then subsequently it was actually a tear gas canister, if memory serves, that was shot at him. but nevertheless, never one to make hay out of anything and make the biggest play in the public space out of every single thing. Sowore now milks this situation for all it's worth. Sowore drags female police officer to court for shooting him. So we find out exactly what that is all about, or even how they allowed that case in court. So this we brought up in the earlier session, but now more details coming out. 2023 presidency, debate on power shift, politically immature. Tunde Bakari now completes now his total turnaround. The person that was just barely, was July, August, September, October, barely 3 months ago, was telling us how he was going to go to Aso Rock and kick Buhari's head in, that he was declaring war on Buhari. Fast forward to today, we saw the guy on his knees in Aso Rock doing Rankadede to the Aboki in the space. So that is politics Nigeria style. No surprises anymore. We saw it with Charlie Boy, we saw it with Fani Kayode, and we've seen it with every person in between. The latest turncoat 2023 presidency, debate on power shift, politically immature. Bakare speaking, so he ready then to sacrifice the entirety of Yoruba land and the southern space for just for political expediency and dollars. The person that has already completely sold his heritage and birthright, Afenifere blast additional for comparing Buhari to Awo and Azikiwe. So now this one completely lost to the world. Now Femi Adesina Femi Adesina comparing no less loftier figures than Azikiwe and Awolowo with the base level elements that we have in situation in Nigeria. No school sat Buhari. So this is the parallel that this nitwit is drawing. Afenifere blast additional for comparing Buhari to Awolowo Azikiwe. So now you can just imagine the fume and rage as they put out that press statement. So still with Tunde Bakari, Pastor Tunde Bakari gives condition to run for presidency after meeting Buhari. So now this guy is giving conditions for running for presidency. So if you are giving conditions for something, of course, then that is that there is a clamor for you to do that thing. And you are saying, before I do it, this is what you guys have to do for me. So apparently there's a clamor for this element to be the next president of Nigeria because he now is giving conditions. 2023, Pastor Tunde Bakari gives condition to run for presidency after meeting Buhari. So this clownish guy at it again. So those are the talking points. Your input invited. But before we get into the fullness of it, let's just come in via the eastern quarters. Holy.
Another Savior, holy, Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, Adimebujuku. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafran War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 this another Savior. Holy, 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 this another Savior. Biafrans to victory. Iyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 holy.
And there we are. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. So Nnamdi Kanu, their mother's savior, as guys, I bring you this. Kogi government forfeits 20 billion naira bailout funds in secret account to Central Bank of Nigeria. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC has withdrawn a suit it filed against the Kogi state government seeking the forfeiture of the 20 billion naira bailout funds allegedly granted to the Kogi state government. The EFCC explained that it is expedient for the suit to be discontinued and the account unfrozen to enable the bank's management effect the transfer and return of the sum to the coffers of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Justice Chukwu Jeku Aneke granted the order for Justice Chukwu Jeku Aneke granted the order following the EFCC's prayer to withdraw the 20 billion naira suit against the Kogi state government. The counsel to the EFCC, Mr. Kemi Pinheiro, SAN, leading Mr. Rotimi Oyedepo, listed 6 grounds upon which the judge granted the prayer. The money was meant for the payment of workers, but was alleged to have been domiciled in an interest-yielding account with the bank. On Friday, at the resumption of proceedings, Pinheiro presented EFCC's grounds for discontinuance as contained in an application dated October the 13th, 2021. The motion titled Notice to Discontinuance stated that the applicants, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, have resolved to discontinue this matter in the suit number, and then it gives the suit number, pending before this honorable court against the respondent's account herein. Some of the grounds upon which the FCC's application of discontinuance was brought were that the management of the bank where account number blah 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 with the name Kogi State Salary Bailout Account is domiciled has clarified the questions resulting to the commencement of the suit. It was also stated that the management of the bank had since acknowledged the existence of the said account in their book, but claimed that the same was a mirror account. The 19.33333 billion naira still standing in the credit of the account remained frozen pursuant to the order of the court, and that the management of the bank had, in a letter dated the 21st of September 2021, signed by its managing director, indicated intention to return the total sum to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Justice Aneke, in granting the EFCC's application, held that the application was meritorious, and ought to be granted accordingly. I have listened to the submission of the learned silk for the application. Mr. Kemi Pinheiro, SAN, vis perused the motion to withdraw. My humble opinion is that the application is meritorious and ought to be granted accordingly. The application is granted as prayed, he said. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is just, I mean, I cannot fathom this. It's just beyond incredulous. Just everything about this narrative is bad. 20 billion naira was found stashed in a high yielding secret account with some bank, with the whichever bank. So now that money then belongs to Kogi State. So why is Kogi State 20 billion a state that complains about lack of funds? Why is there 20 billion naira stashed away? It's already a question. But then to add on to that, that 20 billion naira was emergency bailout funds for workers, which is essential. You have to remember, of course, there's a backdrop to this. Yaya Bello had not paid civil servants in that state going on 2 years building up to leading up to the last election. We saw Aisha Buhari reference that in a campaign trail in Kogi State, asking people to forgive him that he had not paid salary. So that's not even in dispute. So this guy had not paid salary. He gets these bailout funds to pay salary. So the salary that he had not paid before, that's not to say that the monies were not released. So the first lot of monies were released to him to pay salary. He looted it. Uh, Mrs. Buhari went and begged the people of Kogi State to forgive him, but then, of course, they rigged him back anyway, irrespective of whether the Kogi State people forgave him or not. So he looted the first 2 years' salary. They rigged him back into office, gave him bailout funds to now pay these people, and then he looted that one again. And then, of course, EFCC steps in and then just say, okay, let's just forget it. And that is Nigeria. So that's the whole thing that's just happened there. It's just it boggles the mind. Boggles the mind. Justin Sowore drags female police officer to court for shooting him. So attention seeker Yele at it again, the Ijo boy. Former AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has dragged a female police officer for reportedly shooting him with a riot gun on May the 21st, 2021 at the Unity Fountain, Abuja during a protest. Correspondents reported on the matter, adding that the fiery activist was immediately hospitalized as he sustained a deep injury. He identified CSP Altine Haihara Daniel, Altine Daniel, let's just call her Altine Daniel. So he had identified CSP Altine Daniel as the one who fired the shot. Here is a statement from Sowore today. On the 31st, on May the 31st, 2021, a Nigeria Police Force officer CSP Altan Daniel, directed by the Muhammadu Buhari regime, shot at me at close range with a riot gun at the Unity Fountain in Abuja. Soon as she carried out the dastardly act, she ran away with the RRS police contingent under her command. Today, I took a decision for the sake of prosperity to file a lawsuit against her and the police authorities at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Also, on July the 26th, 2021, another police officer, the divisional officer of the Federal Secretariat Police Station, and his division crime officer violently arrested me whilst pointing a gun at me for attending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's trial at the Federal High Court in Abuja. These officers must be brought to justice or justice brought to them. Barrister Tokwe Tomokun will be handling this case. Hashtag revolution now. So there you are, Sowore at it again. Aluta continua and all that. 2023 presidency, debate on power shift politically immature. Tunde Bakari to the space again, pastor preneur and pastor politician preneur now. Popular televangelist and founder of Citadel Global Community Church, Tunde Bakari, has berated politicians and leaders debating on the zoning of the 2023 presidency. Correspondents report that the South governors had on 2 occasions demanded that the 2023 presidency should go to the southern region of the country. But the Northern Governors and the Northern Elders Forum rejected the idea of a southern presidency in 2023, claiming the demand is unconstitutional. Speaking to State House correspondents after meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday in Abuja, Bakare said the debate over power shift is politically immature. Bakare stated that the competence of a leader and what he has to offer should be of utmost importance rather than where he or she comes from. The serving overseer of the Citadel Global Church, of the Citadel Global Community Church, noted that the idea of zoning has never benefited the region the president is from. Bakari asked Nigerians who are willing to serve the country with all their heart to come out and contest in the 2023 general polls and future elections. He stated that restructuring of Nigeria and change of the constitution is more pressing than the discussion about a power shift, adding that restructuring of the country can take place without violence and bloodletting. According to the cleric, Nigeria is better off united, adding that such unity must be based on equity, justice, fair play, and the rule of law. He said, I'd said it on the 3rd of October. It is our immaturity, politically and otherwise, that makes us say power must either be in the north or be in the south, instead of looking for the best, fittest, and the most competent and people of character who love this nation. Listen to me. If where the president comes from will make the place he has come from be better, the northern part of Nigeria should be the richest and should be the most progressive and the most developed, because out of 61 years, the North has produced either the president or head of state for 40 to 41 and yet see the retrogression in the North. If it's from the South, why should a person like former President Olusegun Obasanjo freeze and seize the account of Lagos State in his own tenure? If it's from the South-South or Southeast, why couldn't former President Goodluck Jonathan use all his power to develop the South-South and the Southeast? Not where they come from, it is what they carry and what they have to offer. May the best of Nigerians rise, whether they are from the East, from the West, from the North, or from the South. If there are agreements between politicians amongst themselves on rotation, a bargain is a bargain. That is between them. But as far as this country is concerned, what we need at this stage is a man who can drive us to El Dorado. So a man who can drive him to El Dorado is what the pastor politician preneur has gone to discuss with the Aboki in Aso Rock. Afenifere blast additional for comparing Buhari to Awolowo Azikiwe. The Pan-Yoruba Social-Cultural Group Afenifere has faulted the President's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, for comparing his principal, Muhammadu Buhari, to Nigeria's independence hero, Obafemi Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe. I have seen the great Obafemi Awolowo, the charismatic Nnamdi Azikiwe of Africa, Shehu Shagari, Aminu Kano, MKO Abiola, Bashir Tofa, and many others. But I have not seen anyone with the kind of attraction, magnetic pull that Muhammadu Buhari has, and that is round the country, north and south. People swarm around him as bees do to honey. In a statement on Friday by its national public, so those were Femi Adesina's words, by the way. Those were not the words of Afenifere. Those are the words that Afenifere is countering. In a statement on Friday by its national publicity secretary, Jare Ajayi, Afenifere described the comparison as mischievous and mistaken, pointing out that people are only attracted to Buhari because he is the president. According to Ajayi, for sure, and for various reasons, a person occupying a leadership position is always an attraction anywhere in the world. To use the instances cited by the spokesman to gauge the popularity of the president, we can say that those who met him at the airport on his arrival from a medical trip could be in three or more categories. Those who genuinely wish him well and were happy to see him back. Those who were there to be really sure that the rumor of his death they heard was not true. And those who always go any place that people gather, especially when and where a leading figure is or will be present, to use the crowd that gathered where President Buhari is, not to use the crowd that gathered where President Buhari is, not only a measure of his popularity, is erroneous. Admittedly, crowd pulling can be an indicator of popularity, but this is not likely now given the level of mistrust that people have in governments. The mistrust that governments create over the years through its various policies of alienation and disempowerment. For the foregoing, it can be stated without equivocation that the majority of the crowd the spokesman talked about, would be those curious to see whether their presence or prayers could make Mr. President to see that they are suffering and in need of benign policies from the government. Comparing President Buhari to Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, therefore, is not only mistaken, it is mischievous, to say the least. So tempered words and temperate words from Afenifere are, of course, a bit more punchy. That guy is just an idiot. That is just the totality of it. 2023 is still there, by the way. Bakare is just peacocking and lionizing now off the back of his visit to Buhari because that seems to have sparked him and sparkled him somewhat. 2023, Pastor Tunde Bakari gives conditions to run for presidency after meeting the Aboki in Aso Rock. Pastor Tunde Bakari, the founder of Citadel Global Community Church, formerly known as Latter Rain Assembly, has said he will contest for the presidency in 2023 if God and Nigerians ask him to. The cleric stated this after meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari in Aso Rock on Friday. Bakare was Buhari's running mate in 2011 general election on the platform of the Congress for Progressive Change (CPC). When asked whether he would contest the 2023 presidential election, Bakare told State House correspondents that he would only if God and Nigerians want him to. He added, "I am a nation builder. If God wants me to do that, and the people of Nigeria will appreciate that, why not? I am as free as anybody to do anything. I have pastored a church for 33 years. Now we raise new leaders. I want to focus on nation building. I have already communicated clearly my future plans to Mr. President, and it stays between us." So, job searching, essentially what that chap just went to Aso Rock to do. EndSARS, celebrities attending Sowore event should pick a side. So this is Mr. Macaroni now. We know that the EndSARS space is fast upon us, and of course a lot of activities to follow that, and I'm sure we'll cover that in a lot more detail as the days and weeks roll on. But the opening salvo now, EndSARS, celebrities attending Sowore event should pick a side, says Mr. Macaroni. Nigerian actor Debo Adebayo, popularly known as Mr. Macaroni, has taken a swipe at fellow celebrities frolicking with the Lagos state government, charging them to rethink their association with the government. In a social media post on Friday, the Instagram skit maker, who berates the Lagos authorities for frustrating the organization of planned EndSARS memorial event asked celebrities parlaying with the state government to pick the sides they want to be identified with, the government or the people. Mr. Macaroni rebuked celebrities for refusing to speak up against the government's move to quell planned EndSARS memorial events. For the celebrities, make we dey reason this thing o. Government no good, but una dey chop government money. I no say make anybody no chop o, but there are some things bigger than money. If na government wey dey treat the people better now, e for even better. People are suffering, and these people are doing nothing about it, Mr. Macaroni wrote in Pidgin. The self-acclaimed father figure accused the governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led government of always using the police to quell planned gatherings of peaceful young EndSARS campaigners. Anytime where people say them wan do anything wey relate to EndSARS for this Lagos, na so police vans, trucks and even armored tanks wey dem go park full the place, Mr. Macaroni added. His comments come as media reports detailed the landmark event center withdrew the list of its premises for the Sorosoke Summit, an event put together to mark the one-year anniversary of the Lekki Tollgate shooting. Mr. Macaroni was listed amongst the prominent persons scheduled to speak at the summit. Organizers have now threatened to hold the memorial at the Lekki Toll Plaza, the particular place where soldiers opened fire on protesting youths last year. So there you have it now. There's just absolutely categorically nothing. You see, I could be reading you these stories from let's say 30, 40 years ago, and nothing has changed within the same space. This story now, you could replace the name Mr. Macaroni with Fela Kuti, and the story remains the same. Nothing changes within the Nigerian space. Nothing will ever change within the Nigerian space. Or will it? X0, good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's been a while now.
Yeah. Did you run away or what happened?
I decided to be. Sometimes I come into your program, but there's a lot of people who want to talk, so I allow them to talk. I just listen.
All right. Good
Yeah.
So now this space now. Go on.
No, speak. I'm listening.
No, I'll just say now this space now fast upon us. Today, the 15th of October, 5 days now,
Yes.
TikTok, an immovable object about to collide with an irresistible force. Something has to give. The people are determined, so is the government. What are you making of it, Mr. Macaroni? Asking people to pick sides. Which side are you? X0.
Yeah, they say no matter how many people say or do something wrong, what is wrong is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. The whole bunch of the Nigerian politicians, the whole bunch, none of them has done what is right. So any celebrity that is attaching or identifying with any one of them is just going there for stomach infrastructure.
You see?
But I know that the likes
is it not sad? Is it not sad though? Is it not sad?
It is. For me and you, when we look at the way the naira has fallen, even we ask ourselves, how much do these people even want to sell their souls for? Because naira is now like tissue paper. How much if you give people 10 million or 20 million to do something for you, it's just like you're giving them 100,000 now.
No, I think they are doing their deals in dollars now. Nobody.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, really?
Come on, man. Get with the program now. Nobody takes naira anymore. What is naira? Is that tissue paper?
Yeah.
It's tissue paper now.
But if you go back to EndSARS, and you see the number of celebrities that were talking, I watched the EndSARS video recently, and I saw some celebrities coming out and saying the EndSARS is not only about EndSARS, that in fact we are using this to tell the government to step down. There's not one, not two, a lot of celebrities, and then when the military cracked down on the protesters, they all went silent, and now some of them are beginning to fall to the whims of these politicians again. I mean, come on now. With what we have been through in Nigeria, I always say this. Although people like Ovie would like to use he likes to be, how would I put it? He likes to sound different,
Yeah, I know. He tries to be contrarian because he wants to be different. But they are not different.
To be esoteric all the time.
Different.
When you see evil, when you see the devil walking, you point the devil out. This government has killed the citizens. What else do you want again? This government is illegal. It has killed the citizens. What do they want to tell us again? They want to contest a new election. They are already illegitimate in our eyes. So everything they are doing, they're just trying to railroad everybody into that legitimizing this government or validating the whole process. The whole process is skewed. And like I said before, we should come back to the streets and occupy the government houses and tell this government to resign. And the INEC should be disbanded. And we should start all over again to build a new INEC before we talk about election, or even build a new constitution, But all these things are they're just playing to the gallery to try to show to the world that, okay, they have some form of a government or some form of rulership going on. There's nothing going on. Nothing. I don't know if you look around in Nigeria today, you find that the extent of decay in the country itself. The extent of decay. I mean,
it is alarming. Just in 6 years, the country just seems to have collapsed. Just in 6 years,
it is rotting. It is rotting away. It's like wood that has been infected by these lies. The eating away. It has gotten deep into the bone marrow of the country.
Do you think it's beyond? Do you think it's beyond rescue?
There's nothing that is beyond rescue, but we know what we should be talking about is the same people who put the problem there should not be the same people rescuing it. These people don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to think for themselves. They are dying themselves.
What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Malam Buhari doesn't have capacity? What are you talking about?
Not just Malam Buhari. Not just Malam Buhari. I will tell you something. They say Buhari is old, and then they wanted the young to come in. And there's this guy from Kogi State. Have you ever heard that? Have you heard that guy talk?
So it's just an illiterate, isn't he? Really?
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen the Nigerian military people, the way they behave? There was a video I saw recently where they killed some people, and then I heard somebody blatantly say, "Anybody you see, kill. Anybody you see, kill." That is the Nigeria. That's the way Nigerian politicians
that was in the East, wasn't it? That space that you're talking about, that issue. And then and then another one was persuading them not to kill people.
Exactly.
They were going to just shoot some boys.
Yes, go shoot. And I'm sure they did.
Make we waste them where they was.
And I'm sure they did. And that is the way Nigerian politicians react. That is the way they do. Look at the way they cut down a telecommunication in some states. I mean, if you cannot solve a problem, you cannot build capacity to fight it, you just shut down the whole place. That's why I say the country is beyond repair.
No, it's unbelievable. But then, to Mr. Macaroni's words that it is now time. You cannot sit on the fence, and you cannot pretend as though it's not going on. So it is now time. For everybody to pick a side. Are you with the people? Are you with the oppression? So you cannot say that I did not side anybody when the day of reckoning comes. Yeah.
If you sit on the fence in the Nigeria of today, you are part of the establishment. There's nothing to want from this government. Take away your mind from this government. If you align yourself with this government, you have either committed fraud and you're looking for a way to cover it up, or you are intending to commit fraud. That's just the truth. There's no way any person who reasons well will want to associate with this politics of APC. You know, and it has shown us that even PDP and the rest of them, the status quo, they should not be in our minds. You know, but again, you see that the government has used poverty to deal with Nigerians, that people can no longer reason with their heads. They have weaponized poverty so much. You know.
Somebody, just before I move you on, somebody said some time ago on this space that they deliberately impoverish Nigerians. Do you think they deliberately do it, or is it as a consequence of their greed?
Yeah, I think even Ovie,
is it consequential
even Ovie
or
agrees with you.
Yeah.
Even Ovie is nodding his head. I can see he agrees. It is deliberate, and I don't think it is just the federal government that is deliberately impoverishing Nigeria. I think it is the overlords that want it this way, because if you see the way they are accepting Nigerian students in other universities, it will tell you that it's a deeper problem. It's not just the government itself that is impoverishing the people. It is the overlords putting it upon them that this is what you can do and this is what you can do, and they know that these policies they advise these governments to do will impoverish the people and will drive the intellectuals, the citizens who are really intellectual, to go out of the system and leave the ones that cannot figure out themselves to remain there, which means it's only the uneducated or those who cannot help themselves that
do you think the southern space of Nigeria is being northernized? And I'm saying this because in the north they broadly have some sort of like a hierarchical, it's like a patriarchal system in the north, isn't it? They have an overlord that you've just described, who is the Alaji or the Shehu or whatever, and then they have the essentially everybody beneath him. They are just like subjected to him. So they gather and do rankadede to him. He will cook on Friday and feed the community. So he stays high, but he makes sure that they continue to be impoverished. So is that now coming to the south now that they are looking to create that hierarchy structure where the mass is impoverished, but there's an elite that they sit over to continue to then replicate that Talakawa system that they have in their own space? Are they trying to Talakawa the southern space?
You will understand something about the kind of people, the kind of politicians, and the kind of politics we have today. The people around the politicians of the north have this monarchical system where they, it's like every other person under obeys the top, and they have a religion to back them up, and they practice it with 120%,
compliance.
Favor. Compliance. Then you come to the south where they view the south as haram. If you understand the way these Muslims practice their faith, if you are not within that faith, you're automatically
a lesser being.
Infidel, lesser being. And then for them to accept you, there will always be that form of even if you come into their inner caucus, you can never get to the real, because at some point the religion is going to cut you out,
just to back you up, X0, if you go to northern spaces like Kano, etc., they have this like a municipality system which they call a sabo system. So there are certain sabos that no matter how wealthy you are, if you are north of their faith and their religion, you can never live there. So they have the Sabo Yoruba or whatever, and the Sabo Igbo, where they consider the dirty people to go and live. But their own Sabo, you, even if you are richer than Bill Gates, you will never live there.
So that is their system. And the worst part of this government, Buhari has succeeded in uniting the North with their neighbors who have similar faith. It even stretches deep down to the Saudi Arabia. So you see, they relate more with these people than the South. You understand? The only reason why they're coming over to the South is because, the resources are in the South. So they have to deal with the infidels. So then if you look at it from this perspective I just painted, you understand how those who are occupying positions in the South are just willing tools because they don't want to lose relevance. They would rather stay and keep quiet while their people are massacred and their lands are taken. I mean, which normal person will allow somebody to come
Your
into
land was taken, wasn't it? X0, if I recall.
Yeah, of course. My land is in what's it called, Ibarapa. They cannot farm because even the expose the U.S. military did that the Al Qaeda were coming to the south. It is that area in particular.
They are coming
that are coming into. Yes, that was the area Igboho and Co passed through to go and wage, and then that was long ago. Before now, the ISWAP started coming in, or is it the Al Qaeda? So it's a no-go area, and I lost like 12 million or 50, almost 12 million plus extra cash that was lost in trying to build a 40-hectare farm. A 40-hectare farm.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. I hope you still have the title deeds anyways, just so long for that day in the future. But let me take you to another talking point, X0. And this now something that I was discussing with the OVA just earlier in an earlier session. So now, Tunde Bakari, I'm sure you know him. He went to Aso Rock to go and do the usual what they do there. Avon promised us just in July that he was waging war against Aso Rock. But now he has gone there. So he comes out of our Sorok with this headline now. Our 2023 presidency, debate on power shift, politically immature. So he essentially telling the Southerners to shut their mouth and go and sit down quietly. That what is the meaning of power shift? It is not in the Constitution. So our pastor turned lawyer, he was of course a lawyer once upon a time. So now he now quotes Constitution at his own kit and cane, telling them that how dare they want to be president over the Northerners. So what are you now making of this volte face by the Pastor Prenoir?
First and foremost, I would like to tell the pastor, with all due respect, to keep quiet. Just keep quiet. Secondly, I wonder why people are still remaining in the churches of people like this. I wonder why people still remain in churches where the people like this are pastors. I mean, you see every Sunday you see mumus go and donate their widow's mites to be enriching people like this so they can be trotting rubbish. This man has been involved with Buhari. At one point, he came out and said, Buhari told him after first tenure, he has to leave the office. At another point, he came out and said he didn't say so. He has just been trotting things and denying things. What I see is fear, period. This man is scared. During the Jonathan time, he came out boldly and said, no, we don't want this government, blah, 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 blah. Jonathan did not do quarter of what Buhari has done. We have not seen this man organize any protest and say, Buhari, you should go, you should deserve to be in jail. We're not, all the only thing he's saying is this and that, that and this. Indirectly, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? If you are a true man of God, go straight to the point. Buhari, you have killed, you have stolen, and you deserve to be in jail. You have to resign. Period. Stop beating about the bush and coming to tell us power shift is this. We don't want to know. We have never bothered about who is president of Nigeria. What we are seeing is alarming rate of killings under this administration. And people are stealing money. And in fact, what they deal with the Naira, what they deal with the psyche of the Nigerian, we cannot recover from this. What has started happening in the Southeast, even after this president goes, how do you rescue the youth, the countless number of youth that have become militants, who lost innocent souls, and because of the people they lost, they went into the bush seeking for revenge? How do you begin to recover for this?
Xero, you were saying earlier that maybe it might well be fear that is propelling Tunde Bakari, but
It's scared.
yes, a lot of people share thinking along that line with you. A lot of people have the thought that Buhari rules Nigeria essentially via fear,
Yes,
that he has instilled fear in the heart of Nigerians,
yes, yes,
especially the political upper ups, because he doesn't
yes.
relent in his brutality and he has cowered
No, it
them
doesn't.
with fear. So is
It
this his
doesn't.
rulership style, essentially, just to fear, killing? He'll continue to
You know,
kill until he instills fear in you. Is this what
it
worry
is
is?
unfortunate. It is unfortunate that we have to tag this as a ruling style. This is pure crime. Nigeria, as it is a crime scene. It's a crime scene, and every other person that speaks for this current government is a criminal. Is a and is a partaker in the crime. Everybody in this government is a partaker in the crime. How do you expect us to what do you want us to say when a person like Femi what's his name, Femi whatever,
Additional.
telling people that if you don't want to die, you leave your land. What do you expect us to think when people like El-Rufai will make such blatant comments that relate to the life and death of people? That his son, whatever his son's name is, will be making such comments about Biafran,
You
the
know
Igbos that
that
were
boy was
killed.
insulting Madam Obi once
Yes,
upon. You know
Obi,
just
yes.
the audacity, the lack of.
See
Once
the
upon a time, we
audacity.
had something called
The
home training
audacity.
in Nigeria.
Home training, yes. I mean, look at the audacity. Look at the likes of the CBN president making such comments as so people. I mean, who is he? Is he now the Inspector General of Police making arrests and making comments like, okay, whoever wants to come and fight me should come and fight me? Well, I mean, you have seen the handwriting is on the wall. The truth of the matter is, everybody that doesn't want to come out and say, Buhari, you are a criminal. You have run this country aground. You have killed a Nigerian citizen, and you are stealing money. He's a thief. He's a thief. This president is a thief. I know I'm crossing the limit a bit, but you know, we just have to put it the way it is. You know, they say if you call a Nigerian person a thief, the family people will understand what you're saying. But if you say this person is involved in fraud, you have changed the language entirely. For all these criminal activities to be going on in a country, they say if a skirmish lasts for more than a week or 2 weeks, the government is involved. This government is involved, and this government is not doing it alone. They have their outside forces with them. What do you expect? What do you expect?
All right, thank you. Now, Xero, you were talking about Yaya Bello earlier on that have I ever heard him speak? You know, I've never really heard him speak, but I do follow his political career. And anytime I follow his politics, the headline is always like this: Kogi government forfeits 20 billion naira bailout funds in secret account to Central Bank of Nigeria. So just, I read it out, but I'm not sure if you heard it fully, but just a summary of what's happened. This guy was given 20. This guy, he had not paid the civil servants in Kogi State famously for 18 months in the build up to his rerun election, his second term election, to the point that Aisha Buhari had to come on his campaign trail to beg people that we know that he has not paid you for nearly 2 years, but just bear with him. He will learn the lessons. They rigged him back in. So what happened to those 2 years salary? Nobody knows. We can all guess at what's happened. So now his daddy in Aso Rock then gave him money to go and pay those people. So they gave him a bailout fund for worker salary, 20 billion naira. So this guy now took that bailout fund again. He went and packed it in some high yield secret account in the CBN to the point that the EFCC went there and discovered the money. They froze it. But the real alarming thing is that they're saying, okay, just return it to the CBN and we'll end it there. So it's just, where are we going is the question. What's going on? What's that all about, Exiro?
It's part of what I was telling you. If you look around, they say the people say Buhari was voted in because of his integrity, but you cannot hide the fact anymore that Buhari himself is the most corrupt Nigerian on earth. I mean, the most corrupt in our history. We have made this mistake to allow this person to become the president, and we are paying dearly for it. If you listen to most of the people in this government, you see how they talk. You yourself will be wondering if it's the criteria for becoming a part of this government is to remove your brains. Have you watched this film? What's it called? I've forgotten the name again.
Is it King of Boys? Because I think it's King of Boys that everybody is shouting about now.
No, that one is even local. I'm talking of this it's an American film that this black guy was dating a white girl, and the whole family, they always bring in black guys, take away their brains and their body parts and put it in their family members.
I don't watch weird. I'm not like you. I don't watch weird things like that. What's wrong with you? Watching films?
You need to see that film to understand what I'm saying. It's like everybody in this government, including the likes of you. If you listen to people like Yaya Bello, Femi Adesina, Buhari is surrounded by people like that. So even Buhari himself is like that. So we are dealing with it's like the zombie apocalypse. There are two different kinds of people in the country. People that are like that, and the normal people like us that are lamenting.
But that is what Mr. Macaroni is asking people now. That you have to pick a side now. So who are you with? Are you with the Buhariist or are you with the people?
Exactly. It's not even are you with Buhari? Are you with the devil or are you still normal? Because as it is now, to become a part of this government, you have to remove your brain, and then they will plug in something that belongs to the devil that will connect you to this government. Because this government is just
we're going too far. We're going to
No. I'm not saying I'm just over-exaggerating, but you know what I mean.
I know.
Look at the likes of Yaya Bello speaking. If that guy talks, you will be wondering if this guy is normal. If this guy is normal. And if you look around, there's so many of them like that, unfortunately. And they're coming again to campaign.
Okay. Just before I move on, Exiro, just for, as usual, always the pressure of time. But just two things. The movie you were talking about, Mike is asking, is it Get Out? Is that the movie?
It's Get Out. Yes. It's Get Out.
Okay. And then
just try to watch that film.
Yes, I am asking, if you had to pick the governor of Kogi State and the choice was Dino or Yaya Bello, who would you opt for? Dilo Melaye?
Who are you asking? Who are you asking me?
Yes, you.
You see, you have come to that question again. You see, I was trying to tell you that there are people that think a certain way, that behave a certain way. Dino Melayo, Yaya Bello, they are in the same that kind of way. I can never pick. That's where people like us who are normal are different. There are normal people, and there are people like Dino and Yaya Bello and the likes.
Okay.
You know,
they played on both their house. But it's people like Dino that are driving the Ferrari now, and you and I we're belly aching on the internet,
that's
making
what
noise.
The devil rewards.
They are driving Ferrari and we are belly aching on the internet.
The devil rewards its lieutenants. These are lieutenants of the devil that cannot mingle with real people. The real people still remain normal and will still criticize abnormality till the day we die, even if it means that they press us down. But I will never choose between a Yaya Bello and a Dino Milai.
All right.
That will be crossing into the other bridge. Yes.
Thank you, Zero. It's a real delight to hear from you again. Just the other day, I think we were having a conversation on these sessions, and you came to mind just off the background of what you told us about your property. So stay with us just for as long as you can. I'll come back to you again. So thank you, X0. So let me go on to let me go on to Ovie. And Ovie now, X0 opens up that space that these ones belong to the devil, etc., etc. But they drive Ferraris and Porsches and they get all the prettiest girls, $1 million accounts. So Which side are you, Ovie? Are you with the people or are you with the devil worshippers and the devil being the devil in Aso Rock? So who are you with?
Wait, I'm confused.
Eh?
Between who and who?
Between the worshippers of Buhari, who Exiro has now termed devil worshippers, or the
Okay.
people that they are chopping on top of their heads. So are you with the people or the oppressors? Eh?
What is the difference between the two of them?
Well, no, are you with the oppressors or the oppressed?
No, they sharpen each other now.
Okay,
Now the oppressed they provide the meal where the oppressors they chop.
there you go.
Now we they feed them. So I don't know.
And to that second question that I asked, that asked Zero, but he dismissed both of them out of hand. Dino Melaye or Yaya Bello, if you had that choice, who will be the
I
governor of Kogi State?
I think if you asked me this question before Bello become governor, I would have chosen Yaya Bello based on the fact that we don't know and he's younger than that. And we know the aunties of Dino already. But now that we see Yaya Bello, of course, I'll take the Nollywood actor, of course.
Are they not both in the same age bracket, late 40-ish, thereabouts?
Yeah, they should be. But I mean, well, I think we know Bello, for a while now compared to Yaya. It's more of a newcomer into the political scene. So yeah,
all right.
But like see swag governor, almost yeah, it could be.
All right. Thank you for that. So staying still with Yaya Bello, Ovie, Kogi State government forfeits 20 billion naira bailout funds in secret accounts to Central Bank of Nigeria. So these were funds discovered by the EFCC as monies that was given to Kogi State as bailout funds for staff salary. This money then parked in a secret account to the point that it's now been discovered and returned to the national coffers, but no hint or indication of anybody being punished. They just told the court rather, to ask for the return of that money and close the case. What are you making of that fight against corruption and all that?
I think, I mean, based on their relation and whatever, I think that's campaign money. I will not be that campaign money. It's not going back to the national coffers. And they know why they released that 20 billion for them. It's not necessary to pay those people's salary. They just use that one as it. But those are the money they will use in 2023. Because nobody today, it's not in this administration. Now, one of the things that took good luck out there. Because remember when Sanusi, they dish out number like this, that this is missing, this is missing, this is. All those are money that they will use to run the election. Since now them they finance themselves, and that's how they make the money. They are not into any businesses. How many businessmen in Nigeria actually they provide this money for them? I mean, we that are citizens, we are not even allied to any political party. So those are the money that they will use to oppress us in 2023. So there's nothing. They just make and look as if they are not be the same. The Yaya Bello Buhari wife, even the young man EFCC chairman, they are all the same. I think how this is my opinion. I think just like what the governor from the north was complaining earlier when we discussed it the morning that the sharing formula no go do. Instead of them to actually sit down and rub minds, how do we create an avenue to earn money? They rather see them as a combo. Which kind why you go play to get money from the national pocket? And that's exactly what is playing out here.
Ovie, what do you think governments in Nigeria think the purpose of governance is? What do you think these people actually think they are in government to do?
I think I will not shy away from saying this. The leaders are as good as the people they lead.
No, that wasn't the question. What do you think the people in government, right from the president to the local government, your local councillor, what do you think they are in office to do?
They know what they are in office to do is to actually make life better. Whatever good leadership stand for, they do know. But we keep forgetting the fact that these people are human, just like us. They have the same problem that we go through. They get divorced, they get financial problem, whatever. What am I trying to say? If let's say I'm a senator today and I run into 20 million or 2 million problem. There's this constituency money sitting in front of me. I will be tempted to use it.
You think they are using the money to meet problem? Dino Melai that we're talking about, he has a mansion in Dubai. He has a mansion in America, London. He's always showing it off. Cars that are what the economy of a small African country. They are not there to. So it's just gluttony, isn't it?
The problem is different. Now. My problem is how do I find money to make my foundation better and stronger to reach more people? You know, Melai, problem now, man. How do I get a 2022 Ferrari? The problem is that for both of us, just depends on where we start. So what am I saying? If I go ahead and put out for that constituency money, I go wait to see how the owner of that money, who are my constituency, will react. If nobody question me, react, guess what? You give me more power to do it again and keep doing it. And that's what we are seeing. So it's not that they don't understand. I mean, these guys are educated. Most of them are well educated, but they know everything that know better than us. But because they are not being challenged, just like you employ me to run your show now. You know, give me criteria. If you give me criteria, you give me something to do, and you don't follow me through, I might get weary along the way and start doing what suits me. And if you don't complain, nobody complain. Guess what? I will seek as if it's approval. So that's why.
Do you think it's sufficient enough punishment, and do you think there should be punishment? That because you know what a bailout is now. There's an emergency situation, you run to somebody and they help you out to meet the immediacy of that need. So an immediate need is what a bailout is meant to be. But then these people parked this 20 billion in some high yield account, and the only no, it's not even a punishment. The only thing that is requested of them is to just reverse the money back. So we've not even spoken about the interest, but should somebody not be brought into some institution and given some harsh treatment?
That's a very good question you asked. That they deserve to be punished. But the question is, who is going to punish them? The
authorities, I'm assuming.
The right institution that constituted to punish that kind of act is the same institution that is telling you we don't punish them already.
They didn't say just let it go. Just let it go.
So now it not depends on the highest office in the land, which is the citizen, the Kogi citizen. What did they want to do? It's their money.
They take to the streets, they gun them down.
Exactly. So you see, boy, down to when you say these people do they understand leadership? Yes.
So target.
Sorry? Right.
Can I just add to your look at Ovie?
Yes.
I have some Kogi friends. They are telling me that anybody that talks against Yaya Bello actually gets missing.
You see?
That they get missing. Like, atrocities happening in that country is crazy, man.
But
it's
again,
crazy, isn't it?
It's
crazy.
Anybody that talking of got missing. And guess what? They just keep quiet like that. And it will keep happening.
So no, but then what is your expectation? What is your expectation?
Expectation is a choice, because if the next person meets, if your neighbor meets, who is going to be next? It's you, because that's how I'm going to see it. So in order for me not to
not if you keep your mouth quiet, you won't go missing.
No, build alliance. They cannot kill everybody in Kogi State.
Build alliance.
That's it, because he has to. If unless we want to,
they can't kill everybody in Kogi State, but who is willing to be that sacrifice?
One man. We either stop it or we encourage it to continue.
No, you're not encouraging it now, but you don't really have. You can't.
No, one man. I understand what you are saying. The authority that we believe that we do something about it, they are in bed together.
Right.
So you are left to it. It is your life now. How do you protect your life? Which way is necessary? So for me,
you continue to suffer and smile. That's the option.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Because you have no other recourse. There's no recourse in Nigeria.
And the solution is in our hand.
No, the solution is not in our hands.
Where is it? Where the solution lies?
Well, the solution, we have to find it somewhere else. But the solution is not in our hands.
It is in our. Now we go find out. Nobody go find out for us. We have to
all right, but it's not in our hands. If it was in our hands, we won't be looking for it.
No, one man. This is a matter of life and death. It is your life. Your life is in your hand.
All right.
You either jump.
You just heard what Ife said. If you raise your head above the parapet and you get sliced down.
One man, listen to me. I know that's what I'm saying. That's why I say you have to join force with the next. But it is not just going to happen. Talk to your neighbor. Say, come, there's danger, and just keep going like that. Right. You, of course, just like what Macarono is saying, I see you reading it. You understand? He don't come last time they beat him. You understand? Even though I don't necessarily, we'll get there anyway. But what he's trying to say, let everybody come out and see. Because we've been trying, individual, they push it's not working. The solution is in us. Now nobody, now we go find out wherever it is. If it's in America, if it's in London, if it's in Djibouti, now we need to go find out. So these people can only do what we allow them to do. That's a fact. They can do what we allow them to do.
Well, no. You speak this language all the time, but I'll urge you to think beyond the because sometimes when you have a thought, you have to delve into that thought even more to see how it because hold on a bit. Any and everything is elegant at the first thought. It is only when you delve into that thought that you see the gremlins that lie within.
But
so delve into that thought that you are having this egalitarian thought that they will form a mass and just launch at these people.
If you one man, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Wait. You clearly describe you put them into category: the oppressed and the oppressor. The difference between these two groups is that the oppressor are very organized. They work within themselves, regardless of their personal interests. That's the difference. We can't say that within ourselves. Right. We put our interests where we are not even ready to compromise or discuss or even try something. If we don't put our head in that debt, we don't know how dirty it is. We just
all right. Let Jafar ask you a question and move you on.
It's a zero. It's a zero. It's a zero. Yeah. Okay, please. Have you ever, in the struggle for what you want, stood in front of a gun-bearing soldier and protested for what you want without fear, without running away? Have you ever faced that kind of situation in your life? Have you ever?
Not literally soldier, but I have stand in front that I put my career before everything. I'm saying this.
That's entirely different. That's a different ball game.
Listen now.
That's a different ball game.
A zero. Okay. You stand, you no start, that they kill you. So what's the point? You go sleep for your house, you go die. You stand, you go die. Whichever way, we are at the point that it's a matter of life and death. So what do you do?
All right. Let's not be too fatalistic. Let's not be too fatalistic. Again, people are thriving in Nigeria.
I am not a fan of protest. I'm not. Because it's very easy to protest. That's the easiest thing to do. You understand? We don't try protest, the word. You should think of other forms. It's our time how are these people moving as so disorganized? There's other ways. When we say we should work together, there's so many ways we can do it. And we should not put a time limit to it. There's no time. It's a journey. But at this point, we are at the matter of life and death. You sleep for your house, they will come kill you. Protest, they will come kill you. So it's a choice between us and them.
All right. Just for reasons of let me just move you on. I disagree in totality with everything you said, but just for reasons of just moving the conversation on, because I feel that this thing you say all the time is just a surface level reasoning.
Well, we never tried it.
What have we never tried? The people have always tried to rally, but the authorities have always been able to
exactly. Let's think of something else apart from rally.
No, not rally in a physical form. In whatever form, the people have always tried to gather. But the authorities have. But
I don't expect them to just sit down and look and wait for us to just put ourselves together. No, they will keep using one way or the other to disorganize.
The closest thing we had to an opportunity was that EndSARS. because that was just a golden moment in time, but it did not follow through.
It's
But
okay.
that was the closest.
Thank you very much, one man.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. That is a step.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Let me move you on. Let me move you on over to this now. We are talking about revolution, and the person that will tell you that is the granddaddy of it all. Sowore drags female police officer to court for shooting him. You know, in Yoruba land, we say, "Entobagbadiye otoshi, ogbetalaroka." This guy, there's nothing he doesn't know how to milk the last ounce of publicity out of. So he was shot at, fair enough. Who would not be vexed at being shot at? But then we'll never hear the last of this. Back again, he will be in court with a retinue of actors dressed in Babalawo outfit and one dressed as a nun. Now, it's just so we are back in the ridiculousness that is Sowore again.
I mean, Sowore is an American trained journalist.
Yeah, look at that. He went to Unilag.
But I mean, you understand what I mean. So now Hollywood tactics be that you just got to stay on the news. Now information is so all these one are just to make us. The more the people talk about you, however good or bad, you are irrelevant. Just like in Hollywood, the more you do stupid, the more you stay on the news, the more you work more, the more job you get. That's the technique these guys do. Okay, swing secretly. That doesn't affect us. That's it. That at this point, now your personal problem is that he shot at you. You reach. So why do we deserve to? So I don't really. I understand that he's an actor. You know, look at the actor. He's just trying to be in the conversation.
Okay, so to that space then that we were discussing earlier on, wrap these two stories up. 2023 presidency debate on power shift politically immature. That is Tunde Bakari now serving his master's voice. He comes out of Aso Rock and he sings a different tune, just like the rest of them do. I'm not quite sure if you recall this guy, Colonel Mustafa, who was the ADC to Sani Abacha in those days. He has been making a lot of expose since. And he was saying that during that Abiola time, the Yorubas will come into Aso Rock in rage. You think that they are going to burn the place down and tear the country up. But when they leave Aso Rock, when they've met with Abacha, they will come noticeably with a person behind them carrying briefcases, and then the tone will change that it is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. So this is what we're still seeing now. People going to Aso Rock in rage, and they come out singing a different tune. Pastor Tunde Bakari, the latest, he now sings a different tune, throwing the entirety of the South under the bus, telling them that don't be silly, don't be childish. What do you mean by power shift? So he says that, but even more ludicrous, of course, the storyline Femi Adesina, Afenifere claps back. They called him mischievous. Do you have stronger words then for Adesina that Buhari is greater than Zika Nawo? So to those two storylines are over here.
Well, first to the politician, Bakare. Bakare, to me, is a politician. He's a trained lawyer who has been a man of God for the past 33 years, if I'm not mistaken. But he's a full-blown politician. He's been on a major ticket for presidency. So I'm seeing it in that realm. I'm not carried away in this pastoral whatever. He's a politician, so that's how they speak. This is a man who is hustling. If you read that, I listened to you and I read the article you are reading. It said, yes, the presidency might be the number one office in the land, but there are other offices that we can serve. So this is a man clearly who is working. Who says also is working to serve in the next administration. And tomorrow, we the young people will come out and say, oh, now old people they do. This is a man who's doing the job. It's making moves, compromising, do whatever he can. That's how it works. We can complain as all we want, but those guys are moving. They don't sleep. We can insult him as all we want, but that is a man that has his focus on, he's in our service in color. However he put him, that is a man who wants position. So I respect him in that regard. So yes, they use pastoral, they block or whatever, which is not again be that. So for me as a person, he's a politician and he's making the right moves.
So he's doing as the Lord ordained. So there we are. It's just
I'm a traditionalist,
you know.
They use that word to deceive his followers. He member of the big group, but he's making a good move for his political ambition. He wants to serve. I mean, give that man an office to serve, so that all of us will rest. Then you talked about
the story we were discussing earlier. What's his name? Adesina. I mean, I still can't get over it. That Malam Buhari is greater than Awu and Zik.
I mean,
but our Fenifare calls him mischievous.
You are a Yoruba man, so you should.
But I'm not an Igbo man, and I'm not a Northerner. He says he's greater than Awu, Zik, and Aminu Kano. All the marquee names, all the institutional names in Nigeria. He's saying Aboki from Daura is greater than them.
Okay. When you were narrating the topic for X0, I remember you were trying to point the normal day-to-day life of the Hausa man, that they get leaders that what you are trying to say in Hausa they call it Allah Baka Kabani. So you just pray for the leaders, go there whatever they give you and you're good. That's exactly what is playing out here. You understand? The Yorubas, I'm sorry to put them in group now because the Adesina is a Yoruba man, the Bakare is a Yoruba man, the rest. They have to sing the praise of the emperor so that he can have mercy on them and give them the seed. That's exactly what you are saying, because Bakare continued from where Oshiba just stopped in London. Remember, he started glorifying Buhari in London. So what Adesina did is just an extension of that. So it's just to playing out for what you are accusing the average Hausa man for. Allah Bakabani. So they are appeasing the emperor. Say all good
but to what I was saying, just the conversation with X0, have we been northernized now in the south? Because it is not our culture to deify anybody, but in the north they deify all their Megidas. We don't have a Megida structure, we now turning into Megida sort of people? Are we Megida now?
We are pretenders. How you go say we don't get Megida?
No. We don't have Megida, because in Yoruba land, for every 3 people, there are 4 opinions. They'll tell you to get lost. They'll say, who is your father? Who is your father in Yoruba land?
Yes. Yeah. But now let me tell you that we are pretenders. The same thing that you just described. What do we do to our religious leaders? Because then we see the pastors. It not be the same role. It's the same thing. So we dey pretend. We have obas that will do the same thing too. But most importantly, we do the same thing to Oyedepo and Adeboye. Imagine millions of Southerners that follow these people doing the same thing. Pray for them to flourish. So by so doing, the blessing will triple down to them. It's the same thing. So why you are accusing? That's what I was trying to drive Russian man to that. Why you are accusing those people? Just look inside. They do the same thing, but we just pretend. They use so many things cover up. Say we no be like that. We no be like that. We are all the same the way we do things. The Igbo master go say they know the respect is there. They no get kicked. But we have Obi of Onitsha. We have Obi of Soso place. We have Obi of Soso place. They get paid homage.
I really hate it when the Igbo say that they are Republicans. So just because they want to be, I don't know what goes on in Igbo land.
They are almost the same. It's just that in a segment, because just as you said, in 2 places we have 3 opinions.
You and this your line of reasoning. I don't even understand it.
I am not reasoning. I'm telling you what is out there. You can see it.
You're not telling.
Reasoning.
You're not telling anything.
What have I said that is not there?
Hold on. Because you see, you can say you've lived in the north. I have lived in the north equally, like the way you've been. And whatever part of the north you've been to, I believe north is north. I believe in many parts of north. So this issue of the way they try to paint southerners and northerners and the way they interact or they deal with their so-called elites, it's quite different.
How?
It's very different.
Differentiating from it.
It's very different.
Okay.
It's the level at which they do their own. I think was it X0 used the word fervor.
National mind. Don't give me levels. Tell me what they are doing that is different. Don't give me levels.
Hold on. You go hear me. If you want to hear what, you go hear what now. You see in North, every morning or every afternoon, whatever, they go line up. I mean, at least you saw what is going on. You've seen images. Tell me down south, how many places have you seen like that?
I wake up, goes to church every 6 o'clock in the morning. At the same thing. Catholic church, whatever church, is the same thing.
They line up and they collect food. For where? For where?
Listen. No be say collect food. Now Alemanjiri is the land of the collect food. So differentiate them. Now Alemanjiri is and they collect the
what is the difference between Alemajiri and the people there themselves? Who are the people?
See?
I mean,
now I doubt that you live in the north. If you can ask that question, you never live in the north. If you cannot differentiate the Alemajiri on the street and every person, then you didn't live in the north.
Listen. Not just only the Almajiris, even adults, they line up, they collect food. What are you talking about? I don't just understand how you.
One man. Sorry, I say one man. Rational man. Do adults don't go to church to collect food or not in Nigeria?
Hold on. That would depend on the
southern Nigeria.
Hold on.
It depends. That's my problem. It doesn't depend.
Listen. It is not a custom. That's what I'm saying. It's a custom.
Is the Talakawa system not the culture in the north? Is this not the history? Are you disputing that it's the historical culture?
Who said it's a culture? You are doing it.
That is their culture.
It's not a culture now. It's turning to a culture in our own land. That's what we are saying.
You can't win.
We do rank Adede too now. They go laugh for Tinubu house.
Hold on. You see, the thing is this. You see, the level at which they do it in the north.
Forget level.
It is not the same as they do it.
We have started doing it.
Listen,
we are going somewhere with it. We started small. We don't. No, it's the same. It's not different. Forget level.
Hold on now. Make I tell you something. Besides Tinubu, where they talk. Which other politicians do you know in the south?
All the political in the south.
Which of them? Name
all of them now.
Name now.
All the politicians, I say all of them, start from local government to the highest position. They go line up for their house anytime they come around. People, Nigerians, Southerners, we. Yes.
Now, where you grew up at all? You say you grew up from South at all? This guy grew up from South at all.
I grew up everywhere.
You see, rational mind, what happens is Ovie feels that people are being disparaging about the North and he wants to run up and champion them all the time.
We are doing the same thing.
Not the same thing, not at the same level.
You just agree that forget level, one man.
Not at the same level.
If you didn't do it
out of respect. Listen, most of the people that do it, listen. We do it out of respect. Hold on, you go laugh.
You see,
they do it out of respect. Like, for example, I understand that some people out of respect is because they want to do it.
You are giving excuses. No, you are giving excuses.
Hold on. What I'm saying.
What did you do out of respect, rational mind? Are you telling us that the way they are dividing and lining up in North is different than the way they line up in South?
When I say out of respect, like our obis, when we prostrate for them, it's because we respect them, right? So that's what I'm saying. But then I'm talking about whereby they've changed people's mentality to depend on some elites for their survival.
Rational mind. The fact that we are doing it cancels everything. We do it.
It doesn't cancel everything.
No,
you are talking about an anomaly and you are talking about a custom.
We have started doing it. We did not small. It started from churches.
All right. Don't worry about the churches.
Let me ask a question.
Okay. Rational mind. Just leave it. Let me come to you instead. Rational mind. Rational mind. Okay. Thank you. Let me go on to rational mind then, who just couldn't contain himself anymore for what he was hearing. That what is this man talking about? So now you get the full flavor now to speak fully. Rational mind. Kogi state government, Kogi government forfeits 20 billion naira bailout funds in secret accounts. So I'm not quite sure if you heard me read it out, but the sum total of it was that this guy, of course, we famously did not pay salary for going on 2 years, Yaya Bello. He gets this bailout to pay the salaries. He then parks it in a high yield account, which was then forced open by the EFCC. But then rather than consequences, they've just then reversed the money back to the federal coffers and say, everybody go about your business. So crime and punishment, Nigeria style, rational mind.
Yeah, I think some few weeks ago, I think we talked about it and I brought this matter up after I read it somewhere that EFCC is probing Yaya Bello and some few government officials in Kogi State. This is what they've been doing for some time. It's just that something just came to the limelight because I think the rate of suicide in that state is on the rise. And I think was it the Fed that said it there that people are missing and people who dare talk about or go against Yaya Bello, they go missing. Like we saw in the case of those EndSARS guys that were working with these Sahara reporters. So I don't know, maybe they work with Sahara reporters. And
yeah,
then
rationalize.
yeah.
Let me just expatiate a little bit on that point. I was speaking with one of a Kogi guy here, and I'm like, guy, all these things happening yourself. You can't talk. Even your civil servant can't talk. They are not being paid. And he said, guy, nobody fit talk. Anybody will talk. They get people will say they'll come carry you. People they miss you. And I'm like,
Yeah. So you can imagine. So I mean, we don't even need to go too far. I mean, to understand what is going on in that state. At least those two people we talk about, those two Benue. I think the guys are from Benue, or maybe they are from the Gala part. I don't know where. But I mean, maybe somewhere. So they were protesting during that EndSARS period, and they were saying Buhari must go. And we also saw the image or the video that or how they were maltreated, they were beaten, and then like people can't protest. And this is even the deputy governor was involved. No doubt he was working under the instigation of whoever is behind him. No doubt the governor, and we know how the whole politics went on that. So that's to tell you that we're having another mini dictator in that state.
So to that case,
you say, go on, please.
Not just the Kogi state. So to that narrative, are we then? Because I was having this with Ovie, that is Buhari essentially ruling that country with fear, via fear. Has he succeeded in instilling fear into the heart of the people?
Of course he has.
And is then using that to dominate them. Yeah.
No, that's just a straight answer to that answer. He has, to a large degree, he has. Because if he has not, why would a lot of 200 million people in that country, and then just continue in that madness over there, and then a lot of them are complaining of not being able to even afford one meal a day, and then they still tolerate that. No electricity, no pipe-borne water. You wake up early morning, and then your body is like somebody just went to the forest to cut a log. You can't even sleep right. You can't even eat right in that country. There's no good air to breathe, especially when you're in Lagos. It's so polluted and life there is just. I just understand how our people. When I look back to, I just wonder how some of us even survive in that country. So, having said that,
it wasn't like that when we were there.
Well, not as bad as
there was hope in the horizon. We always had something to cling on to, but now it's a hopeless country.
It's just worse. It's worse. I was there recently.
He has taken hope out of that country.
I was there recently about. Was it? Let me not say. I don't want to give that. So anyway, I know what is going on. I sneaked in there and I come out and then, so I know what is going on. So having said that, so what I'm trying to say is that the Kogi guy, we know that guy is a mini dictator, and I'm sure if that other guy ever becomes a president, in fact, is a disgrace to his generation, which is the younger generation or his own generation that he claims to be. And if he ever becomes, we're going to see another repeat of Buhari 2.0 in the Aso Rock there. So nobody should even talk about that guy going near Aso Rock or even wanting to even contest. Even if I ever contest, well, let me not even talk about. So talking about that money that was missing, that's what they've been doing. That guy is as corrupt. Is the most. I can say is the most corrupt. So far as we know, the most corrupt governor in that state, in that country. Yaya Bello is the most corrupt. He has so many corrupt allegations. There was this Lebanese guy that said that did the job for them, a contract some time ago. I want to Sarah reporters had to prove that the guy almost died. The guy, he fell sick because he has so many people who were depending on him, and then he has to be. This guy did the job for you. Why can't he did this contract? Why can't you pay me his money? But they carry that money, they siphon that money to some other things. No doubt, maybe this high yield interest account whereby they can use people's money that was supposed to have been paid, their pension, paid their salary. These people have kids, they have family that depends on them. This is the only thing they do to survive. How would you even have the interest? That whatever interest that accrued on that account, how would you even eat that money or even use that money for yourself? Considering people that have died, that lost their loved ones because they did not get the funds to take care of their people at the time they needed it. So I don't know how some of our people think in that country that sometimes they can live and live.
So that question that I was asking Ovie, what do you think Yaya Bello actually thinks his job is? What do you think he thinks? So I'm just asking you to speculate now. What do you think Yaya Bello thinks is in that office to do?
I think the guy just thinks. But if you look at the way that state is run so far, I think it's the worst of the governors that state has ever produced so far that I know, that I'm aware of. Because That guy, I just don't know, because the images we're seeing coming out from Kogi State and what I'm hearing from people about Kogi State is the worst it can be, as it has ever been in the history of that state, because no development is going on. But this guy keeps saying he's developing that state. He keeps throwing out pictures or whatever that he's doing, but then you don't even see the thing reflecting in the whole image of that state.
Just what you said. There was a story once that this was in Kaduna State. They were vaunting this now super road that
something like that,
that El Rufai had built, and they made a lot of noise about it. So that road, then that story got traction on social media. So somebody from Pakistan then tweeted out that no, this road is in my community. I drove on this road. This image that you are claiming that you built in your country, it's not in your country. It's in Pakistan. So they're just pulling Google images. And it's unbelievable.
Maybe they think all of us are just stupid to
just pulling Google images and posting and giving it to the gullible.
Yaya Bello is very, very corrupt. That guy is very, very corrupt. That I know of. I know for a fact. That guy's very, very, because we've been hearing so many stories about. And I know the reason why I think it goes scot-free is because he's a party to the.
Yeah, he's Omadadi now.
Something like that. So I mean, maybe they look at him as another Buhari in waiting, perhaps. Maybe that's what they think of him. But I just don't know. People just like tout this guy. Oh, he's the president. He's going to be the next president. It's our generation that could for the young people. I mean, even in his state, what has he done? What has he achieved in that state? All the 8 years he spent in that state. The last election they did that brought him in. If you know how much this guy spent just to be able to bring himself back in, he make that state. Well, let's not go too far, but I just
maybe all that money that he spent to bring himself back in. Maybe if he had used that money to build some hospital or some major bridge, maybe that would have brought him in anyway. Yeah. Because they would then see. So that's why I always ask, what do these people? Anyway, let me know.
They're not there to serve. It's very it's obvious to everybody that they're not there to serve the people. They're there to enrich themselves. They only care about themselves. That's it.
All right. Let me take you then to the pulpit now, and let's discuss Tunde Bakari. 2023 presidency debate on power shift, politically immature. So this was the guy that was, I played the video just earlier. This guy, so it's not even them say, we played the video in another session that was on his rostrum, jumping up and down, and his pulpit jumping up and down, declaring revolution, that he's at war now, and is going to bring Buhari down. That was in July the 25th. This is October the 15th, and it's coming out of Aso Rock, telling us now that power should be retained in the north. So what are you making then of this pastorpreneur?
You see, we all know these political pastors that pastors in the day and maybe politicians at night, or maybe politicians at night. I mean, pastor, whatever. So anyway, so the thing is, we know that they are just all there for their own pockets. It's I think this guy I think he's an attention freak. I think he's always seeking attention, kind of wanting to be in the limelight. Because I don't even see him as being popular. I mean, he was once popular, but with all the crap he has been doing lately, I think his numbers has been going down. I mean, whatever number he had before now, I think it has been because he's been inconsistent. It's just keep jumping, keep babbling, and keep flip-flopping here and there, and then he says one thing today, and the next day we are different. Or he says something today, and he does another thing tomorrow. I mean, like we're seeing right now, this is the same guy that was talking about he will lead a protest and blah blah blah. Suddenly, nice, he said, I think he said something to that effect, that he said, "I will never visit you again until you fix this country," and whatever. Man, look at him now. He's not stepping in.
So we consider then that the country has been fixed, because if a man of God stands on his pulpit to tell us that he would never visit the president on the country, so that then means that Nigeria is okay.
Well, that's according to them. We all know.
Well, this is what we have to conclude now. If he says, "I will never go there until the country has been fixed," and we say him there today,
you tell that to the common man, or the other common man in the street in Lagos or in any part of Nigeria, and tell them, yes, Nigeria is fixed, and then that's it, because Bakare has gone to Aso Rock. They'll tell you, you know the answer to that question. So my brother, you see, the thing is, I think I saw something about this guy. I said he had property here in the United States.
Yes, that is sold for a loss, at a loss.
So that a loss. So I mean, as if a pastor could own that kind of a property,
yes,
worth millions of dollars, over $1 million.
You saw that was a mansion now.
It's a mansion, yeah. So I mean, if he owns such a property, that's to tell you that these people, they're not just there to serve the people. I mean, they talk about the one they try to exemplify, which is Christ.
I mean, what is his job? Tithe and offering.
I mean, Christ said he never had. Christ said he never had. He said even the birds, they have their roost, and even the fox have their own dens. But he says him as a man does not have where to lay down his head. But then you see all these pastors riding in 5 different private jets. They have mansions here and then. Virtually every Western countries, they have houses. They turn this whole thing of Christianity into some kind of business for themselves, and that's what it is.
Do you know that business. A lot of these pastors are actually converts to Christianity? Johnson Suleiman, of course, a convert to Christianity.
Yeah, that's another thing to see.
There's Bakare, a convert to Christianity. So they I don't know what they're making of that.
Some of them are, not all of them. Both the ones that were converted, and some of them who were long time so-called Christian, and then they came to limelight. So it's just, my brother, it's very. I mean, it's only for those people who can reason right, that could see through the facade that this whole thing is just a money making. It's just all about themselves. It's not about the people they want to serve. It's not just It's things are just not the way they used to be anymore. I mean, these days you don't hear them talk about the kingdom of God anymore. All they talk about is how to be rich. Your neighbor bought a car yesterday. You should have to buy a car today too. I will pray for you. If you don't get it, it means that you have done God. You have done God. I mean, like, my goodness, what kind of doctrine are you people preaching?
They call it prosperity preaching.
Prosperity doctrine.
They call it, but that seems to be the only theme in Christendom in Nigeria. Is all prosperity. Yeah. There's nothing outside of prosperity preaching within that I have seen.
Sorry, can I add something? The preaching is not even going to a stage whereby if you don't have money, you'll be thinking you are a sinner in that Nigeria.
Of course.
They'll be telling you that if you are not rich, it means you are a sinner, that God is not with you. And I'm like,
just to add on to that,
there's not the ally back and Cabano to be worried about. Now the bondage where the whole Lord is
we know that. Just to add on to that, that thing. I was in this was going back years ago in Woolwich in South London. There's a church. I wouldn't name the church, because usually then my thing then was that I would go to church for the new year, and then see the new year in church, and then that covers me for the year. That was in my guy days, so I just say, if I break the year in church, that's me covered. So I was in that church, and then the pastor was saying, then it came to that roll call, and they spend about an hour on the money bits. And to my surprise, and consternation, this guy was asking then people to stand up according to how much they are going to donate. So he says, if you are giving £1,000, stand up. And then if you are giving, so he then cascaded the amount so that you were left sitting, then you were feeding in it. It was, I've never seen such a thing. It was quite a thing. So
is that anyone you see?
I'm thinking if the guy, what really this thought that, and I come to you just now, right in my mind, but the thought that came to my mind as that was going on is that guy that is standing up to give £1,000, if he's a millionaire, and the guy that is giving £10, he only has £100 in his pocket, who is actually giving more? So that's the thing. But yes,
at least some of those who are Bible readers here might understand what I'm saying. I mean, we heard about a story of is it the widow's mite?
Yeah, widow's mite.
Yeah. So who gave a little, even though the other people they gave more. And then even Christ himself appreciated her more than those who put more. It's not about what you put; it's about what is in your heart. Because Christianity these days is just so. Sometimes you just wonder what has got into people. We all know what has got into people. Of course, people just want the wealth. They want money. They want to be able to ride on private jets and fly here and there and be called teacher, whatever they call themselves. Pastors, reverend fathers. They love that high sounding name, Daddy Gio. Daddy Gio.
When did that even come in as a thing?
Can I interject?
Daddy.
National mind.
Yeah.
What happened? Not that what happened. We have discovered that Christianity is a scam.
Yeah.
Don't mean we have discovered.
We have discovered the scam.
No, we have not discovered that. What we are saying is there is scam in Christianity. That's not to say
Christianity is not a
Christianity is a
scam.
The whole movement is a scam.
All right. Okay.
Well,
That is your opinion anyway.
So it's just you see, it's just I mean, the one who started I would say, well, the one who left the whole thing about Christianity that people are talking about. I mean, himself said it. They said some people will come and then they would fake to be like him. I mean, these false disciples, they will come and they will say they are here. Right? For those who read the Bible very well, will understand that what is going on, and they should not be alarmed. But it's just you need to sit down and think it through and see who among these people are really, because it says by their fruit you know them.
Sorry,
their fruits here would mean what are they producing? I mean, in terms of when it comes to their attitude and everything, and even the teaching, you look at it very well. Does it even go? Is it consistent with what you read from the Bible yourself? So when you see doesn't, you have to draw the line from there. So for me, I just see that these people. Yeah. What was that question again, please? Repeat.
No, yes, I just wanted to move you back to the topic. Yeah. So yes, it was Pastor Bakare saying essentially that the debate on power shift is politically immature.
Yeah.
This is what he said when he came out of his meeting with
a religious man dabbling into politics, and then again we see they make Christianity a state religion again. And then another person gets there, becomes a pastor president or whatever it is. And then they start going there and they turn Aso Rock to another Christian Mecca or whatever. I mean, another Jerusalem, It's just, for me, I keep saying it on this your platform, other platforms, there's a need to separate. In fact, do away with all this religion. Don't let them come near government. Let everybody do it in their own place. Practice it. Don't even give them a platform to be talking in national issues. Let it be. State that practice that does secularism, that secularize their whole governmental system, they are moving forward. They are prospering. They are progressing. I mean, talk about Western European countries, where we used to know them as like France. We used to know Germany to be more predominantly.
They are turning the churches into wine bars and apartments in the UK now.
Yeah, so you can imagine that. So if these countries now, that's why they don't have this religion anymore, having hold on their government anymore. But they're still prospering. They're still progressing.
In fact, the people sustaining Christianity in the UK are the Africans.
That's what baffles me. They brought it to us, and then we're taking it back to them and making it we carry the top of our head like gala. That is like you just wonder what is wrong with people. I'm not saying people should not practice their religion, but what I'm saying is that it should not become part of politics. And that is what this idiot is doing, going to Aso Rock and then trying to talk about he's a pastor, and then we all know that this man is not a consistent man. He flip-flops like every
Is he a pastor? Is he a man of God?
Thing. It's not, I don't think so. Even though, is he a pastor?
Actually, what constitutes a man of, just briefly in that window, just because
most of them just claim to be man of God. 70%, 80, 90, they are thieves. That is the rightful word. No need to be bending or mad or bend-minded, or just think and talk in public space and tell us rubbish. You see, most of them, they just claim to be, they just lie to us in the name of God, and they are all 90% are thieves. That's the simple truth. And I can defend anything I'm telling you right now. I approve.
Ego. So can I, Ego?
Yeah, go on.
You see, there are many words that they've coined in Nigeria, and I'm like, where did those things come from? Man of God.
Man of God.
Daddy
Gio.
Father in the Lord.
Father in the Lord. Touch not my anointed. Oh God.
So just to answer your question real quick, the question you asked. I mean, so you see, the thing is, for anybody who is a Christian, will just look at Christ himself, whom everybody tries to exemplify. I mean, follow his example. I mean, look at him. Look at when he was on earth. What did he do? I mean, was he allowing people to use high-sounding name? In fact, it says, don't call me this. It says, just call me. You don't just call me Christ. Call me this. I mean, don't call me. I'm not God. I mean, let me not go into that. So what I'm trying to say is, look at the example, the one who left that model for them to follow. Look at him. Is he the people who claims to follow his model? Are they really following that footstep that he left for them? If not, then you need to understand that these people are just, fake, or who are claiming to be his disciples. That's basically just look at them, look at their fruit which they are producing, and compare it to what Christ said would be the fruit of his true disciples. And then from there you can figure things out for yourself.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind, finally, let me take you to this spot. I'm sure you've been following this storyline. I'm not sure that there's many people within the Nigerian space that are not following this storyline. Femi Adesina again. It's just anyway. Let me. He's saying that Malam Buhari is greater than Nnamdi Azikiwe, than Aminu Kano, and to cap it all, Obafemi Awolowo. This he didn't even he wrote it on our Facebook. This is what this guy did. I find it very, of course, they describe him as being mischievous, but then what are you making of that? That
So you
Malam
see,
Buhari
was it
is
the other day
greater
here
than.
when we're debating here, and then I think Jafar was saying something. I was saying that this guy, whenever he says something on his that is whatever Facebook, it's usually speaking to whatever has been discussed within the Astro Rock, or that whatever has been discussed nationally or be thrown out there in the news nationally. You know, like when we're talking about when he said a senator, when Buhari talk about this, I mean, a member of the House of Rep or whatever is sponsoring IPOB, and he was castigating. He was insinuating that this guy, what's his name? This Abia State Abaribe is, you know. So we can understand. So now he's talking about was it when the deputy? I mean, I said the deputy, the vice president spoke about something, and then he's now talking about it. That you see, even the vice president confirming that Buhari is the most simple man you can ever work with. He's a good man. He's an honest man. I was like, look at this level. I mean, that even tells you that the level of sycophancy in that presidency.
But Yemi Osinbajo was just speaking empty words of platitude. Those were just political words. Nothing at all. You have to remember that. Sorry, Rational Mind. You have to remember that Yemi Osinbajo's wife is Awolowo's granddaughter. Correct. So I don't think Yemi Osinbajo thinks along those lines.
He did not.
That Malam Buhari is.
Yeah. What he did was he took Yemi's word or statement
a little bit, and then
he tweaked it, and then he spun it around, and then he took it beyond what was not even meant. You know, even though we know that even the vice president was a sycophant himself. You know, maybe he's trying to look for maybe his master in Lagos. He wants them to be able to give him the presidency after his Oga goes, and then the other Oga that is serving, who made him vice president, will also come back, or maybe himself. I mean, that's to tell you the kind of level of sycophancy in that Astro Rock, because it seems they're not telling this man the truth. It's easy that this man is ignorant of what is going on in that country, or those people there. I mean, deliberately he's on his own, ignorant, or the people there working with him there, his aides, his handlers, they have the level of, as we are seeing already, the way they are just throwing out words there like is the best than after your love rights or whatever, that is better than Awolowo and the rest of them. You know, that's to tell you that they must have been telling this man some things that probably was, I mean, kind of like changing this man's mind and maybe making this man think that, oh, it's after all, since are not really that bad in this country, like they make it seem, or people here. Look at my people here, my aides are telling me what is going on, that I'm doing well for the country, I'm doing good. I mean, what are people talking about?
Rational Mind, do you think Malam Buhari himself thinks is in the same category as people like Zik, Awo, and Aminu Kano? Do you think he himself thinks that?
This kind of person, I think it's not that is saying this now, because maybe his own brother is trying to, like, you know, because I think somebody who is not even from his own tribe. I mean, from his own ethnicity.
Because I think Buhari vests himself somewhat in reality, and I don't think even Buhari himself would deem that level he is at. That Buhari could never think it's at that level. I don't even think Buhari think it's at the level of Obasanjo. Never mind that will happen.
Did you see one of his recent? Was it today or when they did his their ministers retreat, whatever? You see the way the man was speaking. You could see.
Additional?
No, Buhari.
Malam Buhari. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you could see that the man is becoming senile.
No, it's the medication now.
You can see that.
Is it that the medication is wearing off, or he has not?
Yeah, you can see that cognitive decline in him. Age is not telling us. I said, like, maybe he needs to go to. He needs to come to your place very soon. Come and get that booster.
Do you see how it works? It's like you know Scooby-Doo. That Scooby-Doo, you know, that's how it works now. Scooby-Doo.
So for me, you see, one thing about me is that for the way I was trained, I try to read people's body language and all of that. That really tells me, because you can see that guy is declining, and he's declining fast, the way I'm saying him. So maybe again he has to travel again and go get more booster shots to boost him up, and then you prop him up again and look like as if, oh, I'm okay now, I'm looking younger like I used to, or I'm, so but we all know that all those crap. So what I'm trying to say is that what Femi Adesina, or like this guy calling Adesina, is what is said, it gives you a glimpse into what is going on in that Aso Rock. That no doubt these people, they must have been serenading or talking to this man, like telling him good words.
Do you think what they do is to try to out sycophant themselves? Is this out sycophancy that we're seeing now? Who can be more sycophantic? Is this what it's about?
Oh, of course, that's what it is. I mean, that's what all the politicians they do in Nigeria. I mean, look at how they were touting this guy. What's his name? Was it Tinubu? And saying, oh, like that one say, oh, the eagle has landed, like he was saying, like what eagle has landed? I mean, eagle can fly. Eagle has a vision. He can see far. But this guy, what vision does he have? I mean, it's another senile man that will be coming to Aso Rock if ever he gets there. Mentally retarded president that will be getting there when they'll be able to manipulate even more than this guy, more than Buhari. They will manipulate this guy, or they will manipulate Tinubu more, because Tinubu, that man is not Tinubu that used to be about 20 years ago when he was there as a president, or when he was there as a governor. So for me, what I'm trying to say in essence is that we don't need these people anymore. We don't need people that are old to come there. We need younger minds, vibrant minds that can think, that has 21st century vision. Not this archaic-looking people or analog people as Sowore will call them.
I agree with you. But with the fear to enter now, we say politics now evil. So how do we replace them?
Okay, Ovie, let me quickly take Ovie on that. Ovie,
yes. Do you know the entry bar? Do you know the entry bar into politics? But Rachna might take him.
Let me quickly take Ovie. Ovie, did you see the new electoral law they just made? And by that again, the what's it called? The way these political parties are. Somebody was saying to Sowore and the rest of them to go infiltrate all those with their followers, go infiltrate PDP or APC. Do you know that even if these people infiltrate it, they cannot get the ticket there? They'll never give them ticket.
I see the reason why, but there are other ways of getting things done without actually joining them like that. First of all, make we get our own union first. We don't even have that, so we say we want.
But then we have that. Every other thing will come in place. The youth are not united. They are
exactly. Now you are making my point. So how, if we are not united, how do we even take them out? That's my point. Now we be the problem.
Come on. Just settle down on that, Alvie. What do you mean they are not united? What does that mean?
What do I mean? Nigerian youth are not united?
Yes. What does that mean?
We are not united. I don't think there's any youth organization out there that
organization. Oh, you mean organization?
Huh? No.
Is that what you are talking about? Organization, some organization.
Yeah, but what is unity if we are not? If we can't make
unity? So that is where I wanted to take you to. So you don't understand it. So let me explain. Unity is common purpose. Common purpose is unity. It's not an organization. It is common purpose.
Okay. My one man, I believe it is not what you know, but what you can do with what you know. We have common purpose. Then what? Move to action.
If you are saying that the youths are not united, are you saying the youths don't have a common purpose?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
The youths in Nigeria don't. They are not vested. Have a common purpose. They are not vested upon in the same way.
We are not. Nigerian youth is bigger than few celebrating on the street. No,
that's not. I wasn't talking about celebrities. So stay where you've opened up.
The Nigerian youth, yes, young people.
Are you saying the Nigerian youths, they don't have a common purpose? And by common purpose, are you saying that just broadly the things that the Nigerian youths are contending with and the things that are restricting them, are you saying it's not common all the way from Lagos to Borno and in between? Are they not essentially contending with almost the same virtually thing that is holding them back?
We are not united. I'm not.
No. That is what I'm asking you.
Yes,
that wasn't the question, though, V. Are they being put upon in the same manner right across the board? The youths, are they contending with the same thing?
One man, I said no.
They are not contending. Okay, so what different things are they contending with then?
What difference? It depends on the angle you look at. In Nigerian space. If you look at the East, they don't care. Well, they just want their own freedom. The youth, the young people especially. When you look at the North, they are focused on how do we have a better government? How do we get a better people?
Do they have employment in the North? The youth.
Come on, what is your question?
No.
I'm trying to answer your question.
My question is your lack of understanding of what
I do understand. I don't just agree with you. You want me to say yes, we have a common.
No, I don't. I'm not asking you to agree with me.
So why do you say I don't understand?
Because you don't understand what you're saying. You know, I was saying to you earlier on that the easiest thing is to have this rather beautifully crafted thought in a flash. But when you drill into that thought, that is when it starts to unpeel. So you come out, they are not united, the youth.
We don't have a common purpose. I'm just telling you, I'm not saying no, I understand you.
No, okay, so you say we don't have a common purpose. So are you saying then that the youths in the North largely have employment, security, a good quality of life in the North?
No, not largely.
What about the youth in the East? Do they have employment, facilities, a good quality of life?
No.
And in the West and all over the country?
No.
Is that not then a common purpose?
No.
It is not?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You see, this is what I'm saying. You don't often instances understand. You just come with all this elegant
thoughts. Because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I don't understand.
But you don't now. You just demonstrated that you don't understand what you're saying.
What's not the common purpose now?
You don't understand what you're saying. That is
half
the issue that you don't understand what you're saying. Because you just have an elegant thought and you want to throw it out there to be contrarian. You want to be contrarian.
Let me answer it to your own understanding. You understand? Just because I say yes to all of the question you answer does not apply to every Nigerian youth on the street of all this new country you are talking about.
Nothing applies to all the youths in any space now.
Exactly.
We're talking about broadly that makes it a statistical fact.
One man, remember, your question is on premise of providing where we are and solution. That is your question is coming from.
You said that the Nigerian youth are not united. I'm saying to you that they are.
No, one man.
Because they have not formed an association, Abi, and they're not paying membership fees. They are not paying membership fees.
One man, based on that, and I said it is not about what you know, it's about what you do. Somebody on the chat was actually saying that, people are suffering in the South, old men. I said no, because if we suffer, we don't do something. We're not. I know what I'm saying.
All right. Sometimes you have to drill into some of these things that you say, because in instances I will drill into some of these things that you do say, but thank you, V. Rational Mind, round off your thoughts on that now, Femi Adesina, then I'll put those same set of questions to Jafar.
In conclusion, it's just we know what this guy is. It's just a sycophant, and they will always do what they want to do to survive within the political space and to be relevant too, and maybe to keep their job. And we know that this idiot, whenever he gets out of there, and I just hope when he gets back to normal, whatever we refer to as normal. So if he comes back, become an ordinary person like all of us in the street, except maybe he has stolen a lot of money that will make him to be comfortable and continue in politics, except that. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that for me, what I dig from this whole thing about what Femi Adesina said, twisting the word of the vice president, either I twisted or not, but what I'm just saying is that it gives you a glimpse or an insight into what is going on within that Aso Rock presidency. That these people, no doubt, must have been serenading this man, the president, telling him sweet words, making him feel important, thereby kind of trivializing or making of no importance, of no effect, what is going on in that country, making him say that, don't mind those people, they always, like he says, don't you hear that idiot, what's his name? This guy we're talking about, additional. The way he says the problem is Nigerians, they don't appreciate, there's a way he talks,
it's an annoyance, isn't it? That's just what.
Imagine that kind of a person talking to a president that, don't mind them, it's just their fault, it's not your fault, sir. You're doing good. In fact, you're better than Awolowo. I mean, the idiot will be thinking that, oh yes, I'm a good man. I'm doing good.
You know, just because
so that's just what I dig from it.
Yes, we've asked this question before. Rational mind, and I cannot recall how we concluded it. But I was just querying then that is the Nigerian president not essentially Malam Buhari in this instance, but just the Nigerian president, whoever is in situation, is he so removed from the Nigerian person that it doesn't really get an understanding of what is going on in the country? And I'm saying this because to get the information of what is going on in the country, there's so many layers that brings that information. So some underly will report to some supervisor who reports to some PAMSEC, who reports to the deputy minister, who reports to the minister. That minister then reports it to the chief of staff, who then feeds it to the president. So there's just so many layers of functionaries between the president and the people that he never really has any real understanding of what is going on in the country.
Correct.
Okay? I was going to ask if I'm just completely
yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right. That's what it is. I mean, that's what it is. Because you see, sometimes we wonder: is this man doesn't know about the killing going on in the northeast? I mean, in the northwest, in the middle belt. I mean, does he even know? Look at just imagine. Look at what the same idiot we're talking about, Opunadeshino. When was it not he that said to Otom when they were killing people in Benue State?
Your land, your life.
That pays taxpayers' money, that pays no doubt your money in Aso Rock, and even pays your boss money. And then you're telling them that they should give up their land. I mean, imagine he telling the president that, oh, president, don't mind Otom. If he has not killed his people enough, if they kill them enough, then he will hand over his land to them. Like I said to them, let him give out his land. Your people are doing well. Don't worry. Those Fulani, your people, they've not done any wrong. They too are Nigerians. They need to have their own space to rear their cattle. So don't mind him. Don't mind Otom. He's just being difficult. He's just being a stupid man. Just don't mind him. If he doesn't like it, let him. If he doesn't want his people to be killed, let them give them their land. Let them give them the land up to the Fulani. Imagine the kind of people talking to the president this way. I mean, maybe not in this way exactly the way I said it. Maybe better the way I said it. Those people are very good at talking. They are orators. They know how to talk and use words. I mean, like so imagine talking to this.
Snake.
You said?
Is that what you said?
What did you say?
You're a snake.
Oh, wow. You can imagine. So you can imagine they just talk, and then tell them, make the man believe that he's doing well. He has not done anything wrong. In fact, you're not going to egg. This is not war crime by just keeping quiet, not just watch. It tells you, no doubt, why Buhari is the way it is. Because Buhari that we know, I know that although old age is telling on him, but Buhari we know. Maybe that was why Namikano call him Jubril for Sudan, because the Buhari that we knew, like the Buhari was like, this guy, I mean, you need to fear him whenever he talks. I mean, he's a man of his word. But then looking at under his watch, thousands of Nigerians are being slaughtered on a daily basis. In Plateau today, we heard about his own Fulani men, his own herdsmen people, killing people in Plateau. I mean, you see the dead body on the road, like, my goodness, where is this man? Is he from a different planet? You are supervised, you are having under your watch your own people that you swear to protect. I mean, to uphold the Constitution. You are under your watch, they've been slaughtered, and you're doing nothing. So it's to tell you that it's either this man is deliberately ignorant because of his old age, or maybe, no doubt, as we're seeing with this additional and idiots or some other idiots working with him, they must have been kind of like be talking in a way that makes him look at this, make it seem like it's not a big deal after all. He's doing well, So that's what I think.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Jafar, are you there? Because you are here now under two names, so I'm not quite sure. Are you there, Jafar? Oh, I was hoping to go to Jafar. Let me see. Maybe
he has somebody guess that wants to join. If he's coming on that name.
No, are you there, Jafar?
Oh, do you mute him, one man?
No, I've unmuted him now, but
one is muted, one is unmuted.
Yeah. All right. I think he may well be away from his system. Okay, we wait for Jafar to come back. But as we wait for Jafar to come back, let me go on to
I think it is there. His voice is not just clear. Something.
No, I can hear some echo in
Yeah,
it. But it's
there.
not.
I think it's Jafar. If you can hear us, your mic, we can't hear you. Check your connection.
No, I think it's the system that is feeding back. You see, if I say something now, it starts to rattle. Okay. So I think it's the system. It may not be.
I think he logged on twice. He has two. I don't know if I'm the only one saying this. He has two.
Yeah. We can.
So maybe he needs to eliminate one, and then
let me remove one to say, because I wasn't quite sure which one of them was So are you there now, Jafar?
I'm muting. Why don't you mute him? I don't think it's there.
No, okay. Let me just. Yeah. All right, so let's go on to Ife then. Ife, so to the talking point, let me start you off where Rational Mind left off. Femi Adesina telling us that Malam Buhari is greater than Zeke. Zeke of Africa, or not just Zeke of Africa, and the mighty Awolowo. This is what he said, this guy. So what are you making of that? Do you concur?
I think Mike will like that he's saying that Buhari is better than than Zeke, but I'm sure he will not like it when he's compared to Great Awu. I will imagine Awu of 4 people. I think all the University of Ife student has to come out and really spank that guy. You know, like come out and talk. But the person I'll blame is Buhari, because since you've even used the pastors or the Bible this thing today, maybe we should be quoting Bible throughout, because the Bible itself will say that if a ruler likes listening to falsehood, all his officials will be wicked. So I think that's what's panning out. It seems as if Buhari himself likes listening to people who will be telling him lies about his administration. So what you now have is you have ministers, you have advisors who are actually wicked people, because you don't see anybody who is talking against his government in his cabinet. During Obasanjo's time, we had ministers that would stamp their feet on ground and say, Baba, this is what you are going to do, and they would do it, you know. And he came out to say it. Although I'm not an advocate of El-Rufai. El-Rufai, in his statement, said why he worked was because Obasanjo gave him the opportunity to implement policies that help him to change the FCT as we see it today. The same thing, the minister then, Ezekwesili. They normally say Obasanjo gives them the opportunity to say the facts to him, even though we know that he has his own excesses. But I think we are now seeing a crop of leadership in Nigeria politics where you see that they get people who would be talking, who will be telling them what they want to hear and not what they want to hear. And the way human nature is, you cannot always get it right all the time. And when you don't get it right all the time, and you have people who are amplifying your lies, it makes the whole system bad, and it's very sad.
But in fairness to Buhari, do you think he himself actually thinks he is in the category of somebody like Aminu Kano, Zeke, or Awolowo? Do you think Buhari would deem to be that arrogant to bracket himself in such a lofty company?
I don't think Buhari, even if they I don't know, maybe it's old age that is affecting him, but even if they tell him in his youth way that you are greater than Aminu Kano, he will shoot the person.
No, because I think he's self-aware enough to know that it's not in the same category.
Yeah. But you know, he does not really talk out. So everything that anybody says passes. But anybody, he himself know that those people. Imagine Awu.
Imagine Buhari greater than Awu. I mean, what?
Awu that did free education. Awu that did free education. First Cocoa House.
First television station in Africa. Everything first. You know. the templates that I will left behind, some African countries are still using that ideological thrust. I think even Rwanda is predicated on Awoism. And this Malam Buhari, what are
One man, you act like you don't know how Nigerian man thinks. They say the dog is only loyal to the person that feeds the dog. Somebody made you a millionaire, and you want to sit down there and say another man is better than him. Come on now. That's the way every Nigerians are loyal to whoever is feeding them, whoever is giving them money. Buhari made the guy a millionaire. You're telling him to sit there and say another somebody is better than Buhari. You know, Nigeria now, that's the way we think. You can't take Nigerian man statement seriously, you know. That's just the way we think, unfortunately. Until we change our mentality, maybe things will begin to get better. We are just loyal to our pocket. That's it. That's the way we reason in our country. And that's how all the politicians think. Everybody's loyal. That's why they jump from PDP to APC. Don't be surprised that we jump to PDP someday. That's the way they think in Nigeria. Everybody is all for their pocket. Everybody is loyal to the dollar, the money. That's no human being in Nigeria put anything above money.
You know, Mike, sometimes I wonder if the fat boy sets out deliberately to cause offense, you know. Because
that's another way to look.
Yeah, because sometimes I wonder, you know, when you come out in the public space to compare Malam Buhari with Awo, obviously you know what will come. So is it just, you know, is it sycophancy next level? They promised us next level.
I bet you if you're going to look that man's background when he was younger, he used to be on right side. You know, right side.
He was a radical, you know. Apparently was a radical. That's what people said.
All right, sir. That's what it. When all right, sir, won't praise you. They will praise you like say you're better than.
After you now, Donald Trump, you were
you know. So Adesina used to be on a right side. So that he grew up like that. So he's now in his job. So we have to act out his, you know, his personality. So that's what he's been. He's been on the right side. He's don't sack me. You're better than. I will. You're the greatest. Just continue to give me that.
Does this guy know that Buhari only has about 13 months left? Is it relatively? It still has a lot of. I think it's.
You know how much money you 13 months. You know how much you make within that 13 months.
Yes, but after Buhari, he still has to come back into society with all of these things that he has said and done.
Nigerian man don't think about future when it comes. I wish I go chop. No. They are more loyal to right now. No one thinks about future. Now people don't think long term in Nigeria, man. Now what you go chop? No. See the way Nigerian man do business now. They will lie to you to buy that product. They're not thinking that this guy here I'm selling this product to. It's better to be honest with him so he will keep being a loyal customer. But the way we do business, the way we do things, we don't think long term. You understand? We just want chop. No. You understand? When Nigerian man they do business, you go to the market now, they go lie to customer, even though they know the customer will find out that it's a lie later, and that customer will no longer come to them. They'll rather make that dollar now than have a lifetime of they rather earn that money right now than to have a lifetime of the same person coming back. So that's the way we're raising, unfortunately. You know, that's the mentality of the people. So unfortunately, until we change that mentality, forget Nigeria remain the same, man.
You see this example that you just cited, Mike, is something that I've always been reflecting on. But not so much at that market, but is your average guy abroad that will send money to XYZ to do something. And XYZ will steal that money, he will steal that $1,000, he will steal that £500, he will steal
Imagine.
That whatever.
And it will ruin that lifelong relationship.
But then that guy will not come to you again, no? But if you don't steal it, and the guy, of course, that is sending you something, he will give you a cut. And then if he knows that you are reliable, for years and years and years, you'll be eating off the guy. But you just steal that little bit so that you can go and toast Silifa or Moya down the road.
I've cut off so many friends in Nigeria and because of that mentality. I'm like, guy, I just cut them off. I'm like, you're foolish. You benefit from me interacting with you, but you decide to be greedy to steal one time, and now forget it. You just hold that one small big, you think it's big amount, but forget it. I'll never trust you again. So you've lost it. You've lost lifelong benefits. They don't. We need to start thinking about people how to think philosophically. Our mentality is so bad, man. You know, we think short term. I was so not German. They think we think go chop. No. Even our politicians, the way they do things, they're not thinking long term. They're not even thinking 20, 30 things they are doing today. That's why they go say, I patch road, I patch this. Instead of the money you spend, right? You spend $2 billion to bring a Chinese company to come and and fix road for you, build road. If you spend that money, invest on one engineering academy to put some Nigerians to go and do research on, you understand? Learn how to build road, you do all those things, build equipment. We don't think about those things, you understand? To develop our own, we're not thinking long term. Like, let's change our curriculum. Let's start training the minds of our invest money on training the minds of our children to become scientists, to become people that can build all these things, but rather go and carry a woman to come and do it right now, or Chinese one to come and do it.
All right, Mike. Mike, a lot of what you are saying I agree with, but let me go back to Ife, because that thing that you also said now is something that I've been thinking about a lot. But let's go back to Ife to let him carry on. Ife, to you.
Yeah, so apart from that, it is, if not for the foundation I would laid in the South, which other regions also benefited from. And if we want to look at the decadence that have happened in form of embezzlement of public fund, lack of investment into healthcare and education, I'm telling you that it is that ripple effect that our own generation is benefiting, and I will not be surprised this is the last generation, because if you look at the governance after his administration, nothing has been done substantially. And even if you go to those universities, those old universities, it was the old structure he built that are still standing. I was speaking with somebody from University of Ife. He was telling me that it's still our structure that is still the best up till now.
Moremi Hall and whatnot, yeah?
That all the new generation halls that they built is either dilapidated or substandard, and they are begging for the innovation. That it was all those old structures that are still state of the art, and I'm like, are you serious? And that's the reality. So for Adesina to now wake up and say Buhari that has not even beat school in his own hometown.
Is there even a school in Daura? I'm sure there must be. Let me check. But I think you wanted to come in on what Mike was saying about sending money home. It sounded as though you wanted to.
Yeah. You know, even what Mike is saying is better. It's better that they even eat that money and live your life at peace. What they are now doing now is, in some cases, you find a situation that people travel back home to go and look at how either their relatives or friends that spend their money, they die. Either through assassination or through our own African means, you know. So that's why I just want to say that it's even if they even eat your money and leave you at peace, it's better. They now do it in form of, if you want to start some let's say legal case with them, they just eliminate you. You know, it's that bad now. And that's why most times I feel for people who don't have trusted hand back home.
This is why when UK comes here to talk about Ayo, his man in Nigeria, I listen in envy, because everybody wants an Ayo in Nigeria that they can just send money to and say, go to my house and do this. But yes, it looks as though they do have schools in Daura. I think they have about 3 or 4 schools. So that's good to know that education.
What are the qualities? What are the qualities of the teachers there? And that's what Mike said. They have to overhaul everybody that have traveled to this African country, to Europe and America. I always say one thing when it comes to education: overhaul our education system. It's not working again.
No, I think the United Nations, or was it even the World Bank or something, they said as well that there's a skills deficit in Nigeria, that the Nigerian youth, they are unskilled. So I was alarmed when I read that, because all we ever hear is how talented and educated Nigerians are. But then when they broke it down, they were saying that the education that is going on in Nigeria is not contemporaneous. It doesn't chime with what is required. People are remote working now. People are working internationally now. People are working on computers now. So you're still using some old analog system. You know, did you see that viral video of that Quranic school that they are flogging children? So that's still the system in Nigeria. So So we just have some skewed, because we have like a top end that is highly educated. We think Nigerians are highly educated, but the vast majority of Nigerians, they either are misdirectionally educated, poorly educated, or uneducated. So let's be real. But thank you, Ife. So Ife, let me take you to this space now. Let me take you to Tunde Bakari, who now, having now met Buhari at Aso Rock, came out singing a different tune, as is often the way when people go into Aso Rock and come back. He now telling the Southerners not to be childish about wanting power, that power rotation is immature, and all this kind of talk. So what are you making then of the preacher man?
Yeah, when Rational Mind was analyzing that Tunde Bakari, I think it's a nice to even call him a pastor, but due to the situation we found ourselves in that country, everything goes. You know, you now have people who just follow people without any form of ideology. You know, I think there was a time we discussed this thing that, and I said that even the Bible itself says that anybody that have said something that is claiming to be pastor or prophet or this and does not come to pass, if not that there is reformation now, those people has to be stoned to death if we want to look at it from the law of Moses. And these are the things this set of people do. They came, say he's Messiah, wrong. He came and said that he will never go to Aso Rock. He has gone to Aso Rock. You see people just eating their vomit, going back to their vomit. And I'm like, do these people reason? Are they normal human beings? It's a pity. Because of he was arguing something, and I got his point that everywhere you see this Rankadede type of lifestyle, and also it's in the southwest. We cannot dispute that, you know. Although even it's not as what is obtainable in the northern part of the country, but we should be sincere to ourselves. It's everywhere. We have people who sit down at the house of politicians for their daily meal. Actually, you even have in houses of politicians now. It's more like a party every day. Yeah,
a wolf.
Exactly. This person now coming to Aso Rock, then saying, this is somebody that was shouting about restructuring the other time that I went to Buhari, and he told Buhari this was not the agreement we had. And I'm like, what changed now? At the end of the day, it's just money. And you made mention of Jafar. I thought Jafar wanted to say something.
No, carry on.
Yeah. If let me I just want to pitch in something. On the issue of restructuring, he has not flip-flopped. He actually said,
Bakare.
Yeah, he said he wanted restructuring, but it can be done differently. So on philosophically, he hasn't made a change on that. That's all I wanted to put.
No, all right.
Yeah, okay. So
if I get the facts right, yeah?
Yeah, but the question is this. Let us assume that he said that. But he also said that he will not go to Aso Rock again, right? But he went to Aso Rock.
Yes, and just bear in mind that he has been friends with the president for I don't know how long.
Jafar, just say what it is. He is a politician. That's it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Apart from being a politician, also he's friend to the president. Yes, he said he will not go there. I may have a friend who is angry at me and he say he's never coming to my place. Then I place a call on him. I call him. I'm like, hey, dude, what's going on? Don't forget we are still brothers. Let's meet. So I don't pay attention to what politicians says or what they don't say.
All right. If I get about 2 or 3 minutes flavor of this, just 2 or 3 minutes of this, if I.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, okay, let me see.
What you don't understand is this: the moment that happens, the Spirit of God departs from Saul and landed on David. And so you'll be making useless decisions. You'll be making terrible mistakes and blunders because the spirit of ill will has come upon you. Somebody say Nigeria for Nigeria movement. I'm letting you know it's about to start. I'm going to champion it. It's going to go like wildfire across this nation. Nigeria for Nigerians. You'll be bigger than Save Nigeria Group. You have never seen anything like it before. It's a movement propelled by God. Nigeria for Nigerians to deliver us from the hands of oppressors. In the mighty name of Jesus. This is a fight to finish. I'm not going to die for this country. I'm going to live for it. Nigeria will prosper in my lifetime. Nigeria will be saved. Nigeria will be changed. Nigeria will become great. It is the wicked that the land will vomit. In the name of Jesus.
So there you are. He's going to fight for it. He's going to smash it down. The oppressors will be kicked in the face. And there we are.
Jafar, you see, I don't know, maybe you are a Muslim. If you know him comparing Saul to David, you understand the context of what he's saying. Then it tells you that how crazy these guys are.
No, Ife, I don't think it's crazy. You have to understand that in politics there are strategies. There is always a plan A, a plan B, and even a plan C. All politicians sit, have vision, they strategize. I will give you my view when it's my turn to talk.
Okay.
I hope you hang around.
I will hang around. So in that case, if that's the case, and we want to, if they are politicians, let us know that they are politicians. Do not come to the pulpit to use your office as a spiritual mentor or a spiritual leader, calling the name of God to cajole people, because at the end of the day, in the end, let's assume an APC member is in his church. We have a PDP member. You are swaying their decision based on how they view you, speaking on God's behalf. That's the problem I have with them. Don't use your pulpit for those things. So if he's a politician, let him come out as a politician. If he's a pastor, let him
that video clip was on the 25th of July this year. So July, August, September, October, so just barely 3 months ago. So in the course of that video, he said he would never, so I just cut it off because I didn't want it to hold up his space. He said he was never going to see Buhari again until, if we never visit him again until the country changes. He said he was declaring war, that he's going to fight to the finish, etc., etc. Just July, today, the guy is coming out of Aso Rock telling us that they should retain power in the north. This is it, Pastor Preneur.
Okay, you see, either North or South retaining power, as much as I would like it to come to the South, but we've seen time and time in that number that's not even the solution to Nigeria's problem. The solution to Nigeria's problem is that they restructure that country, at least to help it start, or maybe a Yoruba nation, Arewa, or what is sure, the constitution is not working for anybody across the whole country, because like you said, it is the northern people that have had this power, but it's not helping the north. When a Christian is there, they turn it to Jerusalem. When a Muslim is there, it turns to a Mecca. Where it's in the south.
Do you think it's only a Yoruba man that really has the capacity to run Nigeria?
Hello, one man.
How do you mean it's only a Yoruba man? Why are you talking like that?
I'm just asking.
Wait.
In Nigeria.
Wait, now I go. Let me answer that question. You see, the problem is, let us go back to when we had the regional system. We are the south part, or the Biafra part, where they don't move in. We in the southwest, we are also moving. The northwest moving too. So it means that every region has the capacity to bring the best out of herself. But because of this unit type of system we are running now, When a Yoruba is there, he has to dance to the Yoruba tune. When the Northerner is there, he has to dance to the Northern tune. When Jonathan was there, he had to dance to the South tune, which does not even benefit anybody. Go and look at the road going to Obasanjo's farm now. That same road. It's virtually you've messed up your whole day. The east-west road going to Jonathan's place is not functioning. I don't know what's obtainable in Daura, but the beautiful thing is maybe it's building a railway to that place, to Niger, you know. So it does not. So, and when you want to do a project, everybody wants to be like, you are leaving us out, you are doing this, you are doing that. So it becomes an ethnic and regional sentiment all the time. So it still boils down to the fact that we have a fundamental problem with our country, which is the constitution. In my case, in my opinion,
it always goes back to that constitution. That constitution is just not fit for purpose. But I thank you, Ife. Let me go to Baba Bakare, who has been with us for a while. So Baba Bakare, good to have you. Good to see you. Baba Bakare now. So to this homeboy Femi Adesina, telling us that I mean, come on, what's going on there? I mean, what is this? Zeke and
Yoruba, the Yoruba brain. Yoruba brain.
No, what are you doing? Are you eating, Ego? If you are eating, then maybe yeah.
No, it's the Yoruba brain that's going on in Femi Adesina's mouth.
No. Just take your time to finish your meal, and then I'll come back to you.
Try to get those points. He's trying to answer you based on. Do you think he's a Yoruba that can rule Nigeria?
No. I know he was digging back at me because so that's fair enough. But Baba Kore Femi Adesina, Buhari greater than Zeke Awo Aminu Kano, the greatest man that has ever lived. What are you making of that?
Well, I laugh about that. Anyway, thank you very much for having me tonight. I laugh about that, sir, because that is not sense. It is not sensible at all. It's not making any sense. How can you compare Buhari to Nnamdi Azikiwe, comparing him to Southern of Sokoto, or maybe in Kano or whatever, or Awolowo for that matter? It is very funny indeed, because I have never seen any of even in the north, even the I don't know the name of the man in the north. Is it Southern of Sokoto?
Sultan.
No. The third man. When we got independent, there's a man in northern.
Yeah. The Saudana, I think.
There is the Sardauna of Sokoto. There is Tafa of Balewa.
Okay. Thank you very much.
There is Mala Aminu Kano.
Tafa Balewa, Sardauna of Sokoto, and Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo. There is none of these politicians that can even wear their shoe. That was when Nigeria was great. Not all this nonsense. You see, these people, they always claim that, at that time the population was not as this, but at that time they also forgot that it was cocoa, it was palm oil that we are using at that time, that we can even lend a lot of country money, that we can even support a lot of country, that we can even use to send our doctors to Trinidad and Tobago, to Barbados, because we always mention this. It was cocoa money. It was not crude oil money that we used to send these people to abroad to go and treat people free of charge. But today, what do we have? Even with the millions of dollars that we have, what do we have? You can't even boast of good road. Even security is another problem. So what's it? You see, anyway. I think Femi Adesina is confused. He has already his concussion. There's a concussion in Aso Rock that will always make you talk anyhow. So I think you're already taking that anyway. So that is why, remember the other day they said ant or rat send
Buhari out of the office. Yes,
exactly. So and my brother on Arise TV, OGOP.
You muted yourself, Baba Kure.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. You see, my friend at Narais TV, Ojope.
Ruben.
Exactly. You know, when he was there, also he said, I mean, when he got out of the place, he said there was a witch and witchcraft in Aso Rock. So that is what is affecting my brother Adeshina. So that is why he's talking anyhow, because the way he talks is just like somebody does not have common sense. And I think he believes he has power now. He has money. Money is going left and right, even though a lot of people cannot even afford a 1 day square meal. But they don't really care. They believe that everything is good for them, but they are all spending blood money. So that is what I know for sure.
You know, Baba Akure, I try not to just be a bit contained, because people don't really come here to see an outspill of emotion. But it is annoying, you know. I mean, how can you compare Buhari? It's just annoying with Awo. I mean, who even does that? Even Buhari, he would not even. I mean, come on. Why would you do such a thing? Buhari and Awo. I
said it on this platform the other day. I may be very, very little boy right now, but I was one of those people that went to free school. So I can talk as much as I can about the education of Nigeria and about what we already enjoy in Nigeria. When you go to boarding school, they give you free meal, free sanding, free accommodation, everything, even the mattress that you will sleep on, even the blanket, they give you free of charge. Textbook. you name it. But when
there's no governor in Yoruba land that is not a beneficiary of the Awolowo educational system.
All these people that they parade themselves to be our politician now. These are the people that enjoy free education. That they never even pay, even when they want to go to school in abroad, government still pay them, send them abroad, and they still pay them, pay their hotel, pay everything. I mean, pay the hostel, pay everything for them. But now, what do they do in return? They suffer us because they believe that we are nothing. Even the money we are generating right now is times 50 of what we got at that time that we have all this free education. I mentioned on this platform the other time. I could remember when we in front of my grandfather's house. We just open tap and just wasting water, washing our legs when we return from school. But now most of these young kids is sitting inside the book. They see the tap water. Then my friend Uncle Adeshina saying that Buhari is better than Tafawa Balewa, is better than Nnamdi Azikiwe, better than Awolowo. This is just talking rubbish, man.
Okay, I think it was being tongue in cheek. I'm hoping that it will retract that
statement. Rock is what is affecting him. There is a concussion in Afro Rock that always affects them. They don't.
Does this guy know that come 2023, Buhari is out of government, and Buhari is not going to take him to Daura? Buhari will shake his hand and negate and say thank you, be on your way. He has to come back.
I said on this platform severally. My friend on Ruben Abati was just like this. It's just like it's not as bad as this Adeshina. In fact, he can even die for Jonathan at that time too. But what come out of it? He is just like us. The masquerade of Adeshina is coming very soon to become a human being that you can see face to face. So he can talk as many as he wants. There is no amount of money that you can have. There is no amount of dollars you can have right now that can buy you peace when you get out of the place. I saw this man the other day, Namadi Sambo. When you look at anyway, the man was very quiet, but when you see the way you see him, very unkept, as if this person never even passed corridor of Abuja. That is the end game. That is end game of what is going to come after they finish their tenure, after they leave that position that they believe that they are on top of the world.
You know, Baba Akure, I thought there was an unspoken understanding in Nigeria that there are certain spaces and there are certain names that are sacrosanct. And one of those gold standard names are names of the founding fathers of that country.
That's
so
right.
You speak in reverence only to Zik, you speak in reverence only to Tafawa Balewa, you certainly speak in reverence only to Awolowo. Not some spokesperson trying to, kowtow to his master, then conjuring up the name of Awolowo to serve on a plate to Aboki from Daura, serving the name of Awolowo on a plate. A Yoruba man serving the name of Awolowo on a plate.
Yeah, well,
to a Fulani man.
I said to you, it is concussion. They always say there's a concussion that I believe there's something concussion they have in that place that is always affect their brain. And remember, the other time they brought it out in newspaper that there's some secret that they have to take a secret oath that none of the staff has to bring. Tell anybody what is going on within Aso Rock, within their environment. So that shows you that something is going on there that is usually turn them. Anyway, it is not them alone. Anyway, almost all our politicians, particularly in Nigeria, I'm not talking of Western world. Western world is way. When we say way better than Nigeria. When you're talking about Nigeria, it's like I know that a lot of us watch movie where devil just enter into somebody and you will not even care about what is going on in your surrounding. They turn your heart to stone. That is exactly the heart of our politicians.
Oh, okay. Baba Akure, you say even you cited Ruben Abati that there's a lot of belief that something happens to people when they go into that Aso villa. So now this next story certainly buttresses what you've just said. So you saw that video clip, that guy jumping up and down on his rostrum, threatening fire and brimstone that he was going to burn Aso Rock down before the end of the year. And then he goes into that place and then he comes back. He says, what is he talking about?
You know what I just said, man? When I look at that, I said this man is just teaching literature. You know, when you go to school, you have literature teacher. That is just that is pastor. That is Tunde Bakari. That is how I can equate Tunde Bakari because I think it's just teaching literature in a building. So everybody just clap for him and they embrace him. They happy. And that video that what you just mentioned, the video you just showed right now. I think it was around July or August or early August.
July the 25th. July the 25th. Yeah.
Now, when did he go to Aso Rock?
Today.
Okay. Now, not even quite 3 months now. The man went to Aso Rock. Well, he just going to go and get his own cut. Remember, this is the person that said, "Oh, he want to do something." Even the EndSARS, because based on what he's saying there, he was referring to EndSARS. That what he's going to do now is going to even worse more than EndSARS and all kind of things. But it is way of making money. I think we have to emulate that too. We just have to threaten the government. Oh, we are going to do this. We are going to do that. Maybe we'll get some dollars too, because that is.
Baba Korea, what we have to do? Do you know the Bible very well?
I don't know. I'm a practicing Christian.
Okay.
I'm not as that of Tunde Bakari.
Because I think what we have to do now is to form a church, because that seems to be where money. There are only two opportunities in Nigeria: government or religion. So,
but that is in Nigeria. You see here where I day, right? If you come to church, you don't. If you have money, you put it down. If you don't have money, nobody cares about you. If the church broke, you know what they do?
Go to the bank and take a loan like everybody else.
If church broke here, they write to government. You want to do some renovation in our church. You want to do this in our church. We need some grant. Okay, government will come and evaluate the place. Okay, well, these people need some grants. Okay, well, we are going to give you 50,000, 20,000, 30,000. That is how church usually could get the money, but not from people. People give money to church anyway.
I don't know. I think all religious institutions in the UK are now a form of charity under the government. Is it the same thing in Canada?
Well, so far, church I am going, it is charitable organization.
Yeah.
So you don't have to pay tax. However, you can, if you have any issue, you can write to government that you need support. Of course, government will evaluate you and they support you, but not like in Nigeria, that one pastor will be collecting tithe, collecting offering, collecting this, collecting that, and still fly to Abuja to go and get a bag full of dollar.
I think those churches are tax exempt too.
Baba Kuri, don't you think that's a reflection of our society? Like, I mean, we as a people have put this too much pressure on ourselves. This too much money. Everybody wants to become rich. There is too much pressure, and that should not exclude our men of God. They too want to be rich.
No, Jaffa,
you are very right. Even there are some pastors that are saying that they have to enjoy this life where they are not Jesus Christ. It's only Jesus Christ can ride donkey. In this life that they come, they have to.
Please, can I come in? Can I come in there?
Yeah, come in. Yeah,
yeah, Jaffa. From your voice, I know you are older than I am. But
how do you know that? No, how can you tell that from your
voice? You can tell. You can tell.
All right. Okay, carry on.
One thing I want to say is this: you guys, I think your own generation saw the Awolowo, Zik, and Tafawa Balewa. I mean, the regional system. You still saw a little of it. During your time, was there emphasis on religion like what we have now?
No.
Thank you. Why? Because
I said it on this platform. Yes. When I was growing up, you know what my father you know what we give to our pastor? We bring jam and yard fowl.
Baba Kure, every ministers then, everybody working in the who has some form of portfolio in the church were also government servants. You did not have full-time pastors.
That is right.
Some pastors were teachers, some pastors were civil servants. But like what you have now, you now have full-time pastors.
No, back in those days, those people that were pastors, they were no real pastors. They were still practicing their tradition. They were just doing that to please the colonial man. So they were doing. If you're gonna find out your grandfather, you find out he was doing tradition, he was still doing but then he was doing Muslim or Christian at the same time. So they still have fear of their old ways. But today, people have lost the old ways, man. They are fully indoctrinated to Western ways. So that's why they are easily corrupt. Because a real African person, they know the whole African one. They know they corrupt like that too. Because they know say, the gods will punish them. So that's the difference between those people from our papa time, the Awolowo time, and today.
Mike, what I wanted to say is this: you see a situation whereby, because of government failure, there's something in every religion, a form of redemption. Redemption in terms of, irrespective of what you are facing, either in Christianity or in Islam, God will take control of the whole situation.
And so that's the problem.
Instead of facing the reality of purpose, you now have.
And the reason why most people that commit the most sin in Nigeria and the world are Christians, because the pastor don't tell you, say, if you've committed sin from Monday to Saturday, once you come on Sunday and confess and beg for forgiveness, you are forgiven. That's why you have so many crime committed in Nigeria by Christians. The majority of people in prison are Christians.
Mike, do you know the go-to excuse of anybody that is caught in Nigeria? The devil made me.
The devil made me.
The devil, from armed robber to pickpocket to a person with the chance other people's wife. The devil made me do it. Everything, the devil. Maybe we should just lock up the devil and then crime will finish.
And that's because that's what the Bible told them.
The devil made me do it.
And they will say, just come to church and ask for forgiveness, and you're forgiven. And that's it.
No, Mike, the way you are painting the Bible, what you have to realize is these so-called religious leaders are misinterpreting the Bible. Because if we want to look at the European societies we have now, in one way or the other, it has some Judeo-Christian and Greco-Roman principles. So most of the
Europeans don't follow Christianity. Trust me, they don't. Look at their society, look at their way of life. There's nothing biblical about their way of life. Even things that they are doing around the world. There's nothing Christian about it. They created that religion just to come and brainwash and conquer people. That's it. Europeans, Americans don't believe in religion. They don't. Trust me. What they do is they believe in philosophy, so they educate their children.
God's own country. I go buy you 12 bottles of Heineken, Mike, for that comment alone. I owe you.
They don't believe in. There's nothing in action that's Christian. There's nothing. What they do is they believe in philosophy, so they indoctrinate their children on the way they want them to think. You understand? The education is based on philosophy.
Mike, I'm not disagreeing with you.
They practice
Mike,
ethics.
hello, Mike. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm just trying to say is at a point in history. Please, can somebody mute Jafar? Okay. At a point in history, these were the principles that led their society before various revolutions. We had the French Revolution that now brought in secularism, that you have to separate the church away from the states because of actually corruption that happened. That's what I'm just trying to say.
And during that time, they were the most barbaric people on planet. Go and look at what they were doing during that time. The kind of evil they were committing. I mean, they did this to your people too now. Look at they came to Africa, packed people, going and enslaved them. They were so evil during that time when they were all, practicing. It was until later when they started being more philosophical and less religious that they started realizing that.
I disagree. Do you know what made that evolution? When people started fighting the church to change the Bible to what the common man can read, and when they started reading the Bible, when the Bible was accessible to everybody, they started challenging the church and the states that these things you guys are doing is wrong. That's why you have the Lutheran movement.
Baba, have you surrendered the floor to Ife and
sorry,
I want them to finish, then I will come.
Okay. It's interesting debate though.
I'm going to reply.
It just reminded me of that little debate we had with Jafar and Rational Mind, but we never really concluded it. We still don't know where it is from.
I'm going to reply to
what happened. Actually, that was even what created America, because when Tunde translated the Bible from Latin to English, that's when the Scottish started fighting the royal the British monarchy, that all these things you are doing is actually wrong, and you have people who migrated away from England to find America. Wait. What I'm just trying to say, if you look at Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights America is using is on Bible.
What Mike is talking about is dated back to 13th and 14th century. What do they talk now, like 16th and early 17th century? If you go back to what happened, even the Jew themselves, they kill themselves massively at the Catholic just because of that same Bible that you're talking about. So now, Mike rightly put it's a game to conquer.
It's a game, man. In the time of crusades.
All right. So I'm going to reply to Mike, because Mike said in his statement that at that time that we are referring to, that some pastors or some churchgoer still go back home and do their religion, which is right. If you read because I grew up in Anglican church anyway, I'm still a member of Anglican. If you read the history of Anglican, when it was Church of England before it came to Nigeria. So at that time, people from Ogun State, because it came from the Anglican Church came all the way from Ogun State, Abeokuta, and then to the west. So at that time, you see there is something they call. I know that almost everybody here will know about lodge, which we call Ogboni in Yoruba. So most of these priests, that were priests at that time. Anyway, we still have some priests that belongs to all those societies right now. Anyway, so they were in Ogboni fraternity at that time. But when the white man came and give them the religion, they said, "Oh well, we are not going to forgo what we have been doing." Then they told them that, okay, well, you can do it with your religion. So that is why you see that some of the bishop at that time, some of the pastors at that time, they were going to church, and they still belongs to Ogboni fraternity. Even till today, right now, you can still see a lot of pastors that still depend on juju to perform their magic in order to woo people to their own congregation, in order to make money from them. So I will not say that people really forget about the issue of tradition, because if they forget about tradition, a lot of these pastors shouldn't have gone back and used Yoruba tradition in order to buttress their personal gain to get money from people. So that is part of religion. Let's just don't put that anyway. So one man, next question.
Oh, okay. Bakare, let me take you now to this fast approaching EndSARS situation. And sadly, but not surprisingly, a lot of the big names within the Nigerian space, the government is bringing them in and then just paying them off. So they'll have an event, they'll invite all of these people, they make a big splash in the media. So the association now between the oppressor and the oppressed. So we don't now know where the celebrities are standing. Mr. Macaroni comes out now. He's saying, all of you people attending all of these events and collecting your envelopes. This event is fast approaching now, the EndSARS memorial. So now there's a divide. You tell us which side of the divide you stand. Are you with the status quo? Are you with the move to change the paradigm? So that question, Bakare, who are you with? Are you with the situation as it is, or are you with the change that is almost inevitable? So Mr. Macaroni speaks. Bakare, what says you?
Well, that guy has been the mouthpiece of I can say mouthpiece of youth anyway in general, and mouthpiece of masses, because he is one of those where there may be some other artists that's acting at the background, but he is the person that I really see that came out and really wants change.
And he took his own beating also. You can't tell us that he took his beating. Yes.
Of course, they took him to prison. Is that what you are what you are saying?
Yes. You did not see him. They stripped him to his trousers, and then they threw him in Black Maria and just traumatized him.
Even in the same in the pandemic that they say everybody should wear masks, you should distance. They packed them like sardines inside the small box. Inside the small box that carried them to prison. So to me, I will be on his side. And there is no doubt there will be some people also that will collect money and sell them off, like what we see in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, like what we see in the case of Sunday Igboho. So every single time you always see Satan among people. You always see betrayal. We saw what happened few weeks back when my brother Fani Femi Kayode, that suddenly become Fulani now, deviates from supporting making noise like this pastor Tunde Bakari. That was how he was making noise also, blasphemy, causing Buhari that Buhari is not doing anything right. Told Nnamdi Kanu how Buhari told him that he ate Igbo. All that is on the internet. It's not we making it up. It is on the internet. So we see quickly that he diverted all because of this dollar. So the same thing is happening right now. So we will see. But I read today now that Femi Falana said nobody can harass a protester like a protester because they have their right to do so. So
because a lot of what we're hearing, the CP, the Odumosu in Lagos, the commissioner there, he has already told the youth that don't do it. And then the CP also, police woman CP, Igbo woman even in your state, you know, she has told the parents, the leaders that don't let these people on the street. So the government have taken a position, and the people have taken a position too. A lot of that position actually being championed by the usual name, Sowore, etc. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Babakure, just a little flavor of this. This is what Sowore is. Take me to God, cannot be that baby, I must talk God. So that was something that Sowore put out. So there's a lot of build up to that thing. So it's like the immovable object coming, the irresistible force, just the collision of two juggernauts now. So that space is going to be volatile, almost certainly.
There's no doubt about that, one man. You see, it is only in Nigeria and Africa that we see people want to protest. Instead of you prepare yourself, right? Okay, now Anambra election, you want to deploy for just one state, for just one election, 35,000 police force. Okay, now the youth are demanding, because you guys almost gone, your life is gone already. Now youth are demanding for that, okay, where they want better life, they want better country that they can proud of. You cannot provide 35,000 police force nationwide, even just 35,000 police force nationwide to guide them, so there will be no riot, there will be no demolition of property. But all what you are doing is to be threatening them, rather than for you to say, okay, well, we are going to guide. Anyway, let me just put it this way. It is, you know, when you blow trumpet, right? Whatever you blow into trumpet, that is what the trumpet will bring out. You cannot blow kiye into the trumpet and come out with G note or whatever. So whatever you blow into the trumpet is what they are telling them from the presidency. That is what they are carrying out, because they want to retain their job.
But Bakare, we're fast approaching the 1 year anniversary of EndSARS now, just 4 days away. So this is a good time now, just a 12-month period to audit that space. So in this 12-month period, as any of the things that are led to that riot, that demonstration in the first instance, has anything been met? Has there been any changes, or has any of the demands or the reasons, has there been any movement to assuage what led to that protest?
One man. Let's just forget about this administration, right? You see, this administration is just like when you have a vehicle that doesn't have brake. So it is just I don't know if you guys ever play a football where you don't have a goalkeeper, when you don't have keeper, then you will now say, okay, we use God as our goalkeeper. so that is this administration. So you know, I used to illustration to qualify it. You see, it's just like a vehicle that doesn't have brake. All the brake pad is gone, so you just go on free. So that is what this administration is.
You know what surprised me, Baba Gore, in the Arise interview and in all of the soundings that we've been hearing from Buhari himself, not even from the presidency, his understanding of EndSARS was that they were trying to topple him, and they wanted to remove him from power. So that was what he understood happened on that day.
They just changed the narrative. That's what nobody want to remove any president. All what people are asking for, even up to now, even me that I'm here, I don't care about issue about Buhari. I care about a good country that I can be proud of. Because if you ask me now that where are you from, I can tell you that I'm from so place.
You can say you're from Akure now, so you won't lie to anybody.
If you I can say but
I'm from Yoruba land.
I can say I'm from Antigua. I can say I'm from Canada. So we want a country. The bottom line is that we want a country, because you cannot be hearing this every single time from the country that you are born. No matter any citizenship you have, Nigeria will still show on that passport you carry. We want a country that you can be proud of, that you can go home, you relax, you can enjoy, you can sit down under the tree with your friend and you just drink your palm wine without being kidnapped. This is what these people are asking for. Has any of this changed? Absolutely not. If you want to drive from Akure to Ado-Ekiti, it will take you three hours. But before, if you want to drive from Akure to Ado-Ekiti, it will only take you like 30 minutes. But now, even from Akure to my hometown, I hear from one of my friends the other day. He said the road that they usually use 15 minutes to drive, they spent 4 hours. Because
sorry, yeah.
Okay, because that is the road now that all those trailers that is going to Abuja, they diverted them to Akure, Ado, Ikere Road, because they blocked them from Akungba, so they cannot drive through Akungba. So, and the road is so bad to the extent that when the rain falls, a lot of trailers fall down. They have to wait hours for that trailer to be towed away from that mud. This is what these people are fighting for. Nobody is fighting for removing Buhari.
You know why those things have not changed, Babakure?
What I'm telling you is just 3 weeks ago.
You know, this is what I'm saying, that why those improvements have not taken place. Because we were just saying earlier that the chasm between the presidency and the people on the street is too wide. So by the time they gave Buhari the understanding of what EndSARS was, after it has passed through so many hands, what the impression they gave him was that the Southerners were demonstrating against him because they want him out of power. So that is the understanding that he has. So he doesn't have this understanding that this thing that you've just described is what people are demonstrating against. He thinks they're demonstrating against him. So he's not going to address what they're demonstrating against. He's just going to be sending soldiers to the southeast to shoot people.
One man, you see, we have problem of sentiment, let me put that way, or tribalism, or whatever we can call it. Now, you see, we saw a lot of placard during EndSARS.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Colonel Ajale Koko is late command, late twice now, but okay, carry on Ajale Koko. People have been asking of you. Go on.
One man, I want to disagree with what you said, that Buhari was misinformed about EndSARS.
Right. Why?
That's not true.
Okay. Why?
If you remember, when that demonstration was very hot in Lagos, the Lagos state governor came out to these people, met them, told them that he will pass their message to the president.
Stop right there. Okay. How do you know that was the information, that was what whatever the Lagos state governor, how are you sure that was the message that he passed to Buhari?
Okay, let me tell you.
These people also that you're talking about, they can change narrative when they go to Buhari as well.
No, hold on.
Were you there? But
Buhari made a speech, didn't he? He came out and made a speech, right?
So the governor took request. It took a document, a letter of request from them. They handed it over to the president. To Lagos State Governor. We watched it on TV. He took it and he assured them that I will take it to Abuja and I will deliver it to Mr. President. And second day, he was in Abuja. Television showed him on Abuja as well, meeting the president.
They show him, but they don't show us when he was talking to him and read all those things.
We don't need to see what we are talking, but he handed it over. And the president spoke too, that yes, they will deal with their problem and they will make sure that they will find solution to their problem. He said it. The president said it on live TV with Sowore. So saying that he was not misinformed.
Shall I give you
criminal-minded president that doesn't care about his people. All he knows is just to kill, give order and kill. That's it.
Shall I give you my interpretation of how I think it played out? Yeah, Babajide Sanwo-Olu took all the whatever his name is, the Lagos State guy, he took all of the documents to say this is the list of this is what they say they want. And Buhari did this usual what it was required of him. But I feel, and this is just me speculating, that his understanding of what took place was that there was a demonstrations against his administration in the South, because the demonstration was essentially in the South, and there was not much. There was a bit of this and that in Kaduna, who think they're a bit liberal-minded, but there wasn't really anything in the North. So the demonstration essentially in the South. So I think that he will think that, and that will be reinforced to him by the people that surround him. You know, the people that surround him, King Gibe, Bakare, Boss Mustafa, Abubakar. So those the usual voices. They will reinforce this, that they wouldn't even tell him that the Southerners are demonstrating against you, but they will tell you that they are demonstrating in the South, which is to tell you. So I think that his understanding was that the South were out to get him. That's just
one man. Let's be fair. Let's be fair with Buhari, because he came and announced that he has dismantled a ban SARS. And after he did that, and the protest still continues, you understand? So now they might have given him an impression that, okay, you asked me to end SARS, I ended SARS, so why are you guys still protesting? This must be really about something else. So that's why I think it'll be easier for him to be convinced that, okay, maybe they're protesting against his administration, you know. So let's be fair with him, Sha. But still, I'm not saying that I agree with the way they carried out they handled the situation where they started killing people. I don't agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, let's try to be fair a little bit. You know?
No, we're all speculating, so that was my speculation.
One man, I think when he granted the interview with Arise, he said that they wanted to overthrow his government. That was what he said.
There you are. So that was how he understood it.
Yes, but one man, there is evidence to that. There is evidence to that. As Mike rightly put it, when the Inspector General of Police received some of the celebrities and a decision was made to disband SARS, I mean, the grievances raised by the Nigerian youth were multifaceted. Some you could do right away, others had to take time. For example, building of police lodges in all the states. That would take a couple of years to be realized. Social benefits and advantages with the police to reduce the incentive of police brutality on the street. That will take time. Those are policy targeted issues. But the moment people started revolution now, Buhari must go, that actually gave the whole scenario a different picture. With people, the other political parties were, okay, there is party in politics is infiltrating in it. So that's a fact.
But surely, Jafar, the Buhari must go is just a revolutionary chant. If youths take to the streets for whatever reason, they look at the person at the very top and they vent their anger in that direction. So it wasn't essentially a Buhari must go demonstration. It was a mainly police brutality demonstration. And the fact that Buhari goes on the news to say, I have heard you, that would not be sufficient enough to just disperse the young people and say, okay, we are no longer. It will still take a process for them to peter out. So if you know how to manage demonstrations, then you know that they are already heightened. They feel as though they've gotten an advantage by getting the president to come out. So they'll see how they can push that space even more. That is still within the trajectory of what usually happens in those instances. So if they're chanting Buhari must go was not the original chant of the demonstration. It was EndSARS. But because they got to the end of SARS, they wanted to see what else they could push. But they could then have eased them off the street by... this is why we don't have trained people. When you have somebody like Mukhtar in charge of policing, he won't know what to do, really. So if they had somebody that knows how to manage situations, he would have known that thing had peaked with the response of the president. And what was then coming after was just a spillover to see what else they could get. So they could have then just managed them off the street, because what they wanted to hear from was the president, which they did. So that would then they just de-escalate it and cascade it out. But what did they do? Kill and go in Lekki to machine gun people. Because
do you realize how long it took the same president before it addressed them? Because had they been, the same president already came out the very first, let's say first day, second day, third day, fifth day. Because this thing is going to up to maybe about 3 weeks before they shut it down. So what does it take him when he saw people on the street like that? Just come out and just address people. Okay, well, we've already heard you, and we are trying to. And one of the problem is that people do not. There is a mistrust between people and the politician. So that is one of the things that caused the problem. That is why they didn't listen to what he said, because that was not the first time they requested for that. And they say, oh, well, we've already dismantled EndSARS. Dismantled SARS. Eventually, they resurface again. So that was the reason. That was one of the reasons why they didn't come off the street. So, but whichever the way.
But chanting Buhari must go. That is just what young people do. That's just,
the protest for me is not for Buhari it's not to remove Buhari. It is just that people are angry because I, as a person, I supported Buhari in 2005, and I will say it over and over and over, believing that he is going to turn things around. But what we get is even worse, more than his predecessor. So these are the things that causing the problem. These are the things we have to look at. When bag of rice it was 6,000 done in Good Lord Jonathan,
yeah.
Then you are selling the same bag of rice for 30,000, which is even more than, which is times two of your minimum wage. When you are getting 18,000 naira and you want to buy a bag of rice for 30,000, then you have to put your 2 months salary all together before you can buy just one bag of rice. How can that be justified? So these are the problems that people are talking about. Is cement? How much was cement done in Good Lord Jonathan?
Baba Akure, people,
and I know that one taught you because you are building at the moment, aren't you?
Baba Akure, Baba Akure.
Hey, one man, let me tell you something. I don't care if they say 4,000, I will buy it. How much is a bag of rice? I mean, bag of cement. That is just like maybe like $20. It's not even $20 is even more than one bag of cement. So I don't care if they. I
will tell CRE when you are filing your tax.
Baba Akure, in a democracy, government is changed through election, not through revolution or seditious act. That's all. People had the opportunity in 2019 to correct their error if they thought they made an error.
Are you telling me now that people don't want to make change at that time, or they rig it?
They will still have an opportunity for you. 2023. That's democracy. It's election. So
Jafar. We don't have election in Nigeria, Jafar. We don't have election in Nigeria. The one we ever had, that we believe that is averagely okay was MKO Abiola election. Otherwise,
what about the Jonathan own? The Jonathan Buhari, the last, the one Buhari defeat Jonathan. To me, I think that was the most fair election. I don't know, Sha.
It is cook-up story. It is cook-up story. It's just an issue of, though we understand that people want to change Goodluck Jonathan at that time. So that opinion is what won election for Buhari. It's not that election really count as that.
So the election was rigged. It wasn't rigged, then.
For me, we've only ever had two elections in Nigeria: the June 12 that Bakare referred to, and the 2011 elections. The rest of them is just result writing. This is what they do.
2011? You mean 2015?
2011 was rigged. I got testimony from a youth corps that they were busy stuffing ballots back in the south.
I don't think what some youth corps told you is.
That's a testimony, right? But in Nigeria, I believe there is no saint among the politicians. Is whosoever outrigged the other one, whosoever the owners of Nigeria. You know, I like using that language. One day they will support that rigging. So it's only June 12 that I see as the only fair election. Not even the first. The only fair
I believe the two elections under Jonathan were fair. I don't think Jonathan is trying to rig any of those two elections. You know?
Okay, now I'm going to come in because this is my turn. Let me finish, man. So the reason why I'm saying June 12 is the best election is that I witnessed some election in 1980s. Even in my ward, I see how police. In fact, this criminal activity has been going on for a very long time. I saw a police in around 1982, 83.
1983, Fedeco period.
Hey, thank you very much, Ola. When they stole.
How those kill and go.
So you see me that I'm talking about the one the 1993 election, because at that time also we cannot really write off manipulation in that of 1993 election because we are talking of Nigeria here, but it is reasonably fair election because it is open ballot. You stand on one. At the back of one another, so they start counting you. You that you vote for Abiola, you that vote for.
But that was only in Lagos now.
So far,
everywhere. I was in Ekiti. That's what we did.
You guys know that MKO was Babangida's own chosen candidate. So anybody? No. Babangida chose MKO. That was the man he trusted that he can actually handle facts. No. Let me not say chosen, but supported because MKO and Babangida were close friends. They were like best friends, you know. And MKO
Babangida annul the election. If he choose him, why did he annul the election?
That's a whole different point. That's a whole different argument. Let me tell you why I annoyed it. No.
He gave a phrase, Mike Babangida. He said forces outside of my control.
Exactly.
When they asked him that question, he said forces outside of my control.
Outside of control. They called him and said, hey, you gotta go. Because I think it was the oil company, the Western oil company. Because when Abiola started talking about that oil sector and things he was going to do, he posed real threats. And that's when those people, they called Babangida like, listen, that guy cannot be president. You need to annul that election.
No, Mike. When you look at it,
the same foreign forces were the one that killed MKO now. Those same forces that killed MKO. Was it Babangida that killed MKO?
Truncated all election earlier. When Yaya was even the one coming, all of them, he made sure he find one way or the other to disqualify them. And now, when he got to that of Abiola, even there was even some kangaroo court injunction ahead, but Humphrey was still went ahead to conduct that election. So all those stories that Babangida is cooking, forget it. It's only that Abacha spotted that this man didn't want to go, and Abacha was ambitious too. He would just say, he just withdrew all his truth that, oh yeah, this man come out. So Babangida didn't want to go. If he had wanted to go, he would need to see the way he wasted some junior officers and all his activities. So that guy was sit tight.
All right, Mike, just to that thing that you said, it was Condoleezza Rice that killed MKO, was it not? Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, she was one of serving the tea now.
Yeah.
Now them people don't even know. They don't even know what's happening.
All right. Thank you. Let's get back to Babakure. Babakure, let me now take you to Kogi State. Now, Yaya Bello, of course, he did not.
No, one man. Sorry, it wasn't Condoleezza Rice. It was Susan Rice.
Susan Rice, yes. Sorry, Condoleezza, Susan Rice. So, yeah, Babakure, let me take you to Kogi State now. So this guy now did not pay salary for 2 years, but then they claim that he was re-elected. But nobody has queried really what happened to those 2 years' salary that was not paid. So he runs to Aso Rock to Daddy, and Daddy gives him another 20 billion naira. That, okay, go and pay them their salaries now. So the guy goes then to put that money in some high yield account and just hide it away. These people still unpaid, to the point that EFCC discovered that money, and the only thing that has now happened is they've reversed that money back to CBN and said, just forget it, nothing happened. So, Yaya Bello, Babakure, what's going on there?
Well, I always mention on this platform about how our so-called youth, how they behave. The other time I mentioned Desmond Elliott as one of those that first tried to make law in order to stop media in Nigeria, and he went in through that social media. Then let me come to issue of Yaya Bello now. This is the same youth now that we're talking about, that youth when they take over, this is going to be better. What is the difference now between the old cargo and even the young boy that we're talking about? Because Yaya Bello is just like maybe right now, maybe it will be like 47 or 48 years. So what's the difference between him now and somebody who's 80 years old in Aso Rock or 90 years old in Aso Rock? Is there any difference? Absolutely not. So we also know that APC, one of their motto is that when you come to us, all your sins are forgiven. So it's like you said, nothing is going to happen, and nothing is going to happen. However, Yaya Bello is not the only person that is going through doing all this. The same on those states. I made to understand. Even this thing has been going on. This is not the first time where you see a governor or director of a ministry or permanent secretary took the money that belongs to people, put it in their own account to yield interest. So we've seen a lot. It has been going on for a very long time. And why are they doing all this? Because we do not have institutions that hold people accountable. People believe that they are above the law, so nothing is going to happen. In as much that we have our godfather in Aso Rock, or we have our godfather to be military man, or we have our forefather to be one big wing in the political party. So we know that we are safe. You see, I can tell you, woman. You see, all these people that they are prosecuting, sending to prison, and all kind of thing, because they are not in the same category any longer. They get out of their get out of their club, because you see these people, most of them are in the same secret court. So when you get out of that, to punish you now is what that is what they will do. To punish you, they will pull you aside, and they will ask that all your sins that you've committed, they now bring it out, and that's prosecuting you about that. That is why you see some of them being sent to prison. We also see some people that being sent to prison, and within a few months, even with billions of naira they stole, they took them out. Look at this man from southeast that was sent to prison, and few months. Who's that?
That's obvious system, I guess.
I can't hear you, woman. We cannot hear you.
No, sorry, I actually muted myself. I was saying that was Oji Kalu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oji Kalu, we see that he was being arrested, sentenced to prison. Few months after, they took him out. Where is he now? In the Senate. Even at that time, his salary was going on. And few months back, what did the Federal Court of Supreme Court said? They said he cannot be prosecuted. So his sin is forgiven.
Baba, you know that he came out lately and said that people are advising him to contest for presidency.
Don't mind that he may even win the presidency. I can say, if you are not a criminal in Nigeria, you cannot be a politician. You have to be a criminal.
We seem to have forgotten that the guy in situation Buhari is a coup plotter, which is the highest crime that you can commit in Nigeria outside of murdering somebody. It's a coup plotter, treason.
You see, the only people that I see so far that are not involved in any criminal activity that I don't know, but based on the way I see them physically is Good Lord Jonathan. What's the name of this man? Musa Yaradua. Because those people, they are neutral. They just pick them up to bring them in to do whatever they want to do. Who's there again? But if you want
that's not true. That's not true. You can mention Yaradua, but Good Lord Jonathan, don't say it. It's a highway robber. It's a highway robber.
No. Let's tell us what he knows.
Look at the rail infrastructure. This infrastructure we are looking.
Maybe you didn't understand what I was saying. I am saying before they join politics. I am not saying when they join politics.
Okay. You are right.
But you see all these people that paraded themselves to be senators, they be president, they be governor, they are all criminals.
But Baba Akure, Good Lord Jonathan was a deputy governor.
I'm not talking of when Good Lord Jonathan was deputy governor. On a neutral,
his governor that was dressed like a woman to go to London.
He was a university lecturer. Likewise, Yaradua. So those two presidents, I can take them out at least a little bit different. Am I going to say that the Baba in Abeokuta is not a criminal too? Am I going to say that? He is not one of those that is dragging us in the mud up to today. So the issue of Yaya Bello, let's go back to the issue of Yaya Bello. It is not something new. They are all in the same category. They have been doing this for a very long time. And they don't care, like I mentioned earlier, they don't care how many lives lost just to satisfy themselves. But I said, they are all spend blood money. Even if you are in the ministry, anybody can be hearing me now. Even if you are in the ministry, the position that belongs to somebody and you withhold it, or the money they're supposed to use to travel and you withhold it and you put it in your own pocket, it is still blood money. You don't have to be a politician. If you are a politician, you didn't pay people's salary, you pay them 25%, like my governor in Ondo State is doing. You also spending blood money because a lot of people already commit suicide. A lot of people be killed just because of 50,000. People can 50,000 is a lot of money, safe. Just because of 10,000, I can tell you a lot of people die because of that, because they cannot.
Baba, to buttress your point, you know that the news came out that a teacher in Kogi State committed suicide because she could not take care of his children.
Yeah, mother of three, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Exactly.
To add to what the friend said, you know, it's barbaric for someone in his 70s to be traveling, for example, from Ekiti to Abuja to go and confirm whether he's a ghost worker or not. Literally. So, you are a reverend father for today, except for some listening. So, fire on.
So now, when all these things, when you do it, you are spending blood money. When people had accident on the road, because the money is there for you to use to do all this road, you put it in your pocket. You are spending blood money. If you are a contractor, they give you job to be done, though we know that government already took 10% out of it, and the money is not enough. You should have rejected that you are not going to be partaking into this. And you partake in this, you are spending blood money. All these people are spending blood money. It's the time we tell. Time will tell. I always remember refer to one local government chairman when Akure not local government.
But Akure, shall I tell you one thing that I've come to realize as a fact of life? Evil does not always get its punishment. That is just a fact of life. Wrongdoing does not always get justice at the end of the day. Bad people, in most instances, bad people get away with it. That is what happens more often than not.
One man, you can say that you are very right, averagely right. But when they want to reap what they sow, right? In fact, they always remember, oh, if I had known. I'm going to cite an example of a man in my community. This man believed that he has money. He was the chairman of Cocoa Association, president of Cocoa Association in my community at that time. Whatever entitlement belongs to everybody is the only person that always put it in his pocket. They gave him vehicle. His vice president at that, his vice at that time was entitled to a brand new motorbike, a motorcycle. He didn't give it to this man. His own vehicle, brand new vehicle, they gave it to him. He collected it, but he didn't allow this man to get his own motorbike. Today, none of his children, with about 20 children here, you cannot point to one like this that is that really that you can boast about. That you can really write something about them. No single one. And you know the worst part of it is that when this man was about to die, when he got sick, right? He gone through a lot. He was even begging for death to come. The death never come. And you know the worst part of it? On his burial day, they just throw him in the lagoon of water in the grave, because there is nothing they can do. They just push him there, boom, and just cover him with water and everything. That is showing you that no matter what, they still reap little bit out of it. They can continue, but they will still reap out of it. That is it.
All right. Sins of the fathers, Abi, Baba Akure. Yeah.
And daughters, Baba Akure. I think that's why even we don't have third generation, fourth generation companies and institutions in Nigeria.
No, that's not why. It's because we have not been going long enough. We're only 70 years old country. What are you talking about?
Can I add to Baba Akure?
Yeah, go on.
You see one thing about doing evil is this. I just want to go abstract there. See, there's this thing they call conscience. Even all of us have this thing. Even when we're all growing up, when we did something wrong, the conscience alone can even cause us sickness. Even the fact that even though we are afraid that when our parents know this is what they were going to do to us. Now, when you see all these criminals in power, once they commit crime, they try to commit another one to cover the initial crime they've committed. It's their conscience that is troubling them, even when nobody is pursuing them. So when you do something wrong, you saw your peace. You saw your peace now to be managed by another set of crime. So somehow, it may not be the punishment by the government. It could even be by the punishment by the mental health or by the conscience. So there's nothing wrong someone does in this life. No matter how smart you are going to reap it anyhow. So that's just the way I believe it.
All right. Thank you, Ola. And thank you, Baba Akure. Stay with us just for as long as you can, Baba Akure. But because just to tarry on that space for a moment, I too like to romanticize that wrong always gets its comeuppance at the end of the day. But I think we are told these things and we tell it on just for reasons of controlling the space to put the fear of wrongdoing in the hearts of our people so that they do not do wrong. But I don't think, if we're doing it in percentage terms, I don't think a good 70 or at least 60% of wrongdoing ever gets comeuppance at the end of the day. But that's just me speculating. It's just a philosophical thought,
So I agree with you by the letter of law. Even I doubt even 20% are even.
No, I'm not talking about law. I'm just talking about in general life, in life. Yeah, not being caught and put to jail. Yeah. But thank you, Baba Kure. So to you now, Jafar. Jafar, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Good. I knew you had gone because I'm starting to know your sequence now because you like to go do your prayers and then come back. So yes, when we couldn't hear you earlier, then I immediately realized you'd gone to pray. So good of you to come back and join us, Jafar. And let us take you then immediately to Kogi State, the rascally guy, Dino Melaye's sparring partner. So he loves the dollar as much as anyone. That guy. They said he used to be Abakare's bagman. That is Bakare, the one that is now deceased, the former Buhari man. He used to be his bagman. That was who the speculation was that Bakare was using to pack his own money. Certainly a good friend with Aisha Buhari, and certainly just by osmosis, a son of Buhari himself. So this guy now never pays salary. Even though the funds will be released for that salary, nobody queries him what happens to the money. They give him even more money and it disappears that one too. So why is this guy still in the state house in Kogi State and not in a DSS facility somewhere in Abuja? Yaya Bello, Jafar.
Because he has immunity.
Mm-hmm. He has immunity.
That's the problem of Nigeria. Governors have immunity. You cannot charge them to court while they are in office. That's one. And two, what I actually find fascinating is that everything that Yaya Bello is being accused of today is mainstream in Nigerians' governance. It's not like something that is out of the ordinary.
That is so sad, but it's true.
Yeah, they all do it. So my question is it because he's a young man who has a presidential ambition? Is that why everybody eyes is on him? And seriously, he's really gaining traction among the youth wing of APC. The youth wing of APC, they love him. So that's my question I'm asking. Why Yaya Bello? When everybody is doing it, we have a liturgy of list of people that don't pay salaries.
And not
even loan, even federal allocation. When it comes to state, it goes directly to governor's account.
The reason why people and anybody else can come in also with that reason, but my reason why they're after him is because he's very pronounced in the space. He is speaking that he wants to be president. He speaks to North-South politics. And he speaks in defense of the situation that Nigeria is in. So he's very much a prominent leading figure, and he is wanting to emerge as a candidate for the presidency. So, of course, if he has put himself on the spotlight, then the spotlight will be beamed on him. So that's just my own understanding.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I just feel very, very disappointed with him because it's somebody that I have actually really, really, really followed, and I thought maybe with a young person like Yaya Bello, Festus Keyamo, within the APC, I'm talking about the APC space. I was thinking of having a paradigm shift from these gerontologist leaders we have to a much more youthful people. But I feel disappointed.
Yeah, I think the only allure that he has is his youth, because that's the only thing that people talk about, that, it's a young man, but, young man in old clothes is what he is really, because he is no different.
Young man in old clothes because thievery in Nigeria has no age.
Well, there you are then. So he's not a departure then from anything. Is he a departure from anything?
And our leaders are in our image. Probably we should start thinking about maybe we need
speaking of his language.
Paradigm shift.
No, Jafar, like what you were saying, criminality has no age group. It's a general thing, right? So it doesn't matter whether this guy is young or old. The only thing that matters is how you were disappointed in him. Why will you be disappointed? Dimeji Bankole was there, did his own. Salisu Buhari, he did his own. So it has been general thing, even right from the First Republic up to now.
Yeah,
when we were talking of
that's why my disappointment is because I want to see a young man leading the nation.
That's what I'm saying. You expected too much.
All right.
It has nothing to do with the age.
All right. So you are now going to look for another person to put your hope in now, Jafar. That is the thing, isn't it?
I have Festus Keyamo. I don't know why.
Festus Keyamo, come on,
no,
man.
I do. I do. Sincerely, I like him.
Well,
tell us something.
What quality does he have, Festus Keyamo?
What is it that we don't know about him, please?
He's very active. I started following him during the June 12th. He was very active as a young lawyer under Falana. They were very active.
No, I think it was under Gani Fire, right?
Yes. Yes. So, and I like the way he's articulate, both in his thought and in his speech. With people like that, I think I have hope.
You know the thing, Jafar, is that I'm not sure if you've heard conversations before, but we've said here severally that for you to get to the top of the table in Nigeria, in any space of its politics, you ultimately have to become corrupt. And this Keyamo is a good example, but an example that I always cite is somebody like Oshiomhole, who started as a trade unionist. We know carry on now, okay.
You know, if you look at during the transition from June 12, those that actually fought for June 12, they refused to take part in the political process that usher in the government that we are going to see today. They are back in the party. And
what's happening to your mic? What's happening to your microphone, Ovi? Check your microphone.
Yeah, check your mic.
Is it okay now?
Not okay yet. Not okay, please.
You can't hear me.
We can hear you, but with some distortion, so it's not clear.
We can make you out. Clearly, you are in a bar or something, so just do the best you can.
He is in a booba.
You know, I think he has calmed down. I think he has calmed down a bit. When he first came in, even Alexander was saying it's as high as a kite, and we could all see that. Yeah, let's go back to Jafar whilst Ovie is sorting himself out. So, Jafar, rather expand your thoughts on Yaya Bello, Jafar.
How you make Festus Keyamo?
No, it was speaking on Yaya Bello. Well, carry on, Jafar. Anyway, yeah, Jafar.
So I just feel disappointed in Yaya Bello because I was thinking this is a young guy with an executive seat, a governor of a state. That was a good thing to me. He was doing it, and he has the gut to openly put himself out there when even older people are still scared of even acknowledging. Because you see, let me just give you a simple example. I will take an analogy between the Jagaban, Bola Tinubu, and the vice president. The vice president has not even indicated his willingness to run for the office. Actually, even the groups that are even pushing him, I could remember he once distanced himself from one group, as opposed to Tinubu, who has not said yes or no, but he has acknowledged the fact that people are actually pushing him to it. So to me, when Yaya Bello came out openly and soliciting this, I'm putting myself under, I thought it was a mark of courage. These are the quality of young people I want to see. But I just feel disappointed about the Nigerian syndrome of corruption. I would have expected that somebody with that type of ambition, you should know better. You should have known better that, okay, it will not be easy. And the best way to do it is to first build on your credibility. Don't allow other people to expose you or do something that might be even out there that will look nasty. So that's my point. I just feel disappointed with Yaya Bello, to be honest.
Jafar, do you think that money was meant for him to prosecute his presidential ambition?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the money was meant for him to prosecute his presidential, because how would he get away with it? It's 20 billion, for goodness sake.
Is how much?
It's 20 billion. How is he going to get away with it?
Yeah. Well, the politician did get away with it in Nigeria. Remember when
not be only him now, Jafar. It's not going to be only him. Yeah, I mean,
remember when Ibori was
even the EFCC boss is involved. Anyway, back to that Keyamu. So now Keyamu is one of those guys that was actually active both on the street legally and all that to make sure the military go. And the final that Como is at the end of the day, then we actually hold this. Even the Sowore that we are talking about today. Now in the feed the impact. So Keyamu is now feeling that if you don't join, you can't actually make any difference from the outside. And in the outside for years, they shout. It just they make them popular, but it's not actually making impact. So this is him joining the process. So if you don't follow the process, you don't make any impact. So let's give it time. Let's give it time. I'm talking about Keyamu now and the young people. Sowore have realized that, and that's what he's doing. A lot of them. That's why when they criticize, that's my kind of a critique about this EndSARS of the thing. I hope there are people who are politically ready so that if the time actually come to go and take over the key positions, they will not be lacking. The past legal luminary, what's his name? The man from Mondo, that fired me. The same thing, he regretted it. A lot of them regretted not joining the process immediately after the June 12th. They allowed their passenger and the rest to and go. And they get into the process, they head it down. And I see they happen today, see headed up to today.
A lot of it was, a lot of it was snobbery, because a lot of those people that fought for that democracy, they considered politics and politicians dirty. They said these are dirty people. But
so, no. Actually, let me say the reason. Wait, the reason many of them didn't join politics because they were expecting.
Sorry, let's hear from. Yeah, mute your mic here because it's let's hear from Mike and then we go back to Jafar. Yeah, go on, Mike.
The reason many of them didn't come to politics because people were expecting another military coup. After that, when 1999 democracy started, people were expecting that there may be another military coup. Because people were still, the memory of
it's true. Yes, they didn't believe that it's true. People like
they didn't believe it was true. They were expecting that this country. Even Jonathan, when he became president, he was really afraid. Like, okay, will there be a military coup? It was until now that we are now feeling more comfortable. Like, okay, you know what?
They're part of the right coup. Yes, they were this one is not real, and maybe no go last past 6 months. They will come back again. Yeah, they were all those. So now that's the problem we are facing today. Now they're going. So anybody that come in now as young, wherever way they get in, let's give them time and see if they will, as a blend, where they will continue in that road or they will actually realize what give them that popularity in the first place. So let's encourage them and give them time. That's what I'm saying here.
Some of them actually joined. Some have actually tried.
Some,
people we believe in this naira or all these things. Like in the western part of the country, for example, the same Nadeko and those people that fought were the one that brought the like of Adeniyi in Ekiti, where they rejected the Bodolo Poroku. They were the one that brought this guy in Ondo State that time, and they were the one that even brought Inobu. So they were involved. But when the likes of Ganifa were me and Co even tried, nobody recognized that at that time. See, 2003 was enough for them.
Yes, you tried. It's too late. 2002 it is too late. It was too late at that time. 4 years. It was too late for these guys.
Point of correction.
They were outplayed. They were played out in
Few try. I understand. Few try. They just scheme them or each them out or whatever.
The Bola Ige killing was even one of the reasons they played out all those Nadeko and all those people in the state. As part of that military, the signal was there for them when Obasanjo got to that place and gave all the service chief and everybody that participated in the military.
We are talking about
6 hours to vacate the position.
No, we are talking about 1998 and 1999 when there were several political parties. That's when.
Okay, can I interject 1 minute?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's hear from Ajale Koko and then we go back to Jafar. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
I want to correct Ovie narrative that these people did not join, they joined late. In 1999, Gani Fawemi joined. He formed National Conscience Party. And he participated. He contested for the position of president. But you people did not vote for him. You rather vote for Obasanjo or voted for other people. You didn't vote for his party in any position at all, either local government or state government or state rep. People did not play. So he participated. So let me tell you, when you see people like that, took the courage, people that have the love, the patriotism for that nation in their heart, when they tried and came out, and you people that they are fighting for didn't join them in the struggle to solve the problem of that country, how do you expect other people? How do you look at what do you call your man, Party Tommy? He started with APC, but look at what they did to him. In Delta, he was one of the founders. He was in there. They did not even sell form for him. Form. He wanted to buy form to contest for governorship. They did not sell form for him. They steamed him out. So when you see,
but you are talking about a man who was appointed as an advisor to the president in his 20s. What happened between them?
No, that is not the issue. That's not the issue. But the issue is that, hold on, Ovie, don't scatter everything. The issue is that, the issue you are raising is that these people did not join, or rather they joined late. And I gave you the instance of Gani Fawemi, who came in exactly after the death of Abiola. He participated in 1999 with National Conscience. You people did not vote for him. So how do you want to encourage other people?
I was still a boy there. Keep saying you people. I wasn't involved. I just didn't listen to you. Not all of them involved. Not all of them. Few stay away because
Nigerians don't know how to vote now. Even on today.
Let's get back to
some stay away because they are saying that military will come back and all that. So everybody they are all doing it. Okay. I mean, I get understand what you are saying, Sha.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Jafar, who has the floor. So Jafar, I'm not sure if you still remember where you were, but I'll pick it up from where you were and round off your thoughts on that, so I can take you to the Tunde Bakari then, who you seem to have.
Let's move away from Yaya Bello, please.
Okay, let's go on to Tunde Bakari then. You saw that clip that I played with the guy doing acrobatics on the rostrum, threatening fire and brimstone. You would think it was on Game of Thrones or something, that it was the Slayer, whatever, just making noise, that hell will fall, he will destroy Buhari, etc. This was in July 25th. Fast forward to today, we saw the same guy making all those threats, doing Ranka Dede in Sowore, and telling us in the South now that don't be silly and immature. What are you talking about power rotation? So dollar politics again, Pastor Preneur. What says you, Jafar?
Sorry, Jafar, before you...
No, let him go. Sorry, I
want to remind him of a point that he said he wants to give his opinion when I commented.
Yes, yes, I will. Okay, so I would not want to cast aspersion on Pastor Bakari, but having said that, let me put it this way. We are in end of 2021, 2022. There will be a lot of political permutations. There will be a lot of strategizing. There will be a lot of things going around. So what he spoke from Aso Rock is a flip-flop from what he spoke in his church. It's like when I heard him speak, I was thinking, what's happening to this pastor? Is he confused already? Then immediately, I started thinking around, okay, this is what is going on. Is it a Bakare El-Rufai ticket that the Northern Caucus of APC is already preparing against Tinubu? Because, like, truly, let me put it to you this way. Within the APC in the North, there is a strong feeling that the Yoruba agitation by Sunday Igboho is orchestrated by Tinubu for the presidency. To these hardcore APC leaders, they think...
Sorry, Jafar, why is that feeling in place? Why is that? Is it because Igbo is Yoruba, or is it for other reasons? Why do they feel that?
Because of his proximity to Tinubu for a long time. It's not like a hidden thing. People know. In politics, people do their calculation.
He used to go to Bordelon, didn't he, Igboho? He used to go to Bordelon once upon a time.
So there is that impression that some people within the APC are thinking, okay, this is payback time to Tinubu.
But Jafar, that impression is wrong. Very wrong. Very wrong. They never had any political relationship like that.
Like I said, it's an impression, and I'm not going to the merit of the impression. But I'm just telling you the body language, political body language within that space.
Okay.
And I'm just telling you that there will be a lot of permutation. What we think we are seeing now must not necessarily be what will happen. So we are just now in the realm of speculation. But one thing I know, I will not say for sure with certainty that what the pastor did was because of money. No, I don't think that, because if I say that, it might be, I may be trying to undermine the long years of friendship he enjoyed with the president. Or probably maybe he said he has a movement, Nigerian for Nigerians. Maybe
look at that.
to sell that. And the movement is getting traction.
Are you sure you're not an Ijebu man? Because it's always Ijebu men that know how to do this mago talking. Are you an Ijebu man in disguise, Jafar?
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, try to do double talk. So when he was jumping up and down on his rostrum, that long-standing friendship was on pause.
He's a politician.
It was on pause, but now they've...
He is a seasoned politician who has been on a presidential ticket as deputy. So I'm not surprised.
Jafar, I called him a pastorpreneur. So essentially, is he a pastor, a businessman, a politician, or a hybrid of all three? What exactly is this fella? What is Bakare? Pastor, a businessman, or politician, or a hybrid of all of them?
I think he's first a pastor before becoming a politician. I'm not going to take that from him.
No, he has always been a politician, back from the student union days. So he's a politician. So he's not hiding it. He is. You know, even Obasanjo almost killed that man as a student activist. You know, when you see the long drop battle between him and Obasanjo, it didn't start today. So he's a politician. He has never hid that for once.
Oh, all right. Okay. So you would have him as a pastor, Jafar. Okay.
I will have him as both. I don't have any problem with him with pastors or imam engaging in public.
Was he not a musician before?
I don't have any problem.
No,
with
that's
that.
Okoti is the person who wants to talk, not Bakare.
Oh, okay.
So if they could actually live up to their calling as men of God to reform the country, I don't have a problem with that.
So, Jafar, are we expecting now a real spate of this sort of activity now, as we are coming into the final furlong of this political dispensation that is Buhari, and the paradigm to shift? So a lot of recalibration we're going to be seeing now. We saw Fani Kayode move. He moved first. Bakare is moving exactly into the space of Fani Kayode because the narrative is not too dissimilar. these were very lost critics of the Buhari administration. And then the next time you go to bed and wake up, you see them coming at us at Sowore. So we saw that with Fani Kayode. We saw that with Pastor Bakare now. So now, as we fast approach, as we are fast tracking now towards our 2023, are we going to just be seeing a rapidness of this sort of recalibration? Traditional force realigning, recalibration and refactoring, people jostling for position and trying to align themselves for 2023. So, of course, Bakare plays his politics. Fani Kayode has also played his, but plenty more to come, would you say, Jafar?
Yes, there will be plenty more. It's the rigging machinery that has been put in place already. So this is another form of rigging. Probably they say, okay, we will have electronic transmission of result, which is a good thing. But before the election, most of the people that matters around the country have already moved to the other side. So it's a strategy they've started. I was reading the other day that the deputy governor of Anambra State moved to APC, Dr. Okeke, with a couple of members of parliament there. So it's all about maybe the talking one that will come will be when they will announce the Goodluck Jonathan becoming an APC member. Then that will be the final blow. But it's a pity that PDP has failed to get its act together, because we definitely need a strong opposition regardless of who is in power. So I think it's a sad day for Nigeria if this trend continues. We might end up with one-party state, which is not good for democracy.
But sadly, it's almost certain to continue. Almost even before this weekend runs out, we'll be talking of another big name making this sort of a move. But Jafar,
can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, Karen Ajale Koko.
I want to respond to Jafar that PDP did not get their acts together. Actually, PDP did very well in their opposition against the ruling party. When Saraki was there, they stood up to defend democracy and did not allow this APC administration to take the country down the line they took us now. And we have been seeing what Abaribe has been doing, speaking with a very strong tone against this administration in the Congress. So in the recent time on the electoral, transmission of electoral transmission of results, APC overwhelmingly voted for election results not to be electronically transmitted, while PDP stood for it. We saw that. So PDP has been trying their best, but the problem we have is that politicians, just like we said some few weeks ago, they are on both sides with no ideology, no sense of purpose, why they are there for the people, but rather there for themselves and their family. And that's why you can see them, they can easily be enticed with money. They can easily be, threatened for wrong practices. They show their book to them. Look at what you have done. But your sin can be forgiven if you cross to APC. And, they don't want any federal might to crush them. And they will join because they are all corrupt. So that's the problem. But I just want to correct the impression that PDP has not been working. They've been trying.
No, I don't think so, Ajali Koko. I think PDP in the history of opposition party, not only in Nigeria, permit me to say with all sense of humility, in Africa, has done the most dismal job as an opposition party. There was a period that when you hear any opposition of this present administration, it was coming from FKK, Oreno, Omokri. Those are the people who were opposing the party. PDP were all lost in action. Nobody
And
knew where.
Afayoshi time when he was still a governor, single-handedly, pretty much the defender of PDP.
I think I got Jafar. I got what Jafar is saying, because when APC was there, if you see the type of propaganda that swept Jonathan off the feet, that killed PDP, that this PDP, they are not showing those propaganda. So they are just too gentle, just too cool. So
and their leader just went
to make case
they are not lawyers.
for them, they are all corrupt. So Buhari hold them at that boss in an innocent man. So
the real owners of PDP, they retired from politics. So the ones that are there right now, they are not lawyer people.
So sorry guys, one at a time. Yeah,
they are all scared. Say if they make any move, they will go after them, and it's happening. You understand? Buhari is an innocent man, as far as we are all concerned. So he can go after.
Well, Wike is speaking of that. Wike is the only one talking.
Wike is with them. So forget Wike.
Wike is with who? No, Wike is not with anyone.
I'm talking about now. That's why PDP just stay quiet somehow. All of them.
No. The reason they are quiet because people in that party right now, they were not the original founders. Those people that are member of the party right now, we just people that tag along. They are not loyal party members. The real owners of the party, the Obasanjos, the equipment, they all retired. They just handed the party over to this new guy. They happen to just found themselves there. They were not. They don't have lawyer member of that party. The only lawyer member right now is Wike, and I don't think he's real lawyer. He's just acting lawyer because he's in charge of the party right now.
They will not have problem.
I still.
Those men, that's why they get problem with their presidential candidates now.
And the former lawyer one, they've converted to APC. They've converted to APC.
I still believe that PDP are still trying their best in that position of opposition. You see recently the president, without fact, without anything to show for it, pointing fingers at Abaribe that is financing terrorism. This is what is happening.
That's not what he said.
That is what.
To be fair to the president, he did not mention a name.
Oh no, we know who is referring to. Come on, man, Jafar.
Sorry, sorry. Let the conversation take place between Jafar and Ajale Koko, and then I'll come back to Jafar.
And then a day or 2 days later, what's the name of the presidential spokesperson? Adeshina. What did he say against Abaribe? He said he's supposed to be in jail for standing as surety for these people, for Nnamdi Kanu. And that is he went further to expatiate on the position of the president. So PDP, we don't have to totally condemn PDP that they are not doing. They are standing up. They are trying their best.
I just want to ask you one question, Ajali.
Okay. Yeah.
Who in PDP has criticized this government more than FKK?
Abaribe.
No way. Nothing close.
Forget about FKK. FKK is an outsider. Let's talk about the Congress. Let's talk even on the security matter of the country. They were standing up.
I'm trying to give you a fact that they were just coward and scared, because while FKK was not even in government, he still had a case with EFCC. He was still talking, criticizing the government.
FKK is a noise maker. You know that. He go on internet and make noise. You know what social media means. Politicians don't go. Abaribe doesn't go on social media. He does his job just only in the parliament, and he ends there.
He's a minority leader. What he does, that's the role of a minority leader. But that's not enough a position to put a government in check. And to tell you that if you are trying to support, how can a party explain itself that is losing its governors, its members of House of Representatives, its senators? It's like every day they are living in droves.
That one is personal. We have said it, Jafar. We said it here. Politicians in Nigeria are politicians that does not have ideology. They don't stand by ideology. It's just where it's going to be good for me. That is where they go.
No, not for a governor. A governor who is already a sitting governor.
The same thing, the governor that is corrupt. Governor is corrupt. They have something against him, and he want to go to a safe
They
haven.
have immunity. Ajani Koko, they have immunity. Even if you have anything against them, you cannot do anything to them while they are still
So
in
what do you think that is responsible for the governor that is missing? And they are
their
moving
party
forward.
is dysfunctional. It's the
Oh,
dysfunctionality of the party. The party is dysfunctional.
Jafar, to
Their
support
leader-
Ajalego.
their
Let me
leader
make case
is
for
Jafar.
Ajalego.
He wants to-
Jafar, you could be wrong. Jafar, just listen. Jafar.
It's not the party. It's
support
just where
Ajalego,
they are just going to where they can have coverage for now. Where can I put my head? Where nothing will be brought out against me. Let me go there. They are the one in power, and they are looking at it that these people have the federal might. They can rig election anytime. Look, some of these governors you are saying, the Samfara. Let me give Jafar two instances about two governors. The governor of Samfara State that moved to APC, he won on the basis of protest vote. PDP is not strong in that state, and he knew that election coming, there is no way PDP is going to win. It is an APC state. It was a protest vote that gave him that position. So he's going to a party where he guarantees he knows that they can win.
What about
look at this perspective?
What about the one in Cross River State?
The same thing. Hold on. The one in Cross River State. Let me give you why he moved to APC. The one in Cross River State fell out with the with the party in the state. The entire executive of the party were not happy. The party were not happy with the way it's directing the affairs of that state. And he knew there's no way he can get the ticket because what is the name of the former governor that performed excellently well? That guy that contested for president. That Duke. The party already, within the party, people have been discussing that let's bring Duke back. He knew he cannot win. That is why he moved to APC. I'm just telling you this. Because a lot of people don't know the reason why they are moving. And I'm telling you the reason.
Let me ask you guys one question.
What do you say, Jafar?
Jafar, to make case for PDP again, there's higher probability that APC will break up the way things are going. And if it breaks up,
this your go talk, man. Where is that from? Why is that coming from? APC will break up. What? Where is that coming from?
Listen. What are you talking about?
APC can break.
What you now they talk? Who is going to produce the president in APC? Is it CPC or Bola Wing or what are you talking about? They never said to my guy.
But we cannot say we can't be talking about that now. They are still stable now.
Let me make my point.
Okay.
You understand? If that happens, should that happen, who is going to be the larger beneficiary? Who, if they say they do Balatunubu wrong today, say they do it wrong today, where you think they go as over? A PDP, anybody way they do wrong for that, any big guy where they do wrong for APC, where is he going? He was coming to PDP, so they still have that card to play. It's a card that they still them on play. So, guy, the game is still we say they far from there.
In order to be able to play that card, the party has to be organized and stable.
I do agree with you that they are working right now. Yes.
We speak a little please.
No, sorry. If with your permission, I just need to move it on because if you interject now, you just okay, carry on.
No, thank you. You know that the Senate came out and said there should be indirect voting now, right? Direct voting for any nomination. Now, Jafar, you said it's a speculation, that it's just a speculation, but I want to take you by your word. You said they are looking at an N20 Bakare ticket or whatever.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
No, it's just speculating, by the way. Jafar was speculating.
Don't you think this direct way of voting now is trying to dismantle this money bag of buying delegates at convention? Such that
No, it's not yet law. It's not yet law. It's still a bill. Until the president signs it is not yet law. So parties
whatever electoral bill they pass in that place before election, you know they normally get it 100% passed.
Erufan Fayemi is more a possibility than Bakare
because okay, whichever way I'm looking at, they want to actually what's it called, reduce the power of people who bring money to delegates to cast their vote during elections, you know, for party candidates. So I may think that move is actually to hurt people like either Atiku or Tinubu and co. That's the way I'm looking at it. So
no, it's not going to hurt the people. The people that have money, it will not hurt them. The people that will suffer for it are the little parties. Okay, a person like Tinubu and Atiku, they can organize, they can go around the whole country and make sure they talk to people. They can campaign. But a small party, probably that is limited in space, will not have that type of thing. But I really don't like it. I like small government. I don't think Nigerians should be expanding on expenditure, because when you organize a direct election on primaries, what you're actually doing is you're actually doing 2 general elections, because INEC will be involved in all of this election. It will be multiple elections, and it requires, if there is a cost, there is a price to pay for it. That's my concern, is the economic aspect of it. But it's the best way, it's the most democratic.
It's not all parties that can afford it.
All right.
Small party can afford it.
All right, thank you. Let's Jafar, let me just it's just it's not that I don't want to open up the space, but as ever, you know, it's always the pressure of time. So it was an interesting conversation, but equally interesting conversation. So Jafar, whilst you were talking, I went to search for the dictionary definition of a word, because I want to know that I'm using this word in context. The word that I went to search for, Jafar, is audacity. So it says a willingness to take bold risks. So a willingness to take bold risks. So set that against the backdrop of this. Afenifere blast additional for comparing Buhari with Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Aminu Kano. So the audacity of this fat little man comparing Daura Bon with Zik, Awo, and Aminu Kano. What says you? What is going on there? Is this what?
So to begin with, I think I fault Afenifere for actually dignifying Additional with a response. I understand we are in politics, and in politics there is political rhetoric, right? But I don't think there is any Nigeria who wants to compare our founding fathers with any of the politicians that came after them. I don't think there is one, because up till today, the infrastructure and everything they built is what we are still actually enjoying as a nation today. So I don't see anybody, not even Sardauna, not Tafawa Balewa, not even Aminu Kano, Buhari in his widest imagination. I don't think he himself will want to compare himself with any of these people, because these are nationalists.
Thank you for saying that. And I was going to say that myself, that even though I am not Buhari's first or even second fan, I have to say that I don't imagine even Buhari himself would want to say, compare me. I don't think this is the sort of language that the man would either say himself or wants to hear said about him. So because we know that Buhari is a certain sort of man, and is not the sort that will be comparing. He will stand alone and say, okay, this is me, this is what I have done, so just hold me to that. He's not going to compare himself to But but it just takes me then to that realm of that sycophantic something that is just the calling card of the Nigerian political space. They are just bending and bending to see who can leak the boot the most. So a different level boot leaking now. I mean, it's just
Easy.
No, it's alarming. It's alarming.
Additional is overdoing his right side.
How low can you go? How low can you go? This is
money and money we talk about.
One man. What if we all understand additional is a citizen journalist, right? And he's a public relations officer now for the president. What if that statement was made to divert attention from national issues?
No, that's obvious talk now. You are talking obvious language, don't politics.
That's how this guy rolls.
A lot of people are saying we are in politics.
Oh God.
No, Jafar. Being in politics doesn't mean that someone should be so rude. That was rude from Adesina.
I think Jafar put it about that. They shouldn't have dignified.
It's high level of stupidity.
It's not
very stupid statement.
There are certain
allow people like us to respond, not Nedeko. Therefore, allow us to respond. Not
that's how someone go manage to compare Awolowo and Tinubu. We were just saying, what people they smoke these days?
Not yet. He's on his way. Not yet.
I think we should be getting to the position to that place as a nation now. We're 70 years now in nation. So we should be getting to that space now where we have to ring fence certain things and certain names that this is not part of politics. And those names now that should just not be in the rounds of, especially elements like additional, should be names like the Saudana, names like our name. Don't because the North, if he thinks it's serving the North, they won't like it because they love Awo in the North, they love Zik in the North. They love them in the South. So who is the audience for this level of stupidity? But
so that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah. Because he's not a stupid man. He's an intelligent man. He knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe, as I may assume, I'm just assuming, maybe he's trying to divert attention on other national issues.
Jafar, let's leave that attention diversion. This is just irresponsible of him to even try. There's a way you can divert attention, use some other things. Not for reckless statement. And see, if you allow this thing to stand, before you know, the coming generation will start believing in all these lies too. You understand? The same lies they told people upon. The people started seeing Buhari as the Messiah Nigeria never had, that they had to smuggle him in 2015 to bring them back 200 years backward. See, there's some kind of silly attention that we should not even entertain at all. How can someone be comparing Awolowo that educated the whole Western region or Sadana that had these people that gave them the best since the independence, and someone will be telling someone that is wrecking their future? No. It's irresponsible. It's the highest level of irresponsibility.
I think Jafar concurs. Yeah.
I don't know about the South or the West, but for sure in the North, I don't see anybody responding to him. Because the position of those three leaders, Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, and Aminu Kano, their selflessness alone speaks.
Exactly.
It will be transcended from generation to generation. So no amount of propaganda or talk will change anybody's mind.
You guys notice that Adesina didn't compare Buhari to Sadana or Abubakar. What's the prime minister?
Yaya Bello
the top ones, the tricky American. But then when it comes to the Southwest,
I think he just picked one name from each region because
the caliber of name he picked from the South. It's not the same caliber of name he picked from the North.
Whether you are. But you are now introducing a new politics to it. So let's move
on. No, it's a fact now. I mean, we don't know that the three founding fathers was Ahmadu Bello, Awolowo, and Azikiwe. But then, I think you're not weary, man.
Yeah, no, you see, that's why it's
getting even Buhari would have fired him. He would have mentioned Sadana or
Buhari
would have fired him.
He was even praising some social media person on this thing. That's the type of addition. The women who love Buhari. If you haven't read the rubbish that guy wrote,
the women who love
Buhari.
Even Aisha does not love Buhari. What are we talking about? You know, what women love Buhari? We all know what Buhari looks like now. Is that what women love?
One man, you are lucky you are not in Kano or on Zapara. That is blasphemy.
That what? What is blasphemy? That women don't love Buhari?
No, Aisha did not love Buhari. That's blasphemy.
No, of course she does.
The woman in the other room.
Of course she does. She was betrothed now. It wasn't anything to do with love. It's just arranged.
Woman, yeah, I'm talking like Kanu that we saying Aisha boyfriend, all those kind of things.
Just like
why you arrest you, man? You better be careful.
No, I'm not. You know. But
one man should not just travel to Nigeria for now. I beg.
That's blasphemy. Jafar put you for one corner.
I'm sure Buhari can take a bit of
Jafar is looking with left eye.
It's all right.
About one man. One man like sarcasm. So one man is a literary figure. So he has a mastery of the English language, metaphor, sarcasm, and all those things.
Jafar mastered this. So we're now going from what is sublime in the realms of the unbelievable, from additional, the sublime, to the utterly ridiculous. The Pepe politics we're going into now, and of course, the kingpin of Pepe. Sowore, of course, the ridiculousness starts again. He is now suing the police for firing tear gas at him. So are we now to expect now this retinue? The last time he turned up in court, it was with a Babalawo, some actor that he put in a Babalawo costume. So he got a lot of publicity of that. So next time now that he's now doing this is comical. Why are they even allowing him to file all these comical lawsuits is the one thing, but then the charade that is going to follow now, that's just that circus that is Sowore. So is it now going to line some actor to dress like a babalawo, get some girl to dress like a nun, and get another guy to dress like an imam, and then he will be doing his usual. One man. Is it time for this guy just to pack it in?
Why the traditionalists? He represented us.
Babalawo is the traditionalist.
Yes. Why the people?
One man
to run away because of ordinary decoration yesterday. Someone decor on a dining table. I was on a dining table when he saw that in an office.
When I see Babalawo beside him, it remains small. Almost join his party.
One man, when a court don't want to give you justice, what else will you do? When a court
you bring Babalawo to court.
Yes,
you bring yes now. If you bring Lalu, will give you a code. Bring it inside the court. If they lie against you, they will do that judge. Something bad will happen to that judge. That's what Sowore did. That's a smart man.
So how far would you go in this human right? Are you allowed to bring Ebo into the church? Not into the church. They already have Ebo.
Bring Orisha there. Anybody that lie in front of the Orisha, you deal with it.
Bring Ebo into the court and say because it's your religion.
No, that's different. Now bring Ebo into the court is different.
So
you can't bring. No, he didn't bring anything. He came with work clothes, whatever it is, as long as it's your possession, as long as it's not physical weapon. It's okay. So if you would have brought the pastor of Bible now, you won't have issue with it.
That's a weapon.
That's the problem. Bring a pastor into the people.
You know, he was trying to subvert justice with mythical means.
No, that's not what he did. That's not what he did. He brought the deity to come and bear witness. In case they don't give him justice. If they don't bring that man that day, they can't justice. They forgive and injustice.
One man, we go carry you for Nigeria. We dey watch you. If you accept your foot in Nigeria, we go carry you.
Don't worry, I'm a son of the soil. I'm a
I blame Jafar. Jafar don't as a praise and spawn, I just unleash the Igbo side on him. Come outside.
No,
one man will claim to be your man, but he come here to be talking like an Englishman.
No,
change your name from your man to Englishman.
What is your hold on? What is your own local government, Mike? What's your local government?
What do you? What's my local government?
In Nigeria.
Mike left home when he was 5 months.
See, I'm more than you.
I'm from Afigio local government. That is my own local government. Afigio.
What about the village? Mike doesn't know his local government. Mike is a Kogi man. He's a fake Yoruba man.
Mike is from Kaba.
Do you know why I like Mike? Whenever we are talking about tradition, Mike will go and bring that is old beat. Whenever we are talking about Bible, he will go.
Mike, a lot of what Mike says is boju, you know.
It's just shakara.
What is shakara? I'm not shakara anybody now. I'm just telling you the
shakara guy, man.
We don't know you.
He went to Iraq.
So one man. The issue I have with Sowore over this matter is that, okay, he has every constitutional right to go to court if he feels he was assaulted by the Nigerian police. But my issue is, why do you selectively pick a female police officer to sue instead of suing the Nigerian police?
The institution itself, yes.
The institution itself. Why do you pick a poor female police officer?
Can I interject right there? Can I interject right there?
Is Hollywood trained.
Can I interject right there?
Please, I want to hear from Ajale Gogo.
Okay, let's hear from Ajale Koko. Then I must then push back to Jafar. So push it on. So Ajale Koko, yeah, you come in.
I want to believe that in that lawsuit, he will have joined the Nigerian police force as well. So, but that lady that shot him, that almost killed him, her name is very important in the lawsuit. So, I don't want to believe that it's only that lady that is on the lawsuit. Nigerian police as well as an institution will be joined as well. You know, so Sowore is smarter than that.
You know, I never knew you could actually single out a personnel to sue. I thought because they are acting on behalf of the state, are they not? So if you have an issue with their action, I would have thought that it was the institution that you sued rather than the personnel. I don't think maybe I've not been paying attention, but I don't think I've ever.
I don't know how it is in Nigeria, but in the US, you can actually sue the officer himself.
The officer himself. For
if he hacked out of this against the organization.
You will sue the officer and join the institution as well in the lawsuit.
No, what you do in Nigeria, what you do in Nigeria, you sue the institution. Then now you like you say, you draw not only the individual, if you know, because for the most part you don't even know them. If you know the person,
he knows this lady. They got her picture. They know her.
You add her as either the first or second respondent in the case. But the first person you have to do, because it's police brutality, is the institution first.
I believe that is the way he will have done it. But it's just the report that one man read to all of us is just reported like that. But you know, the way that they will enter it in the lawsuit is going to be different. I'm sure, like you said, it might be the institution fault, and they will join the lady as a partner in the lawsuit.
Yes, that will make more sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, you know that news they want to sell when report like this, when they want to bring it out, they want it to sell and go viral. So. That's why they mentioned that.
Do you think? I know you don't, Ajale Koko, but Jafar, do you think Sowore is an attention junkie?
I don't think he's an attention junkie like you, because I actually know him personally. I think he really cares for Nigeria. He has the best interest of Nigeria. Where I disagree with him is on strategy, how to achieve the result. That's where I separated myself from him, is how to attain the result. We don't share the same strategy. I believe in order to effect change, you have to start ground up. It's not from up down, it has to be bottom up. You have to organize at the level of ward, at the level of constituency. That's how you will achieve result. But he doesn't share my view. He thinks power, you can bring down everything down. And personally, I think it's never going to work. But I don't think he's actually doing it because he wants the fame. He really cared about the nation. He wants to see Nigeria move forward.
Jafar. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Jafar, did you see that interview that Sowore did with Galaxy Radio in Ibadan just a few years ago with some minister? I think his name was Shitu or something. And that minister was referencing him.
Minister of Communication, Shitu. Minister of Communication.
Shitu, yes, okay. And that minister was referencing him to that route that you've just described. That he should go and start from the beginning and work his way up. But Sowore, of course, the arrogance and whatnot, he started to preen and peacock as is often his wont. So did you see that interview?
I saw the interview. I have had a lot of conversation with him, with Aisha Yusufu,
DJ Adebayo Shitu.
Yeah, so he really doesn't believe that this will affect any change, because to him the whole system is corrupt. No matter how you do, everything is stacked against you. The only way you can affect change, in his view, is on the street, fighting, bring it down. But I wish he succeed, but I doubt.
He knows he cannot succeed like that.
Yes, that was my question. So Jafar, to what Ovie just said, do you think Sowore actually thought that or thinks that he can ever be president, or is he just using this space to force a conversation, to highlight what is wrong with the country, and then to point to possible solutions to it? So what do you think his intentions are? Do you think his intention is to politic, or is it his intention? And I know you are not a spokesperson, or is it his intention just to highlight what is going on in the country, and then to give the people just a hope that you don't give up, sort of thing? So what do you think is playing at, Sowore?
I think Sowore actually believes that he can be a good president and he could make Nigeria a better place. That he really sincerely he believes in it. But will that ever matter? Will that ever come to fruition? I personally doubt it. But however, having said that, he already has a lot of impact among the Nigerian space. A lot of youth look towards him. He has a large followers, people that listen to him. So his activism has already have a lot of impact on young people in Nigeria.
Do you think?
See, one man, let me say something very fast. One thing you guys don't realize is Sowore is outsmarting you guys. Sowore is doing things on the basis of the long term, for the long term base. You understand? What he's doing right now is for the next 10 years. Well, you guys are not saying it like that. You guys are just thinking president. He's doing things for the long term. You understand? So the activity he's doing right now will be recorded 10 years from now, when all these old guys, they all be dead in 10 years time. And Wari, all those old men, they will all be dead. Now, when it's time for the young people to start speaking, he has already built so much resume for himself with all these things that he's doing. While the rest of you will come out and nobody will know who you are. Everybody already knows who Sowore is. So 10 years, 15 years from now, when all the old men are dead, when it's time for
10 years, they don't give the presidency to North already. Yesterday, the Avengers.
No. The next 15 years from now, all those old generations, they'll be in their grave. They'll be in their 90s, at least 100. So the new things, the new power voice in politics will be new faces, young people like Sowore now being in their 60s or early 70s. Now it's time for them to start playing politics. Now Sowore has been making himself relevant for the past 10-15 years. no one will have power, you understand, to contest against him. So that's the game he's playing. He's a smart guy. All these things that he's doing that you guys think he's just being dummy. He's just making himself relevant for the long term.
I think the way he started is wrong to me.
It may not make sense, but the guy is smart. He's doing it for the long term.
You
have a point. You have a point there.
In support of what Mike just said, look, a lot of us doesn't understand the strategic way of pursuing presidential ambition, and that is why we are talking like this. Look, the space he has opened now is so huge that all of us in that country now, we're all yearning for a better person that will lead us. He has created, he has, publicized, he has made publicity of himself, and he has shown consistency about pursuing this presidential ambition. How do you want somebody that went to Ivy League school to come and start from below? What kind of, a person that went to Ivy League school to come and start from below, when people that are hold on. You expected him when Buhari, who doesn't have a clear record of school certificate contesting for president, when others are criminals, people that are criminals, like people that criminal like that guy that Jaffa is disappointed in, that Kogi governor is contesting. So you want him to go and start from below? Let me tell you an instance. President Lula of Brazil. Hold on, let me talk now. Okay, Lula of Brazil started his presidential campaign as a one-man show at a train station in Brazil. In a train station, he started giving them this thing. People thought it's not possible, going to be possible. But what happened? He became president. And it was during this time that Brazilian economy turned around and emerged as one of the best economy in the world. That is how you know a leader. This Macron in London, he came from no party. No party. And he became president. He wasn't
you are talking like an academic professor.
And you people don't want to pursue. You don't want to support the right candidate, but only to criticize and condemn.
Let's forget about right candidate.
What's going on with you people? You people are well educated. You people should be in the position. You should be in the position to propagate this guy ambition around the country, but only to stay on the platform and criticize him. What is wrong with you people, man?
Ajale Koko, please calm down. See, you are talking like an academic professor. See, the thing is this: when you want to market yourself, right? You sell your value to me and you convince me, and willingly I will going to vote for you. What Sowore was doing that time, you didn't capture the grassroots. You see someone that want to interrupt before that we start from top? No, you start from the grassroots, you destroy from the grassroots. But this guy was quoting Obama, was saying Obama was never a politician. That was a blatant error. Lies.
Grassroots mobilizer, community mobilizer.
Macron did not go to the grassroots. Macron did not go to grassroots.
Did Buhari go to the grassroots? Did Obasanjo go to the grassroots? Who else went to the
grassroots? Mike, why they talk like this? Look, Buhari has his machinery that was working for him at the grassroots.
10 million man. Now they talk like that.
No Nigerian president went to any grassroots, man. They didn't start from council or anything like that. No Nigerian president started from council.
That's not what I mean by
the only one that was Jonathan that was vice
president.
The rest of them, they didn't start from council or
all right,
sorry, God, it's
don't get the world grassroots wrong.
Too many voices.
The thing is this. You have your structure at the grassroots. Let some people speak for you at the grassroots. We are talking of Sowore that has no structure that can even win councillorship election at the local level. So you have to be able to relate with the common people.
But that's what he's doing now. That's what he's doing. All these things that he's doing, this activism, this relevancy movement is doing. He's connecting. He's making himself known.
How many farmers and local people in Ekiti know Sowore? What are you talking about?
In 10 years' time, the whole Nigeria will know. 10 years' time, everybody will know that nation already.
All right, let Jafar have the final word, and then I'll take him to the final talking point.
So yeah, I personally believe that his strategy is not going to yield any outcome because the activism, the courage, the emotion, and the passion has to be directed at the base. You have to organize. It's all about organization. You have to create trust. We are in Nigeria. In order to present yourself as a candidate, you have to come from a political party, build a political party structure, have people that speak for you, like Ola said. That's my point. Activism, there are thousands of people that are in activism. Lawyer Falana is an activist.
And the contestant in Ekiti didn't win.
Yeah,
he didn't even win enough.
Hold on. Yeah. Sorry, Jafar, are you there?
Yes, sir. That's the point. That's just the main point. That's my difference. But that's how I feel with him. I wish he get it right because he will be a good impact to the Nigerian society because he has a passion. He's passionate about Nigeria. That's what matters to me.
All right.
In a sentence, can I add to what Jafar said?
Yeah, carry on.
See, where Ajale Koko and Mike makes the point is this: Sowore appeal to the middle class, and the middle class are the one that will just be coming to Facebook and blow grammar and will not come out and vote on election days. But those Oniru Alata in this thing that used to get 500 naira, all those things, they are the one that you need to mobilize, and these people. They are not associating with Sowore. How do you want him?
Ola, you didn't see his campaign going to the grassroots. You didn't see it. Didn't you see the video?
We played it here, didn't we? Did we not play it here when he went to meet a Fulani man?
You need to see his campaign at the grassroots to the market. He went to marketplaces.
That's not a structure. You have to have a structure.
Is a politician.
There is no way that create a structure that can match APC and PDP at this time. It's not possible. You understand?
You are not talking.
You guys get my point is in the next 10 years, if he continue with his making himself relevant, within 10, 15 years, the whole Nigeria know who Sowore is. It will be so popular. So by the time the next faces will start coming after these old people are dead, those new faces will not be able to match him. You understand? Because they will not be able to match him. Nobody
he already have a political party that will build a structure for him around the country, and is very consistent in his pursuit of this campaign. So it's a long time goal. He might not achieve it now, but don't think that he cannot achieve, because you people are saying you are like saying he should back down, that his strategy is not working. I mean, you guys should see beyond your nose, man.
Nigerians can't look beyond 1 year now. They only look present. They don't know how to look future.
We are all educated people. We cannot see beyond our nose. What is wrong with us, man?
Nobody is saying he cannot achieve in the future. We are saying he has to get the strategy right.
How do you want him to get it right? You don't have anything to offer.
Look at Buhari.
He doesn't get it right. What do you want him to do?
Look at Buhari. He was a court hero.
He was.
Sorry, carry on. I just hold on.
Look at Buhari. He was a court hero in the north. If you follow Buhari to the rally in the north, in fact, if you are not stampeded there, you are very lucky. People will come out en masse, and yet he tried from 2023 until some people took over in 2014 to help him relate with the grassroots in the southern region. You understand? That is the only time he could win. So we are now talking of Sowore, no money, nothing. Even the middle class you are even associating with, they are not even ready because once they are able
do you know how many years Buhari started before he got that presidency?
That is what we are
saying. Do you know how many years he started?
The reason why Buhari became the most likely among all the APC guys that time was because he has been building his resume for 8 years, almost 10 years. That's why when APC had to pick a candidate, they had to pick Buhari, even though he's the least qualified among them, because he has already built his image for years.
That is exactly what we are telling you. That's
what Sowore is doing.
He didn't have the right
structure. So you see why sometimes I try to hold back, some of the interjections. So, but this is a Sowore.
Mama, you don't go give me
so Babalawo doesn't have right to go to court.
Look at that.
You call yourself your man.
No, I'm saying the guy is an actor. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
That's my people.
Mama, you know,
is spiritual advisor. This is what they call it now. Look at that.
That's my people.
He's taking Dugurudu. He's taking Dugurudu to
for this movie alone. I almost joined his.
This one are decoration. So if I don't,
Hollywood star, now Hollywood bread, now American train now. So,
all right, thank you. Let's get back to Jafar. Jafar, let me. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you. Let's get back to Jafar to put him now the final talking point. So Jafar, we are fast approaching now. It's only 4 days away now. The EndSARS anniversary. So 2 things now that I want to sample your opinion on. 1 year on in 4 days' time, EndSARS anniversary. What exactly has changed as a result of that protest? Which of the demands, which of the changes that the people want effected by the government has taken place now 12 months on? So that's the one thing. And then the second part, of course, what sort of a day are you anticipating for that day? And then the real question, Mr. Macaroni, you should know Mr. Macaroni, the comedian on social media. So he has now come out into space to ask the celebrities, and by extension, everybody, to pick a side in exactly what is going on in Nigeria. So what do you think he means by that? And where do you weigh in the divide that he seems to be pointing to, Jafar?
I think he's trying to insinuate that some of his brothers and sisters in the celebrity world have been bought over. And to him, it's like there is a mole in their midst. I don't know the veracity of such an insinuation. So, but the main point is the first question, what has changed? I don't really think much has changed since, because they said SARS has been disbanded, and I think they created a new force. I can't even remember the name now. But my contacts in Nigeria still tells me that there is still police brutality, which is the main reason for the protest in the first place, before it was hijacked by politicians. So if the point is about police brutality and nothing has changed, then it's unfortunate. Then now coming to the bigger question, do they have a right to protest? Of course they do. The Constitution actually empowers citizens to demonstrate, to protest, but within the confines of the law. But at the same time, the police also is empowered by that same law to provide security for them in the cause. But my issue is with the instability, with the chaos all over the country. If the police are saying, or the police are actually trying to stop the protest, I don't know why they are doing it. I don't have their security briefing report. I don't know what intelligence report they have that may actually make them to take such a decision. But I was listening today at the National Executive Council meeting that the council were advising them, the protesters, to look for another means of expressing their grievances without necessarily coming to the street. So I don't know how it will end up, how it will play out.
Jafar, it is almost certain that the protesters will take to the streets because they will want to show that they are not going to be coward. Especially, there's actually, in just the narratives coming out of Lagos State, they were planning an event in the build-up to that date where they booked a hall somewhere, a prominent hall that the Lagos State government had, they then had that booking cancelled. So what these people are now intending to do, threatening to do, is that they will go and mark that occasion at Lekki Toll Gate itself. So that is a headache mix right there. So the people are determined, but then are we expecting the same response from the government? Is it rinse and repeat?
I don't. It wouldn't make sense for government to respond in an iron-handed manner. If I were in charge of government, I will allow them to. I will actually make sure I deploy a lot of security on the ground to monitor for any deviant acts, so that at least if it is a peaceful protest, it should not be hijacked by third parties or political or terrorist tendency or anything that might paint the protest a bad name. But that's my fear. So I don't know if Buhari administration is going to do that. But if I could
we're losing you a bit, Jafar. We're losing you a bit.
I said if I could read by their body language, bringing the matter to the National Economic Council, debating it. I don't know, maybe, a situation where you are trying to give a name to a dog just to kill it. I don't know. I may be exaggerating, but I don't know.
All right, still within that space, Jafar, I want to ask you a question, but with 3 layers. Do you think the Nigerian police, let's just focus on the police and the army too, but the police in this instance, do you think the Nigerian police personnel, do you think they get any training at all? Do you think they just get very little basic training? And do you think that their training is sufficient, fit for the purpose that they are meant to serve? So do they get no training at all? Do they just get very little training? And is the training that they get, is it sufficient to the peculiarities of the environment that they are meant to operate? The Nigerian police, fit for purpose?
No, they are not. They are not. They are underfunded, undertrained, and underpaid even. So I don't expect much, both the Nigerian police and the army. And above all, they are overreach. They are all over the place. It's not like an organization like the Nigerian police should have capacity building in service. That should be routine. Maybe after every 6 months, you send them for training on crisis prevention, on maybe how to de-escalate, how to control protests, how to control crowd. It should be like a continuous process. Like every year, a police should go through that course. But they are underfunded. They can't do that.
All right, because let me just bring you. Let me see if I've got this, and then I'll bring you it. Let me bring you this, Jafar. So this is just police pay, Jafar. So I'll go from a police sergeant grade level 5, and then I'll go all the way to the No, I'll go actually from a recruit and then I'll go up to a police sergeant grade level 5. So a police recruit, Jafar, his monthly salary 9,019 naira. So that's how much it takes home monthly. And then the annual salary 108,000 naira roughly. Police constable grade level 3, 43,000.
One man, that cannot be right. That cannot be right. What year is that? What year?
That's basic. That's basic pay. One man.
Yes. That's. Let me see what year this is. It doesn't actually give me the year, so maybe I should abandon that then, not to give.
No, you are not far from the truth. You are close to the
yes.
truth.
Because they are underpaid. The recruit is somebody that's not formally in yet. So the police constable, Ajanle Koko, this might well tie with more what you suspect. So the police constable, his monthly salary is 43,209 naira and 500,000 per annum. So that's the entry level constable. Then just a level above him, 600,000 approximately. A corporal, etc. So up to the way of a police sergeant grade level 5, his annual income 671,686 naira and 8 kobo. So that is what a police sergeant earns, just a little over 500,000 naira per annum. Not per
That's
month.
a lot of money in Nigerian context.
Right.
What is Ajani Koko saying?
In Nigeria, Ajale Koko, sorry, hold on. Did you hear when Baba Akure was talking about the price of a bag of rice?
What is he talking about?
Hold on. You said
Ajale Koko, that's a little money, man.
Hold on. It's a little money to us here. In Nigerian context, it is not. If in a year it is getting 600,000, if you divide that by 12, that's gonna give you almost 50 something thousand, right?
Yes, 55,973 naira and 84 kobo.
Yeah, that's the higher rank. This is not the lower.
That's a police sergeant. Yes.
Police sergeant. That is level 5 officer.
Yes.
So Ajani Koko, how much will he pay for rent per year if he is posted in Lagos?
Jafar, the money you are using to buy Semovita now.
Sorry, Mike. Ajale Koko, one wife, 2 children.
Look, everybody in Nigeria are underpaid. All the civil servants in that country are underpaid. The minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000 naira. They are government workers as well. That is what I'm saying. So
Ajale Koko, the last people you want to be underpaying in a country, in a society, is the police or people that are carrying gun. When you underpay someone that's carrying gun, you turn into an armed robber. That's what will happen. You understand?
Yeah.
You can't give me a gun and put me in poverty because I'll use that gun to help myself out of poverty. That's why the police are becoming armed robbers.
Ajale Koko, just with that police sergeant, what argument would you have for that guy now not taking bribe? What argument would you have for him not taking bribe?
Or not even robbing people?
Look, yes, I'm not saying that money is. I'm not saying that they are well paid. That is not my point. But what I'm saying is that level 5 officer getting about 650,000 in Nigeria, you can't say it's a small money because the minimum wage is 30,000. We have to look at the overall pay for all civil servants. They are civil servants as well. 30,000 is the minimum wage.
Not civil servant, man.
They are civil servants. They are civil servants. They are just police officers. They rank them. Their salary structure. Yeah, their salary is structure on level basis. So like every other civil servant. So, but what I'm saying is that if you look at that for level 5 officer, it's not a small amount. Inflation in Nigeria will take all that away. And who do we have to blame? We have to blame the government that never paid them well. Just like every other civil servant. All civil servants are not well paid, not only the police officer.
But you are endangering the society when you don't pay your police officers, the people that carry guns. They have to go and, the people, you have to trust people's lives. They have them.
I've just told you. I have just told you. Even they are more. Look, their own salary is on different salary structure. They are paid better than every other civil servant. At that level of level 5, that's what I'm saying. Level 5, hold on. Level 5 civil servant would not be paid 650,000 naira.
We are talking about the ones, the level 5 guys, not the one on the streets doing the chasing,
are they not going to the same market? What are you talking about?
What they are paying those the lower ranking ones, the one that be on the street every day to go and the policing people. That money is ridiculous and it's dangerous for society because they will become armed robber with their guns.
Ajale Koko and Mike and Jafar, everyone. Let me just add this bit of data to the mix as well, to the conversation as well. This is to another space, but interesting reading anyway. So Sri Lanka, $5,100. Malaysia, $25,300. Spain, $43,900. Ghana, $46,500. Saudi Arabia, $64,000. France, $85,900. South Africa, $104,000. Great Britain, $105,000. Germany, $119,500. Canada, $154,000. The United States, $174,000. Nigeria, $2,183,685. So $2,183,685. So you get strike, of course. Senators pay.
That is heartbreaking right there. So
and they are shopping at the same market, though.
They are shopping at the same market.
They go to the police sergeant sends his wife to Obalinde market.
You are paying the most irrelevant people the highest. You are paying the most irrelevant people the highest money, and they are paying the most important people the lowest money. The police, the law enforcement are the most important people in society. The most important. Everybody's life depends on them. You understand?
Can I say something?
So you don't regard their welfare, but you want to be paying all these senators useless people. They don't do nothing. The highest in the world. Are you kidding me?
Can I say something, Mike? You see one thing. It is good as we talk about their salary. Fine. And we must know that whatever they earn in Nigeria too is relative to the economy. Fine. The thing is this: before now, even when Nigeria was okay, this issue of police collecting bribe has been there. I understand that when people are underpaid, they may resort to other things. The issue is corruption. I won't even look at it narrowly as a part of pay. If you like today, pay Nigerian police $1 million, $1 million naira every month. That will never stop them from collecting 20 naira from a Danfo driver. Let's just get that in.
But it will stop them from being armed robbers.
Wait, Mikey. We that work in the banking sector, we still have our colleagues that are still stealing money despite
that's not even the point, Ola. It's not
really. I understand what you're saying.
It's not that their lower pay justifies the bribe, but the lower pay, it doesn't justify it, but you can see then that it facilitates for it.
Exactly.
So if they are well paid now, you will say they have no excuse. But the fact that they are paid such a derisory amount of money, it then adds to the argument of why they take bribes. So it doesn't justify it. We're not saying that if they get decent pay, they'll stop taking.
I mean, no human being really have desire to be harmed or criminal. But when conditions push you in a desperate position.
To Buhari coming in and this inflation rising, they were well paid based on their past this thing. You understand?
Nigerian police were never well paid. Never in history.
So,
Wait.
one man.
Yeah,
That is one of the grievances outlined during the EndSARS protest. The low pay of the Nigerian police that has not been addressed yet. Then the other one is their accommodation, like housing, where you house the police officer. That also, I have seen some movement in some states. Some states have actually started building and housing facility for police, which is a good thing. But we have a problem with not only police, even army, because the other day I was talking to one guy from Yahoo, from Kebbi State. He just got into the Nigerian army. Guess what? A new army, they just took him. His pay is like, he said 70,000 naira a month, and we're sending him to the front. So imagine, what do you expect him to go and do? To go and kill him 70,000?
And one thing Nigeria don't understand, all these African countries don't understand is this: when you train people to become killers, the soldiers, the police, you give them hard training to become killers, and now you don't care about their welfare. You just put them you put society in danger, because what they will start doing is using their training, the things that they've learned, survival trainings, to start making living for themselves, which is armed robbery, banditry. So a lot of these Nigerian soldiers have been trained to kill, to carry guns, to shoot, and then Nigerian army, some of them just throw them away into society. And you think they will be acting like regular people, like everybody else? They won't have the hearts to go and kill people and rob them and do things. So that's the mistake they are making in that society. These kind of people, you have to make sure you take care of them. You have to. That's what America does. America take care of their veterans. They take care of their police officers. They make sure they are good to go, because these people, if you don't just leave them to be destitute, they'll become the most dangerous forces in society.
It's just unacceptable, isn't it, for a police sergeant to be paid 55,000?
What is unacceptable? The man that was supposed to protect society with guns.
Mike, what is happening in that police is that they are also divided into two: the lower ranks and the higher ranks. The higher ranks are close with the our elite, so they are being well taken care of, housing and everything. Why the lower ranks are left to fend for themselves, just like the way you are saying.
The lower rank are the one going supposed to take care of the most, because they are the one that are actually more closer to the people. They are the one that really they are the most dangerous one. The higher ones, they are in the office. If they don't pay those ones, I don't even mind.
So that's what you are saying.
Yeah, but Ovie, to what you said, even the ones that you say that they are the elite police, that they are still on a pay scale. It's just that their association with the powers that be, it then augments their salary. So the basic salary and the package really is not sufficient enough for them. When Bakare was telling us the bag of rice is 30,000 naira. So thank you. So Jafar,
but those on the street are delivering to those in the office too. If you factor in that one.
Yes, so
yeah,
they
but
are
that's
taking
bribe,
from us to share between them and the elite. So in that way, the elite are eating both ways.
All right. Thank you. So Jafar, round off your thoughts, and then I'll go on to, let me go on to Ego, who has not said much, and hopefully is not falling asleep on us. But Jafar, round off your thoughts.
So like Ove rightly said, you divide them into two categories. The elites, who are like the business owners, the sergeants bring them. Elites have connection with lawyers, with judges, and politicians. So they don't feel the impact of what they are doing to their younger ones, especially those that are in the police service commission. That's where the problem lies.
All right. Thank you, Jafar. Yeah, Ego, are you still with us? I suspect Ego may well have left us. All right. Thank you, Ego. Anyway, I'm sure he'll come back in a moment. But let's go on to Mike then, as we now start to, to go to the final furlong. So Mike, you just pick a topic that interests you and speak to that.
Nah, I don't know.
Okay, let me put it to you then. Let me take you then to Tunde Bakari. First, we saw Fani Kayode did the shuffle, and then we said, okay, this is who he is. So now we are saying Tunde Bakari do the jig. So now that is still who he is. But now we're expecting just a conveyor belt of the rest of them just turning up doing the palungo. So it's palungo season now in politics. Everybody in Aso Rock collecting dollar bags in the 11th hour of Buhari's administration. What are you making of the preacher man who lost $1?
When you see a Yoruba man that's speaking English like the Englishman, run.
What's that?
Tunde Bakare, IFFK, all those people. And on top of it, he's a pastor. We don't finish. The guy now, you see, he remind me of.
Do you consider him a pastor?
Of course, now he's a pastor. That's what pastors. They are all criminal. The worst people in Nigerian society are pastors. If you guys eliminate pastors in Nigeria becomes to get better. Those people are cancer to your society, man.
You don't know if one man is a pastor and you are saying this.
No, I'm Jehovah's Witness, so we don't have pastors in my.
They are the one destroying your society. The pastors, they are the number one destroyer. When you put them there for one reason, to help you destroy. That's why anything when you create, put in your midst, you put it there to destroy you. It's like the way they put drugs in the midst of the blacks in America. You know, they think the drug is to help them have fun, but they destroy their community. So anything when you can throw in your midst, when you create pastors among us in Nigeria, and those pastors have been cancer, man. They've destroyed lives. These people are no, I mean, guys, the pastor, you know, see, after what he did, you see his followers are still there, sitting down. You see,
what is your belief system? You are a traditionalist, are you, Mike?
I don't believe in pastors and other foreign stuff, man. You know.
So you question. You are traditionalist.
Me and my God, we are personal. You understand?
Oh, all right. No, that's fair enough. Carry on.
Yeah. So, you know, unfortunately, you know, these people, they are really there to destroy people's lives, man. They are just destroying people's lives, and the followers to keep following them. How can a man? The one annoys me is like our education system really destroys us too, because Nigerian education system does not teach you. It's not philosophically based. That teaches you that okay. Two kind of education. There's one where it's just memorizing, and there's one where they train your brain how to think. You understand? Our education system does not train our brain how to think. It just teaches us to memorize things. Like, okay, this is a house, this is a dog, this is a cat, this is this. Memorize it. I'm gonna take an exam and answer what you memorize. But real education teach you how to use your brain. And if you know how to use your brain, you'll be asking questions. How can a one man pick out a book, stand in front of you and be saying, I'm a man of God, and this is what God says.
Yeah,
God said this.
Meditative curriculum. Why here they have a reflective curriculum?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the children, they ask you questions. If you come and say, even when I went to, if you go to churches in a white country, the people ask the pastors questions. The children will ask questions. American children will ask questions. You know, students, because that's where they train them. They will question your.
Are you saying Nigerian? What do you mean ask questions?
For my village church now, old people they ask pastor. They put us in the lie. Old people.
in Nigeria, if you ask your teacher a question, they will flog you.
When they born yesterday, that's when they bring come meet us for here. Go they lie. We go just a lie for backseat. Old people they know they hold back. You guys won't tell them what it don't make sense. They will point out to you straight up. Say no, you are lying.
Yes, true. Because the true African knowledge. The old African knowledge teach you is more philosophical based. You understand? It's philosophical based. It's neither here or there. You use parables to explain things, and then that parable can mean 3 different things. And then you begin to go dig, ask questions, and do this. That's what Africans used to think. Our forefathers were more intelligent than us. But this generation, we think we are smarter. We are the dumbest generation ever. But we think we are smarter because we can speak English and we are exposed to outside world technology and things.
No, when you say this generation, do you mean the Africans or do you mean the global generation?
No. The Africans of today,
right.
We are less intelligent than the Africans of the ancient time or the old times.
Why do you say that?
Our reasoning, our way of using our senses is different.
No, it's not.
It's different. It's different.
Do you know that the African of today, he has access to more knowledge than
we are more exposed. But we don't know how to.
So how can then that be the case, and what you said be the case?
It's different between having knowledge, information in your head, and actually knowing how to use your head. It's two different things.
How do you mean?
Okay. It's one thing you possess knowledge, where the knowledge controls you. It's another thing that you possess knowledge and you have the ability to control the knowledge that you possess. There's this book you need to read called The 5 Levels of Attachment. How they teach you how to actually use your brain. Because some things you know can actually be misleading you. You understand? A lot of things you know also have misinformation. They're just conventional wisdom and can actually be misleading you. So when you've been philosophically trained to know how to use your brain, brain to control what you know, you understand? You begin to question things that you know, and you begin to unfold and refine your knowledge to higher wisdom. You understand? But unfortunately, most people in Africa, they'll just get degree and start saying, "Oh, he has degree." But then you see the decisions they make is completely foolish. Even a little child will make a better decision. And that's why you see people that got degrees, they'll stand in front of pastor, and pastor will be telling them what to do. God said this, God said that. Where your education?
Do you know that to make the right decisions now is a lot more difficult than it has ever been in any time in history to make the right decisions now?
Yeah, because now
let me give you an example of what I mean. This is just a little cameo to show you just the difficulties of decision making. Just 20 years ago, you go into a coffee shop and you ask for a cup of coffee. There's only one question they will ask you, black or white. Do you want milk in it or not? Those were the choices that you have. Going to a coffee shop today, mocha, soka, doka, muka, duka, and all the cars, they'll take you through cars, and then they'll do espressos. So it's just, it's just a more difficult space to live in. Decision making is a lot more difficult because the world has condensed and all the options are presented almost immediately to you.
Well, I mean, it's always been that way.
You can't say the people of the past. That was simpler times, wasn't it? Simpler times.
The people of the past, right? We're more closer to nature, especially the Africans. So we're more closer to nature. You understand? So everything is more of a natural laws that governs things. You understand? Not like human laws, human ways. So there's less trust for because you are self-educated back in the past. You understand? You relate with nature. You more explore what's the word? Explosive or something. Yeah, exactly. But today it's more like it's everything is packaged, right? And somebody have to feed you what it is. Everything now is based on conventional wisdom. Like, okay, this is what it is. So people that rule the world use that take advantage and start creating propaganda. You understand? So they can load you with propaganda, right? Inform you of propaganda, and your whole life you believe in propaganda. You believe that's the reality. In fact, just an illusion. You understand? Everything in life is an illusion anyway. But our ancient
the only time when there was not propaganda was a time when there was no religion, and I cannot recall a time that there was no religion. So propaganda always been in play.
No, that's what people people create. Africa, we didn't have religion until religion came to us. What we have was spirituality. It's not religion.
Okay.
You understand? And spirituality really teach you. It make you. It's more. You see, people in our tradition, right? There's no static knowledge. There's no knowledge is the way of life, right? In Christianity, for example, in Islam, everybody has to do the same thing. There's one set of rule for everyone. But in our system, our spirituality, it says every man came to this world with his own individual destiny. You understand? Ori, like the oriti woman, oriti ajaleko oriti oriti Mike. We all came with different destiny to this world. We came to do different things. So there's nobody telling you that this is the one way, this is the way. And when we communicate with God, we do in a form of dialogue. Whereas the Christians and the Muslims, they do more of analog. You just talk to God and assume God, this is what God thinks. We communicate with God through divination, and He speaks back. We communicate, we ask questions, we get, it's more of an interaction, dialogue. We communicate with nature. That's the way African were. We're sharper. When I go see with the old men, the way they think is different. My grandfather, a very philosophical man.
Mike.
But today we have become dumber because we think we are closer to Igbo man's information. So we are smarter.
Mike, the children of today are more sophisticated and they have more knowledge than the olden days. See,
but less wisdom. They are exposed to knowledge, but their wisdom is completely weak.
Mike, you know what you call wisdom? They are fables that people use to pad out the spaces that they don't have a full understanding of. So, because a lot of knowledge was not around prior to what knowledge is around now. So that gap that knowledge should be in, they use a narrative to fill that gap because they don't have an understanding of that gap. So that wasn't wisdom. They just use a saying to capture things that they do not have an understanding of. That's just how I say it.
Well, man, sometimes I wanted to ask, what's your background?
My background is my background. I'm a man of mystery.
No, because it's like you have huge background in leadership. The way you speak, sometimes, I pick a lot, which I really admire, to be honest. I'm not trying to patronize you.
No, you're trying to butter me up, but don't worry. I'm just a loud mouth. I know I'm a loud mouth. So my wife will tell you. I'm just a loud. You know, it's my wife that made me started doing this thing because every I would sit her down and be giving her all these lectures, and then she had to chase me, say, go online and start to talk your nonsense there instead, yeah.
So there's no way you hide your background. Sometimes something must give you out. So even though leadership may not be directly, but at least you have a lot to do with leadership along the line. So anyhow, your background will betray you. So see, Mike, it's not as if the people of nowadays, it's not as if they lack knowledge. The knowledge, in fact, you can talk, they've multiplied. So, but we have to consider the environment where they play and the factors that make them behave that way. Just imagine now we are in an environment whereby they weaponize poverty, and people are just looking people just see what we make them calm down, that we just bring them up. That is exactly what is playing out in Nigeria. Now, in that Africa you are talking about now, see the person you say that is being controlled by pastor on Sunday, he attends church. The pastor tells him about how to make everyone not to steal all those things, and the person will just allow the pastor to do whatever they want to do. They will still come back and still become Yahoo boy. They will still come back and you will still see all these people going there. It's simply saying that in some cases, religion sometimes in Nigeria is just like by association. You just want to associate. It's not as if some people even believe what they are practicing. So it doesn't make them to not be as knowledgeable as our ancestors. Because of the knowledge they have today, we have more than knowledge. But they are constrained within a structure that is not allowing them to even apply those knowledge. That is why that whenever you find the few one that are able to apply their knowledge, everybody used to marvel, whoa, how did they come about it? And they will make names. So
you know one of the most foolish things Africans did, especially Nigerians, especially Yorubas, the fact that the pastor will tell you that your tradition is devilish, throw it away. And when your woman came and told you to, and you guys start throwing it away, and that's the biggest mistake you make. And the thing is, if you can't relate with nature, you really don't know yourself. Knowledge of nature is knowledge of self.
Do you know that some of those pastors we are talking about, they read something and
one man, it's true, because one man, for example, one man is so educated, but I can say he's lost.
How do you mean?
You are lost. Because, for example, you saw Sowore come to that place, and you are Yoruba man, and you don't understand what the hell you're saying. You don't know what you're saying. Right. You don't know what you're saying, because that man that he came with, you have no clue. You think it's just a joke.
This is court etiquette.
Exactly.
Is this what they teach in law school? Is this court etiquette?
Do you know that? Do you know this?
Do you see what the guy is doing?
I say now, it doesn't make sense. And if I ask your grandfather can break down what he's doing, but you don't know. You've lost it. You don't know. You don't understand what that man is doing there. You don't know. To you, it's just a joke. If I begin to break down what Sowore did there, you know that Sowore is a genius.
No, it's just
Mike,
it's a joker.
Mike, do you see there are some
that guy
traditional
can be locked
garments?
up for contempt? This is contempt of. Is this not contempt?
One man. Do you know why Sowore was invited to court to do that day? Do you know what? You know why? You know what they were trying to do? They were trying to charge him with something he didn't do. Right? They were trying to charge him for, I think it was something about the police. It was a serious crime. They were trying to charge him with a serious crime. And they were trying to bring false witness, right? To come there and say, oh, he did it. You understand? So what he did there was resort to ancient tradition where we bring a deity in the presence and watch to bear witness of what's going on, and anyone that bears false witness
to cause ruckus in church.
No. He brought a shulalo giriku. If somebody come to that culture and bear false witness and lie, you understand? If you lie in front of that deity, something bad, see, the kind of thing that will happen to you, if your stomach don't swell or something, that's what you already did, because you already knew he knew what they were trying to do to him. And if he didn't show up with that man, if he didn't show up with that deity that day, they would have charged him with that.
Is he not threatening the judge with that? Is that not a threat?
Well, whatever judge want to say, that that's what that was the only thing I would have saved in that day, because they were trying to charge him for, I think they say assault the police or something like that, a lie, and they will bring false people. So most of you, the reason why your government are practicing injustice against you is because you've lost your way. You lost your way. You don't have to. They are stealing your money every day, and you call yourself educated people.
Would it have been out of bounds, Mike, if this guy was detained in court for this sort of behavior?
Well, detain him now.
Rattling,
the man, I'm pretty sure was prepared. You know,
you see him rattling a saber in church. Saber rattling in church.
You are speaking grammar. You are talking
is that not look? He's rattling a saber, and then he's.
You come here and say you're your man.
Mike. Is that not content?
Mike.
One man. This man is
this man.
So you should have got a pastor to come and pray for him. They're about to charge you with a crime.
And he's praying. What will you say?
Yeah, they're about to charge you with a crime you didn't commit. So you're gonna bring a pastor to come and.
Mike, are you sure?
No. If it's a pastor, then what will you say?
You see, the only reason why
you guys are suffering. Go ahead.
The only reason why they did not detain this guy is because they know that is what Sowore wants them to do, so he can milk it even more. Look at what that guy is doing, disrupting proceedings. Do you know that in one building there are several courts sitting? It's not just Sowore's matter that they're hearing. They're hearing in all of the courts in that place, and he comes there to cause a ruckus with his
he didn't cause anything. Nah, he brought people like the man is not different from everybody else that came. The only difference is a babalawo. That's why it's a problem for you.
Noise making in the court.
He wasn't making noise. He was in a corner sitting there.
The next
and he was communicating with the deity.
Mike, can I say something?
Rattling a saber.
Yeah, a saber. Yeah, you should have brought
Mike, can I say something
Saint Joseph.
Can I say something to Mike?
Yeah, go on. Sorry, rational
Mike. Are you sure you are into divination? I mean, you are into your fan stuff. Are you sure?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
There you
are. Because the way you're talking, you see, if you've been to court where there is case, when people have case, real case, and as Yoruba people will say, one takes a labor. All those things that Sowore and that guy is doing, it's just comic. They don't go through that. They don't go through that.
So that was comic he was doing there.
Well, that is comical. What that guy is doing is comical. It's comical.
Just get to act.
Hold on. If you've seen where people have case, when I mean case, I mean criminal cases. That okay, you were caught in the act, and if they case a labor, and they go to court, the whole case will be upturned. I mean, even though your babalawo, hold on, even though your babalawo, whoever did that for you, goes to you to court, and some of them they don't even have to go to court with you. They just say, "Go, the case is done." The case is closed. I mean, what Sowore is doing there, to me, listen.
Mm-hmm.
You see, to me, you don't need all those showiness and everything. To me, I just feel it's showiness. They do that. They do
But what is he showing? But you're not explaining what's happening there. You're not breaking down what is happening there.
What our rational mind is saying is Sowore is an attention seeker. That's just what it is.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, he does that too. There's no question, because obviously, like I said earlier, the man is campaigning, he's planning for the next 10 years, the next 15 years.
See how new that sham is. See how new it is. See how new it is. And see, Mike, like what the rational mind said, you understand? Yoruba will say, "Biere logumuyo." See, when people are trying to sham you, it's not as if you show it. By play, you won't even know that you are even responding to that sham. You understand? Like when you see something like this, even when people use Apache, all those things where they talk to person, they will be talking to you like play by play. Not that they will show you that I'm going to use Apache for you. And no. It doesn't work that way.
What is your argument? What is your argument?
What I'm saying is this: to tell you that this what Sowore is doing. Look at how new that cloth is. It is. Look at new as it is. And who told you that traditional this thing we have to have cowrie shell? You know. So those are the things you have to.
Well, everyone does it differently, but you can't say the one is doing it is fake, because the way you understand is different from the way another one understands.
Who is that guy? Is he a Shango worshipper, or is it Obatala worshipper, or Eshu worshipper?
Tell me.
No, it's just one.
Well, call the man and ask him now. Abi?
No, it's just his party man. It's just his party man that he went to the costume shop.
Can I tell me one of those jams that guy is putting on? Tell me one of those jams he's putting on.
No, the guy is just doing dress up. He's just playing dress up. It's just
say now Olonde he put, say now one shop on he put, waiting he put, say 2 days now he put. Will tell me one of the sham that guy carry.
I don't even know. To me, I just look at it as just a showiness, being showy.
No, it's not Sowore now. It's just
when you should have gone to that corner barefoot business now and go and CSS pay you 500 naira to come and lie on Sowore. Go there and go and lie and see what happens.
Mike, you could be right on that. It may be just to intimidate the judge. You understand? At least you don't want to dare when you are not even sure. So it could be just to add to intimidate, to play down on that the justice psychologically. So that's another thing. But a real traditionalist will not even have that time to be.
So you are the real traditionalist.
All right.
I'm not a real traditionalist too.
So why are you speaking about real traditionalist?
I don't think Mike knows what he's doing.
Nigeria just talk. Now you just talk. I don't know.
But you said we just talk now. Now you said we just talk. When you are looking at Sowore and his Dukuru, you are turning it. All right.
Tó bá jẹ sí ẹ lára ó sọ̀rọ̀ ó wà lára ẹ̀. You get it? So all this way, just what you're just talking and he says to me, it's just
well, since you know now, you know about it.
You see, there's like a Babala will come to that time with your war.
The people that always analyze tradition are people that know into tradition at all. They are the ones that will give you all the information. Oh, Thomas Shibai. Now I'm going to give all the.
Mike, I'm not like you now. I've told you I'm not a traditionalist.
So why you here speaking? It's supposed to. It's like this. It's like that. It's like this. It's like that. And that's how you guys destroy the tradition. You know.
Maybe we have a bad grandpa.
Especially pastors, they will stand in front of a podium and be lecturing about the tradition.
We are grandpas.
All right, Mike. Let me take you to this space. There's still sticking with tradition, but in a different tone. Afenifere blast additional for comparing Buhari to Awolowo, Azikiwe, Aminu Kano. So he speaks again, Afonja. So what now? This guy, Mike.
Additional is on the rise now. Obviously, he just the praise organic or God keep making stay in job, making continue. That's what he's doing, man. Just praising him. So why you don't make mistake? Put the 3 names he mentioned. He mentioned Awolowo, Azikiwe, where we all know that when Nigeria wants to talk about the founding father, they will talk about Awolowo, Azikiwe, and Tafawa Balewa, then maybe Ahmadu Bello, right? But he knew Buhari is the northern now, so he mentioned Awolowo, Azikiwe, and then he didn't mention Tafawa Balewa and Ahmadu Bello. He just straight to Aminu Kano. So that man he's a foolish man, man. And that's what I'm saying. These lost people, man, all these English men, they call themselves Yoruba men. They are not. These are lost generation, man. Lost. How dare you? Because of money. You blaspheme Awolowo.
So that's the only thing you took from it. That the northerner he mentioned is not of equal measure. That's the only thing that struck you.
When they are mentioning founding fathers, they mention Aminu Kano. When you talk about founding father, the name you hear is Awolowo, Azikwe, Tafawa Balewa, Ahmadu Bello, names like that. Do you see Aminu Kano in any currency? And Femi Adesina, because he wants to kiss his northern boss ass.
Who is Aminu Kano or you start Ahmadu Bello? Is it who we are talking about, Sir Ahmadu Bello? Is it the person we are calling Aminu Kano?
No, Aminu Kano is another politician and never even won any office. Which office is he serving? You know. So see the game he's playing. The guy is just speaking for his pockets. You know, he's massaging his boss ego. He's massaging your guy, and that's what they do in Nigeria. That's how they all get the post anyway. You kiss ass to get there. Yeah, if you don't have to kiss the ass, you don't even have to be qualified. Obviously, we all know the guy is not a qualified person to even be a presidential spokesperson. A real presidential spokesperson is someone that can dissolve situations. You understand?
Yeah, but he inflames it.
He inflames it exactly. Does the opposite.
He does the direct opposite.
The direct opposite,
yeah.
man.
You know, one top functionary, something Gololo or something like that, from the APC, he came out just a couple of days ago to speak to what you just said, Mike, that both Garba Shehu and Femi Adesina, that they have really done a real damage to the Buhari administration because they don't know how to manage information.
They don't.
And they think sycophancy is information management. So and this is a good example of what that guy meant. Yeah.
Even all these issues that have been blown up, like the IPOP, the Bo, and all these, even EndSARS, a real spokesperson would have been the one coming out to challenge wrong information being said about the president or being said about the administration. You come and challenge those information and speak and debate it, and that's supposed to be their job. Like in America, for example, when wrong information is being carried out by the president, maybe Trump or somebody, is this press secretary that will come out and hold a press conference and address those accusations and they just dissolve it and flip it around. You know, that's their job. For years, Kano was calling Buhari Jubril, say the man is dead. What did Adesina do to to counter that? They didn't do nothing. All they do is just threatening. We kill them. We catch them. They just and you see your population being people are using propaganda to control your population, and you don't know how to come out and speak to your population to tell them, now listen, this is what's going on. This information here is not true. This is one is debunked. You're not doing that. These guys are not qualified, and that's the same way. That's the same thing in every position in Nigerian government. Incompetent people running everything. That's why nothing works.
Mike, do you think with this headline, what Adesina has actually succeeded in doing is to subject Buhari to ridicule? Because he has now drawn that, he has invited that comparison, and I think everybody, at least on this session, and I suspect everybody that comes out across that information will just ridicule it, because they will then try and weigh Buhari against these people that Adesina has measured, and quickly they'll drop Buhari because they don't want to hold those sort of names with the same hands as Buhari. So has he effectively, with this storyline, subjected yet again his principle to ridicule?
Absolutely, you make that kind of, statement without even articulating reasons behind it, expressing like, okay, this is the reason why, this is why I said this is what I think, comparing, kind of show his achievements and his, the attributes and things, and then weightness to those people you just compare him with, right? He didn't do that. He just made a statement, just embarrassed, make the guy look foolish. He came out and made a statement, so he was supposed to just hear you and believe you. You said the man is greater than Awolowo and greater than Azikwe, but then you didn't tell us why, the reason. You didn't say, okay, look what he did, this is what he's doing, this is nonsense. He didn't do that. That tells you that Buhari himself is not qualified, because you're supposed to fire the guy,
is that the biggest weakness of Buhari's leadership style, that it doesn't either have the stomach or the capacity or the understanding of when to let somebody go when they demonstrably are not fit for the job? Does it not have that capacity? Does it confuse loyalty with capacity to do the job? What do you think that is one of his biggest failings, not being able to sack somebody who demonstrably cannot hold down their brief.
The problem is the party system, the party, the way people are appointed is through friend and family, all those kind of things. You understand? Like once you get to power, people will start showing, hey, come on, I need you to appoint my brother, appoint this guy, appoint this your friend. No, I've known you since primary school. Appoint me to be this. So once you start appointing people, and you get to a point where you realize they're not competent because you don't want to ruin that friendship and that love you have for them, that bond, you will find it difficult to fire them. You understand now? Whereas in the West, that's what they create a law of a complete conflict of interest. You cannot hire or you cannot appoint someone that's related to you or someone all those kind of things, because they know that the purpose of that position will not really be served properly. Completely.
Trump appointed his children, did he not?
Not in the government, not in cabinet. He may put them to be, he did not.
Where?
No, not in his cabinet too. Though his brother-in-law,
his in-law, yes.
His brother-in-law was
what's his name, Kushte or whatever it's called.
Kushte, but it wasn't really in the cabinet. It was more like
it was a super minister that was sent to the Middle East.
Yeah, he was not the Middle East. The guy's a Jew. He's a Jew. He's a Jewish kid.
Yeah.
So the relation with Israel, he appointed him on there. But as far as the governance running the country, all those things, the cabinet of running, no, none of it.
And that's not nepotism.
That's not. That position he appointed him. That's not even.
It is not.
It is.
What are you talking about? It, of course.
This guy, are you a Trump fan, Mike?
It's not a matter of being. What Nigerians always accuse you of being this thing. Whenever you,
my brother, not really more meaning than what I've said. What I've asked you, are you a Trump?
That fan? Position is not really the head of that department. It's not a head of department. It's more of a. It's more of it's a negotiator, basically. The same way like
they in the White House. Listen, it was an aide to the president.
But it's not head of any agency. He wasn't heading any agency.
Oh my goodness! For the fact that you employed your son-in-law, or your daughter, or whoever, to work in your government, in your cabinet, it's a form of nepotism.
But to work in your cabinet is when to head.
Either head or whatever, you are employing your own. That guy did a lot of things that no president has ever done in the history of America, and he went. He goes.
He was very successful, by the way. Except Trump was very successful.
Do you think that guy would have been more
the only area he failed is just maybe area of uniting the people, but performance-wise, the guy was very successful.
How so?
He brought peace in the world.
Where did he grow up?
Yes.
Where did he grow up this peace?
He handled the conflict between the Palestine and the Israelis. Also, he handled the whole issue between the North Koreans and the US. He met the North Korean.
Do you know how many times?
There was no listen. When Trump was in office, we didn't hear of shot being fired in the Middle East or even all the wars. No, yes.
Are you on this planet?
Even Syria. When he became president, he handled all these conflicts going on. He put an end to it. And the American economy.
What is going on?
Listen, he started developing the economy. If it wasn't COVID that came, the guy was progressing. Everybody, even the Democrats, they shot them.
No, listen. He inherited a very strong economy.
That's what I was saying.
Listen. Let me tell you something.
Things were getting back when he came in.
Hold on. If he had inherited the kind of economy that Obama inherited from what's it called, from Bush, and he's doing all this policy, all this stupid policy, America would have gone bankrupt. Do you know that?
All right, let's not get too heavily into American politics. Let me bring Mike back on track instead and take him to something a bit more immediate. 4 days away, in fact, Mike, EndSARS revisited. So EndSARS, celebrities attending Sowore event should pick a side. Mr. Macaroni is the person that is saying this, and he qualifies to say that because he has put himself on the line and he has taken a physical put upon for that. So now we're coming up to just October the 20th now. How do you see that space playing out? What do you think Macaroni means by pick a side? And just what do you think what do you think we'll be talking about on October the 21st? So it's coming 4 days away, Mike.
See, this is where I think Sowore is the smart guy, right? the way I think you should go about it is issue call these guys and discuss. Make sure the protests happen, but discussing, do more in a way we partner with them, partner with the process. You understand? Because I can understand his fear and his position, because the last EndSARS, when the whole thing went out of hand, they looted all the malls in Lagos, man. They burned down BRT buses. The destruction was so like enormous that as a governor, you yourself will not want anything like that to happen again. You understand? However, he needs to understand that the people still have that right to protest. So the best thing he can do right now is to just call them and say, listen, yeah, let's do this protest, but let's work together. You understand? To make sure it doesn't go out of hand. Because the protest really it's not really a protest against the state governor. The state, and he made that mistake the last time too, because the whole EndSARS thing was not something against Lagos states. It was more of against the federal government. So the way Sowore handled it last time, he should have just gone there and kind of work with the leadership of that and the people in the front and say, listen, man, let's make sure this thing goes or it doesn't go out of hand, and but it's just his communication method was where it was off the last time, and this time he should try his best to get it right. If he's trying to come out now and trying to use muscle to say, no, you must not do this, you must not do that, you're giving the people impression that you're oppressing them. And what will happen is, hey, it might go out of hand. People might become stubborn and just come out, and the next thing that will happen, people will die again. Police army will shoot people. And so if someone who is intelligent, it might not be a political suicide for him, because the last time the shootings, if it happens again, people will look at you like, listen, in your government in Lagos, you're allowing army to kill people, and in the future, if he wants to become a president or something, people will hold that against him, So what someone will need to do is to actually call Mr. Macaroni and all the celebrities and sit down with them in the room and say, okay, how can we make this thing happen without making it go out of hand? Let's work together. It's just a protest. I don't know why governments are always afraid of protest.
Yeah, go on, yeah.
Yeah, so that if I would advise Sowore, that's why I think he should do. Call those people, say, okay, this thing, I want you guys to do it. It's okay, let's do it, but let's work together to make sure it doesn't go out of hand. Because I understand where it's coming from. That last one, the level of destruction that happened, that it did to the states.
All right, I think Thomas wants to come in. Thomas, is that you? Who wanted to interject? Okay, sorry, Mike. I thought somebody said, "Can I interject?" So yeah. Round of your thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, he got to be smart, because he got so much worry about. Even before even ESM might be coming there.
Does someone who gets the blame for Lekki Toll Gates, the first what happened last year? Who gets the blame?
That one, the Nigerian army straight up, man. Those Nigerian army, anywhere they go to kill. Those guys are bloodthirsty demons, man.
Yeah, but who called them in? Who called them in?
See, the governor might have called them to go and dispatch the people, right? And not be aware that these soldiers are animals. Once you call them to go and do anything, they are trigger happy. These guys have been brainwashed to kill. Like killing is like give them orgasm. That's how Nigerian army thinks. That's the way they train them. You understand? So whenever you send them anywhere, they will kill. That's what they do. You understand?
You see, he always has to find a way to, you've been doing so well, Mike. But Mike, you will always be Mike.
Can I?
I know these guys now.
Yeah. Come in now, Thomas.
Yeah, Mike. I want to ask you a question, please, about this EndSARS. I think we are not saying the truth. In the panel that same this Sowore put up about this brutality, Major General Taiwo testified to the whole world in a live TV that Sowore called them to go to Lekki Toll Gate. So what are you talking about, my brother? Someone ordered the shooting.
No, that was just a little comment, a little question anyway. But
can you say Sowore ordered the shootings? Are you serious?
Heavily into that, yeah.
So Sowore ordered to go and shoot people. Is that what you're telling me? You want me to believe that? The man says Sowore ordered them to go and shoot the people.
But he said Sowore called them.
He might have called them to go dispatch. Listen, if you want to dispatch a crowd that's blocking the economic activity because they blocked that toll gate with cars. I mean, they shut down some economic activity. You understand? And he was like, okay, when is it going to end? So if you're going to call anybody to go and disperse that crowd, it will be the security forces, either the police or the army or somebody. But I guess Sowore may have been so ignorant of the history of the nature of the Nigerian army that he didn't know that if I tell this guy's going to disperse the crowd, they'll go and kill. Maybe you may not have been aware, expectant of that. You understand? So when it happened, now I think what someone was trying to do was deny that I didn't call them to go and kill them, or I didn't call them to even go there and do what they did. But he may have called them to go and disperse, but not to go and kill people. But Nigerian army, we all know them. Anyway, send them to go and massacre. They did in OD in when Obasanjo just sent it to. Anyway, you send them anywhere to go and massacre, and whoever send it, people will blame. You understand that? Oh, you send them to go and kill. But unfortunately,
can I tell you something that Sowore can do that will quench all this thing? If Sowore himself on October 20th of this month, if Sowore walk with the youth to commensurate with October 20 of EndSARS, do you think the soldier will open fire on Sowore?
But are the government not disputing the death figures?
I know they are disputing.
Yeah, but then if Sowore matches with the people that are insisting that people were killed, when the government is disputing figures, is that not an admission?
No, woman, what's the purpose of this match? This match is just is a remembrance of the last, but
not just the remembrance, yeah.
But not in a remembrance that the acceptance that just people were massacred. It's just a remembrance of things went wrong or something like that. But it's not in the remembrance that it's been admitted that people.
No, they're calling it a memorial, Mike.
Well, yeah, people died anyway. I mean, no one is experiencing at least one or two people didn't die. I mean, whether they were.
Let me show you this, Mike.
Take me to country. You cannot beat that baby. I must talk it. God, take me to country.
So that's how they are intending to play it out. You saw it.
Yeah, so they're saying in memory of, I guess, the last one. So yes. A smart politician, what he needs to do is to make peace. Use this opportunity to make peace with the people, right? And say, listen, okay, the people that died, they are all our people. Both they are Nigerians. You understand? People died. No one can argue that. The government cannot argue that people didn't die. People didn't fall victim to that incident, whether by accident or by deliberate act of security forces or a thug or something. The fact that people die, you know what I'm saying? So let's come together as one, both we, the state government, and you guys, and let's march together and just remember those people and do prayer.
Yeah, Mike and Thomas, if Sowore matches with those people, because you saw that was a memorial obviously to commemorate death. That is what a memorial is for. If Sowore matches with those people, then that is, of course, acknowledging that people did die. So if I acknowledge that people did die, then that opens that conversation again. How many people died? Yes. How many?
That will be an
indictment. It will. Of course, that is exactly.
Mama, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Like your internet was in and out when you said what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
No, yours was in and out. We were.
Oh, it was mine. Oh, I thought it was yours.
Yeah. No, you fell out and you came back in. So what I was saying was that you saw from that little clip that I just played, they are promoting the 20th of October as a memorial, and a memorial, of course, is to commemorate the passing of somebody. So if Sowore matches with them, then it's commemorating the passing of somebody. So that's an admittance that's an admission that somebody died or people died at that space. So if it matches with that to commemorate for the memorial, then that opens that conversation that how many people died and how did they die? Do you understand? So
the conversation is already open. So the question is not.
But he has to distance himself from it because
no, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
All right.
The fact of the matter is, death is a tragedy. Commemorating death that happened is not necessarily admitting the way it happened. It has nothing to do with the way it happened. You understand? People died. The people that died were victims. So the argument of how they died,
if it goes,
it's not so relevant.
With them, yes, there you are. So if it matches with them, that opens that space again. That how did these people die? So they,
but ignoring them, not matching with them, is basically you saying I don't care about the people that died. So you can look at it that way too. So
but what they are trying to do is just to propagandize the whole narrative away. They are trying to. You've seen what Lai Mohammed has been doing, trying to muddy the waters, trying to use embellishment and obfuscation, and just trying to whittle it down, confuse the space, and waste it away. So they're trying to peter it away. But if he, a Marquis governor, one of the biggest governors if he matches with them, it will just
one man, you know what has been the biggest problem? One man, you know what has been the biggest problem in Nigeria with Nigerians is this self-centered attitude and self-centered behavior of Nigerians, where they don't know how to empathize with the other side. You understand? And that has been the case from the beginning. And if you look at every disaster that's happened throughout Nigeria history, including the war, the coup, everything, it's always been when something happened, one side don't want to empathize with the other side. You want to defend yourself. You want to defend your position, even when there's clear, obvious errors on your side. You all want to give yourself complete exoneration that no, I did it. We're not wrong anyway. You don't want to admit that. Okay, maybe something went wrong on our side, and we'll work on it. We'll fix it. Or it's been the same thing throughout Nigeria. When something happened, they don't know how to manage the situation to make just the word empathy. That's the key word. If you look at Nigerian history from the beginning, from the first coup to the civil war till today, to this EndSARS, the government side, they claim, oh no, we are right. Oh no, you guys are wrong. It's we versus the youth. What kind of mentality is that? Empathize with the youth, you know?
Mike, have you ever heard the phrase, where there's a blame, there's a claim? Have you ever heard that?
Where there's a blame, there's a claim. Yes.
Where there's a blame, there's a claim.
Listen. There's a way you can admit that things go perfectly without indicting yourself. There are ways.
We don't know the SAN that we have in Nigeria.
Listen, there are ways to say things went wrong, right? Without saying, "Oh, I directly made it go wrong." Or there's a way you can admit that it's tragedy. For this EndSARS situation, for example, you can go out there. Listen. You can go out there, like I say, you can go out there and empathize that. People die. It's the fact that people die. And I sympathize with people that died. Me saying I sympathize with them doesn't mean I'm admitting that it was my fault that they died. But you just saying, oh, I'm not even I don't care. I'm just going to disregard the people that died. Nothing will happen, no protest, nothing.
If you sympathize with the people that died, you as the governor, then everybody is asking the question, how did they die?
Well, you don't have to say, we say, well, let's investigate, let's find out how they died. However, let people know that
has been going on for 12 months.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Please, yes.
I think I support Mike's position. Yeah, you see, what happened was a tragedy to that nation, and particularly Lagos State. So if the governor, comes out and march on the street with those people, it does not necessarily mean that he's admitting that he was responsible for the killing or anything. It's just to show empathy and show that they believe in the cause they are fighting for, and just to government must stand by the people sometimes when they are fighting for the right thing. What they are fighting for is for the betterment of our society. They were fighting for police restructuring. They were fighting for better pay for police. They were fighting for civility. So one man, my position, is right in the right direction. Yes.
Are they he's not been said to be involved in the decisions that led to the killing of those people? That would be it will be right. Now, in fact, at the beginning of the protest, mind you, I think they said he was part of them. He was protesting with those guys from the beginning. But then suddenly the whole thing went bad. I mean, it went wrong, and then people were killed. You get it? So what I'm trying to say is that had it been he was not part of the decision that led to the killing of those people, that would have been a different case. For me, what I would suggest is let him provide them security people that will guide them like the police. Get it? So that way it won't go bad as the way it went the other time.
Exactly.
That's just
that's
matching
okay.
with them.
That's okay too.
Yeah, exactly. That's managing the situation.
Yeah.
Which when you empathize and just easiest way to manage a situation is to empathize with the other side to some degree at least. But throughout Nigerian history, there's never been the case where anybody empathize with the other side, and that's why things has always spiraled to a degree where it should have never gone in the first place. Even in Nigerian civil war, it's the same thing. It's just a matter of okay, both sides, on my side, okay, there's a little bit of at least if you don't want to admit that you did wrong, at least the fact that something bad happened to the other side, I show the acknowledgement that at least I acknowledge that something bad happened on your side, and I empathize. I feel bad about it. Once you show that level of compassion to the other side, it can dissolve entire. It saves you the headache of having to deal with bigger problem. The situation is spiraling to a higher degree. So what I'm saying here is even this thing that's coming up now, the easiest way to not let it spiral to a whole different degree is to just show the youth, listen, I care that and I empathize with you. It's just that simple. That's the way you manage situation, not being cocky and being power grown and because I'm powerful to hell with you. I'm being so arrogant. I'm trying to show that you are tougher. And that's the problem of Nigeria, with that mentality of I'm bigger than you, so I dare not step down to your level, That's how Boko Haram even began. Because ordinary people were saying, okay, we don't like Western education because it wants to corrupt our children. All you have to do is just meet them and say, I empathize with you, I know your concern. That's simple as that. And then they will feel that, oh, you actually care about where we feel. It doesn't mean you will give them what they want, but at least just show them that you care about how they feel. But not like, oh, you ordinary people, you don't have guns, you are standing up to me, we the government, we the soldiers, and you just shoot them down. And you think, and then they turn into bigger situation. You become Boko Haram now. You're like, okay, we are in trouble. And then even with the whole thing that's going on in the East, when the whole IPO, all that stuff, it's a simple thing about just come out and tell the youth in the Eastern region, like, listen, man, we empathize with the fact that your fathers, your relatives died during the war. It's simple as that. Just show that level of empathy. But the government, the Nigerian government didn't even respond to the youth in the Eastern region. And listen, we the government, I as the president, I empathize with all of you that lost your relative during the civil war. That's one statement alone would have dissolved some,
Mike, please, can I come in, please?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You I'm right with you in every sense of humor. Empathy sometimes go a long way. Can you imagine if Buhari can declare one day as a national holiday for Biafra? Do you know how long it's gonna go?
That will go a very long way, and it will take nothing from
go a very long way in this for the Easterner in Nigeria. If Buhari can go a one step.
Do you feel that the Easterners would mishandle that sort of a commemorative day?
It's one man is gonna go a long way. That means Buhari is saying to them, I fought the battle, I was there, I fought against you, but we know we are wrong. And that is why we are commiserating with you. If Nigeria,
it's not even. It doesn't even have to go as far as saying.
It's just a no victor, no vanquish.
No victor, no vanquish, and the fact that some people were victim on both sides, they have no, they didn't deserve to because they were not part of the decision making and they lost their lives. You understand? Because most of the people that die have nothing to do with the disagreement between the leaders of both sides, but just and their children, their grandchildren, and the relatives today are still, in the memory, the thing is still bothering them. And you, as a president, the people there are expressing that frustration about losing their relatives to you, and you are just ignoring them because why? You are powerful than them. They are nobody. Rather than just saying, okay, let me empathize with you. I understand and I empathize. about. I empathize with you, and I feel so. The people that die. I feel sorry about those people that, and on both sides too, even the different side of Nigeria where people die. You can just talk about it like, hey, you know, the people that died, memory of all the innocent people that died in the Nigerian Civil War, and people can know that okay, this government actually care. But since the world, no single head of state has said anything. In fact, one might know the worst thing they did. They rewarded the soldiers. They rewarded Ojukwu. They rewarded the soldiers that they put the Biafran soldiers. They put them back in the Nigerian army and give them pension. And I swear these guys are stupid, man. They do things backward.
You know, in back in the day in Lagos, you say Otulo Machewarare, so that is always is the Otulo Machewarare ultimately. But gentlemen, thank you. We've got past the 6 hour and a bit mark now, so I'm going to seek to start rounding off and I'll start taking closer remarks. I want to round it off in the next 14, 15 minutes. So we'll go from Ola, we'll run all the way through to London Ajalo Koko as we always do. So Ola, if you're still with us, just your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm here. So what do you want me to speak on?
We're taking closing remarks. I want to round it off in about 15 minutes, so I'm taking closing remarks.
Yeah, to me, as usual, it has been a fulfilling day. So we've learned a lot. But one good thing that we need to take into consideration is we should stop being emotional about a candidate or one this thing. We should talk about their competence. Like I see that whenever we mention the name like Sowore here, I know that people now start seeing Sowore as the next Bill Clinton or the next Obama. But
mention name, Ola. Who is that person?
I'm not.
Look at that. The guilty are free. Look at that.
We have 15 minutes to close. We have 15 minutes to close. I don't want to mention it. Just 15 minutes.
Are you putting your hands up as a candidate?
Mention
name
now. We all know that he's talking to Ajale Koko.
You know
no,
about that Mike wants to be like Bobby
Wine. So we should just speak. We should speak into the reality on ground and the processing. So now, that's the only thing I see. I as a Sowore as a Nigerian is free to contest any position in the country, but you should get your structure right. It's not every time you go to the topmost position. It's not always like when we talk of Sowore attending Ivy League school, there are so many people that attended Ivy League school that they are just ward councillor, they are just this thing there. So it has nothing to do about leadership at the top. So to me, I've learned a lot today and I enjoy myself. So and I expect to hear more. So Ajale Koko and Mike, just tell Sowore that next time, if you want to contest, let him talk to the grassroots people. Don't just go out to Abuja and be carrying this nice. No, it doesn't work that way. As far as Nigerian politics is concerned, though. And most people that belong to the middle class, you don't vote. You just advocate for him online and say Sowore is Sowore. But on that day, the mama where they go farm, all those who they sell Liru and
Ola, you know, Nigerian government restricted him to Abuja. Do you know that?
No, at least when he was contesting, they didn't. No, that's when he was doing revolution now.
When he was contesting, he went everywhere. I mean, it cost a lot of money to go to every village.
Everywhere.
He went to as much places as he could, you know. He visited all the states. I mean,
he went everywhere.
One thing about leadership is that you delegate. Delegation simply means that
it costs money now.
Places beyond that. You get your structure right from that local thing. You identify the person that you want the person to conquer the councillorship. You want the person to conquer the local government as the local government chairman. You conquer the state assembly. That's all what I'm talking about. It's not as if you just go and show yourself.
Well, it costs a lot of money
without the community. So I don't want to stress one man too far tonight. So let me just write it up. So that's the topic for another day. So Mike and Ajali Koko, I will wait to debate on this another day. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we're going to Ife, are you still with us? Oh, I think Ife may well have fallen asleep in there. So from Ife, we're going to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you still with us?
Yeah, still here.
All right. So your remarks.
Yeah. Yeah. We've spoke a lot today. Well, even I was away for some time. You see, I just want to speak to Bakare and his shenanigans. You know, it's just the guy is just an hypocrite like the other rest of the political class in that country. There's a man we all heard. He was vibrating during one of his church session or sermon, and he brought in politics into his church sermon or whatever he was doing that very day, and giving the Nigerians that false hope that okay, I'm going to lead another whatever against Buhari. And I mean, just few days, barely few days or few weeks after that, he changed his position, and then he started singing another new song. And so it was like, okay, we've seen this happen before. I mean, this is the same man who has been jumping from places to places. We don't even know where it belongs. So it goes to tell us that people should not just have their trust in these people, these so-called pastors, and really, I mean, men of the gods or whatever they call themselves. Nigerians should start figuring out their own future for themselves. It's up to everybody to vote however they want to vote. But for me, I'll just say that if Nigerians should vote any of those people who have been there before, people like the likes of Tinubu and Atiku, like I've said on this platform, I will just give up on Nigeria. I will never even go back comment on it anymore. Because I don't know why we just have this Stockholm syndrome. We love to remain in one spot. I mean, we don't have how many years of our life do we have to live on this earth? And already 50 years of it, or how many years of it is already spent in misery. I know my own dad and so many people of his own age, of his own generation. Most of them, they just went like that, and they never really saw what it means to be a citizen of a country, of a nation. I mean, they never had this opportunity of most of us had here in developed countries where the government takes care of the senior citizens. I mean, you kind of, that makes you wonder that, I mean, what kind of a nation is that? Not even the same. I mean, during the so-called lockdown, we saw a lot of people how they suffered. Even we saw some of the palliative that was supposed to be given to people, how it was hidden, and people had to go through some other means to get them out. So it came to ask you that these people, they're not there for the people. They're only there for their own pockets. And so come 2023, if I thought 2023 will ever hold, it's up to everybody to decide if they want to renew this 1999 constitution that has continued to put them, impoverish them, and has continued to put power in the hands of these elites, and will continue to run roughshod all over them and put them in this situation. So it's up to everybody to decide, or if they want to move on and ask for a referendum, a new kind of a rebirth, a recalibration of that country. It's up to everyone to decide that. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Always a delight. So from Rational Mind now, we take Thomas's soundings. So Thomas, to you.
I would just rightly say that the future of our country is in our own hands. Few people, those people that are disturbing Nigeria right now, they are not up to 1,000 people. All the politicians that are disturbing, terrorizing the country they are not more than 1,000 people out of almost 220 million people. We just have to take our destiny into our own hands. And I would say Nigerian government should learn how to de-escalate situation, not escalating situation. If Nigerian country can commiserate and identify with every agitator in Nigeria, commiserate with them, it will go a long way. Then I will say this: Every war that has happened in the whole world, the Civil War, Second War, people come back to a round table for dialogue. We should always learn to dialogue. If we can do that, we will go a long way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. From Thomas, we're going to Mike. Mike, to you.
Yeah, first, I think Nigerians, first of all, many of them, I think, if we really analyze their psyche, they believe that it's God that will save them from the condition they are in our country. And many of them are looking for God through pastors and through external source. What they need to understand, they will realize that the God they're looking for, they should start searching for God from inside of them. God is inside of everybody, you know. When they all get to that point, they begin to discover God. And when they begin to discover God, their life will begin to turn around for better. And until then, until they discover God, things will continue to get worse. You know, that's what will continue to happen. You know, so that's all I just want to say, Sha. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Always a delight. So from Mike, then the ever trusted Adanle Koko to write it off for us. Adanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Nigerian government should learn how to manage crisis. Maybe all the people we have in the position of leadership, the governors, and even to the presidency, must be sent on a course on how to management skill. Crisis management skill. Maybe they need to go to that training. Why I'm suggesting this is that the use of brutal force doesn't solve problem. But problems can be solved by dialogue, by negotiation, and by bringing people on the right table and talk and judge with people. That is what solves problem. But in democracy, when people in democracy, the leadership in democracies embark on the use of force or trying to deny people of their constitutional right, we often bring problem and escalate problem. We never solve problem. So that is why I'm suggesting this set of leadership across the board in Nigeria should go on crisis management training skill. So having said that, say something a little bit about the governor of Kogi State that went and keep the state fund in a private account in order to yield interest. This is barbaric. This is corruption of the highest order. Though the corrupt constitution we have in Nigeria now protect him while he's still in the office. But what of others that colluded with him to carry out this corrupt act, like the Accountant General of the state and some others that are responsible? What happened to them? That one still be in their position, or what will happen to them? Nigerian state is a corrupt state, a nation that is governed by corrupt practices from the top to down. So if we as people doesn't stand up to take our country back from these people will destroy that country right in our own eyes. We will see it destroyed, and they will destroy it to the ground completely. And in view of this fact, it is better for people in the next election not to vote for any one of these two parties, APC and PDP. They are the most corrupt of that nation. We need to vote for a different party. Sowore have started the struggle for us. Whoever like to vote for Sowore should vote for AAC. Whoever that want to vote for any other party can vote for any other party, PRP. Vote for a different party, and let us have all the smaller parties occupying the political space. Then we will have ourselves in a situation where one party will not dominate the other, and that will open space for them for negotiation. And when they're negotiating, that is when we people are participating directly or indirectly and be able to solve the problem of that country together. So that is my suggestion for our people. We should start thinking about it. We should start working towards this so that we can rescue our nation out of the bondage that these people have kept us. Before I leave, I would like to thank everybody that come on the platform tonight. It's been a very wonderful session. I will thank you guys watching us from any part of the world. You are the strength of this platform. Please share, like, and subscribe. Press the red button so that anytime one man went tomorrow is going on live, join the team. Thank you, everybody. See you guys tomorrow. One man. I thank you a lot.
All right. Thank you, Ajale. Thank you. Always a delight. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody does it quite like Ajale Koko does it. So not much more to say after Ajale Koko has had his words. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.